fishermen, and we want to be included. And I thank you for letting me speak today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Finally, we'll hear from Alberto Certuche. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Looks like it paused out.
There you go. Alberto, we see you now.
We appreciate you guys letting us see. We really feel like it's really not represented.
Let's see if we can fix your audio. Just give us a moment here. Are you maybe on multiple devices? Oh, I know what it is. It's a delay. Alberto, just give it a second.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Finally, we'll hear from Alberto.
Yes. Good morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. Morning, everybody else who has attended the meeting.
Good morning.
My name is Albert Sartuche. I live at 3601 Cub Street here in Corpus Christi, Texas. I've been a longtime Hall Pier fisherman, and I am for the two-pier design, two-pylon design over the single pylon design. The reason being because, like they said, it does create more habitat for fishing. Hall Pier is world-renowned for fishing, and if you take that away, that means it takes our ability to catch bait near the pier, because that was one of the other things, too. Many years that you couldn't take a cast net. You had to use bait rods to catch bait. And if you take those pylons away, then they're not going to really have that opportunity to do that. Like I said, I've been on there 4 or 5 days at a time, talking to people from around the world coming in to see the fish get caught. If we have harder trouble catching bait, that's what we use to catch the bigger fish. Everybody comes out there to see the monster catches and so forth. So, again, guys, we are really looking forward to it. Again, please vote for the double pylon, mainly because, like I said, the fishing. I have a lot of friends and family that are surfers and stuff like that, but, we don't always see eye to eye because, I pay to be on the pier. I want to be able to cast where I want to cast because that's where the fish are at. I'm going to cast into those waves and into that current where the fish are hiding. And if you can't do that, then it really blocks us on being able to fish. And I would really highly recommend, instead of doing that double pier thing, spend that extra money you want to spend, make a whole new area to have pylons set up specifically for surfers. That's the biggest thing. We are out there fishing with a lot of hooks, a lot of weights, and it is very dangerous for surfers to be near the pier. To encourage that, I think it's a real bad thing, and for us, like I said, I respect surfers. They're in my family, but at the end of the day, we pay to be on the pier. Our monies are actually twice that of any surfer that comes in. One, we pay to be on the pier. 2, we pay for all the tackle. We're there for numerous days at a time, and we live here locally. The guys that come in spend a crazy amount of money to come in and fish the pier to be running into surfers and stuff. And I've seen where surfers have run fishermen off the pier because they think they own the water. I'm sorry, guys, y'all don't own the water. We don't either, but we pay to be up on that pier to fish that area. Our rights count just as much as everybody else's. And, for us, the two-pier design is going to make that pier last longer. And for everybody else, it's going to save money in the long run. So vote for the two-pier design, guys. I think that'd be about it. That, and if we can find a way to make these meetings more public for everybody else, because I just found out about this meeting last night at 9 o'clock, and I was lucky to be able to get my name called for this meeting. So again, guys, thank you very much. You'll have a good day, and I am sharing this to my YouTube channel as well with 20,000 subscribers, so that way we can get more fishermen involved, because right now it seems to be set up to be a boardwalk, not a fishing pier. Everybody keeps saying that, but all the designs never show a fisherman on the pier fishing. Sorry, guys, I don't see it.
Thank you.
That's true.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment period at this time. And just to kind of give you a little...
I signed up for public comment.
Sure. Or you could address it at the voting time.
Well, since we have people here and we're online, I just want to address that
I know, just that it's
TAMU
a-
does have a early voting
I
the
know.
entire time for.
It does.
It does, so that is one. Also, the locations, we asked if we can use a location, and it's up to the location to decide where to put us.
Right.
So just want to make that very clear.
Right.
Yes.
I just,
Thank you.
yes.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yes.
Oh, in my office, we are not voter registration, so we don't answer those questions.
I
So
know.
call 888-0404, voter registration.
We'll go over it again when we get to the agenda item. We'll have you reemphasize it again. Okay? It's important that we don't respond to public comment unless there's an agenda item, so I'm kind of giving a broad brush here, and we'll reemphasize that about Texas A&M when we get to that voting center.
I'll
Yeah.
sign myself up. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, what we are going to do, Deputy, is do our resolutions, proclamations, and orders. And we've got 4 of them this morning. They're all fantastic. And then for all of you online that have made public comment regarding the Bob Hall Pier, please know that it is my intention to advance the item so that your comments can be addressed by both presentation and perhaps the dais itself. So we'll ask for your patience because we've got a lot of people here for these first 4 items inside resolutions and proclamations. And we'll start with item G1 in recognition of October 2nd, 2022 through October 8th, 2022 as National 4-H Week. And of course, that was last week, but nevertheless, we have the Green Jackets in the room, ambassadors from our 4-H program throughout Nueces County, their leadership and their advisors and mentors. And I would direct your attention to Ms. Belinda Hinojosa Person, who's going to be reading the recognition.
Whereas Nueces County is proud to honor the 4-H Youth Development Program of the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service for 115 years of providing experience-based education to youngsters throughout the Lone Star State. And whereas this admirable program, which seeks to provide a learning experience for the whole child, including head, heart, hands, and health, helps young Texans to acquire knowledge, develop life skills, and form attitudes to enable them to become self-directed, productive, and contributing members of our society. And whereas it is more than 550,000 urban, suburban, and rural youth participants ranging in age from 8 to 19 hail from diverse ethnic and socioeconomic backgrounds and truly represent a cross-section of the state. And whereas the program undoubtedly could not have achieved the success that it has today were it not for the service of its more than 22,000 volunteers who have given generously of their time, talents, energies, and resources to the youth of Texas. And whereas throughout its proud history, the 4-H program has developed positive role models for countless Texans, and through its innovative and inspiring programs continues to build character and to instill the values that have made our state strong and great. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby formally recognize October 2nd through 8th, 2022 as 4-H Week in Nueces County, and commends the 4-H Youth Development Program of the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service and the many men and women who have made the program a success.
Thank you so much. Logan, welcome. Introduce us to your, as I say, the greatest 4-H team in Texas.
Yes, ma'am. So I guess we can start over here. All the way on the end, we have Josh Spohr. He is a member of the Running JM, correct? Or Texas Roadrunners 4-H Club. There's so many of them.
I know.
Next to him is Beth Spohr, Josh's older sister, also a member of the Texas Roadrunners. CJ Hood is a member of the archery club, and Miss Chloe Atwater is also a member of the archery club and our county council president this year. Moving over to this other side, Robert May is a member of Bayside 4-H Club. Miss Ryland Frederick is, I can't remember your club exactly. Flower Bluff, Padre Island. Miss Hannah Wright is a member of the Traveling 4-H and West Oso. Miss Kaylin Huff is a member of the Trap and Skeet 4-H Club. And Miss Annabelle Borgo is a member of the Blunzer and Archery Club as well. But Judge and Commissioners, I want to thank y'all for all the support that y'all have given us throughout this past year and hopefully this upcoming year as well, and the support y'all have shown me in my first year of being an agent. And I want to thank y'all tremendously. And I know each one of these kids want to thank y'all for all that y'all do, and they really appreciate y'all's support. So.
Thank you. And let me have a motion, please, for the recognition. And a second.
Second.
And now, any discussion, commissioners, that you would like to add would be appropriate at this time.
Judge,
Yes.
I just want to say that they do such good work that I'm very proud that he was my younger son, Rodney. He went through Flying J 4-H. I guess Ms. Pullen was the one in charge of that. And he showed a great character being in 4-H. He showed horses, did well. And so I know that you guys are going through a great program, and you're going to be role models for the rest of the kids. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Well said, and I echo all those sentiments and so much more. I really love the way you have expanded the role of not just being ambassadors inside 4-H for each other, for the younger ones that are coming up, but what you did this past week with the All-Star Roundup. Listen, it's just doing everything that Julia, when she sort of planted that seed, think of it as that plant starting to grow, and the shade that it will provide for generations is going to be beautiful. I'm glad that you're going to integrate the All-Star Show inside the main week. I think that's going to be really important. And we're going to invite you back as it gets closer to Junior Livestock Show time to talk more about, the different activities, and because some people know the sale, and that's all they know. And that's a shame, because there's so much more to 4-H, to the program, the leadership, and the scholarship opportunities. And we want you to have as much time as you have at the podium to showcase with us. Chloe, you're leading this very impressive pack with a great team and behind you. And I know the responsibility and even sometimes burden is great. But you can't go wrong as long as you trust one another and you remember that you truly are a really representative group of youth ambassadors for an entire county. I love that we have Flower Bluff and Padre Island and West Oso and Bayside and Banquetti and Blunzer and everybody else in between, Bishop. And this is why you really are, I think, living up to the dream of making the best better. Logan, you got to be so proud of what you've done in 1 year's time. And how about thanks to the parents who really put in a lot, almost as many hours as you guys do, and to all the volunteers and our ag extension agent from Donnie all the way down. We thank you. And I don't want to put any pressure, but Annabelle, Chloe, anybody, Josh, anybody would like to make any comments? Don't have to. You can just stand there and look. There we go. Welcome, Chloe.
Hi, thank you. I would just mostly like to say we really do appreciate all the support that you've given us throughout all the years for 4-H. Every little bit helps because we are a youth development organization, and everything that we do is building us for our future careers and our future lives, and just pretty much making us better people for our community. So every little bit that you help, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioners, there is always a good way to help with your outside agency funds. They qualify as a 501c3, the Junior Livestock Show, so always think of them in the back of your mind. Logan, this is how we do it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Post same sign. We have a resolution signed and sealed by the clerk, and it would be our honor to take a photo with all of you if you would approach. What do you think, guys? Put them up front? Okay, well, you guys come on up front, and the commissioners will organize themselves. I was thinking if the courthouse downstairs was at the great candle. No, we'll put it up at the courthouse.
I'm trying to get you to cover up my. Look, I'm not lying. Ideal protein, baby.
Mom's turn now. Mom's turn.
Congratulations. Thank you all.
Hey, thanks a lot. Good job. Congratulations, sir. You've done a great job in your first year.
Keep up the good work.
Take care. Good people. Good. Congratulations. Young lady, congratulations too. Good job, good job.
They have a terrific website if you want to learn more about the Junior Livestock Show and the 4-H program. I would invite you to Google that this afternoon. Next, we'll move to the recognition of an important week. October 16th through October 22nd is the Wesley Community Center Week. It represents 80 years of community service in Nueces County. And again, we'll turn to Belinda for more information.
Whereas the Commissioners Court recognizes the importance of strong families, sound minds, and safety and security for the most vulnerable populations, and whereas Wesley Community Center was founded in 1942 in Robstown, Texas, by a small group of dedicated and concerned United Methodist women who saw the great and urgent need for the most vulnerable children in that community to have adequate child care. And whereas Wesley Community Center expanded services to the Corpus Christi community with the acquisition of a previous child care center that was closing its doors in 2001. And whereas Wesley Community Center provides high-quality daycare for the children of Robstown and Corpus Christi who display the greatest needs, including those children ages 2 weeks to 12 years old living in homeless shelters and transitional housing facilities in Corpus Christi. And whereas Wesley Community Center established a mother and child home in the Corpus Christi facility to provide permanent, safe, affordable housing that allows mothers and their children to remain in a cohesive family unit within a loving community setting as they move from the homelessness to hopefulness. And whereas Wesley Community Center meets growing food insecurity needs by operating food pantries in both the Corpus Christi and Robstown centers each week, with the Robstown location serving as the only daily food pantry serving rural Nueces County. And whereas Wesley Community Center is celebrating this month a legacy of 80 years of continuous operation and dedicated service to the residents of Nueces County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County proclaims the week of October 16th through the 22nd, 2022, as Wesley Community Center Week in Nueces County, in honor and recognition of the lasting impact that the Wesley Community Center has had to the betterment of our county's children, youth, and families.
Thank you. Thank you, Belinda. Is there a motion to accept this? Thank you.
Second.
And with a motion and a second, we'll hear from folks that are here representing the Wesley Community Center. Kind of a beautiful tie-in. The way I learned about the Wesley Community Center was because of my activity inside Junior Livestock Show with Miss Bonnie Berry, who was such a great advocate, is such a great advocate for. So I'm glad to see you all here. Welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Like you said, and we've said, this is our 80th anniversary year of continuous service to at-risk children and families in Nueces County. And we don't do it alone. We do it with a lot of help from many, many organizations and people. And one of the largest supporters of Wesley Community Center for many, many years, I've been here 22 years, has been Commissioner's Court in Nueces County. We are truly grateful. Y'all help us take care of our children, help us to house our homeless mothers and their dependent children, and to feed over 100,000 people a year through our food pantries. We appreciate truly y'all's help. And I want to introduce some very important people to us. Scott Elliff is our past president. Dwayne Hargis is our current president, and one of our newest board members is Scott Lawson. And this trio helps us keep our doors open to very dedicated individuals, and we thank y'all so very, very much.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for what you do for the most vulnerable amongst us, commissioners.
Judge, long before I even got into public service, I was a member of Wesley Community Center, and that was back when we just had the Robstown location. We didn't even have the location there on MacArthur and Horn Road. And to see it grow over the years is just truly exciting. To be able to support it every year with some of my outside agency funding is an honor for me to do that. But Melinda and of course, Dr. Elliff and Dwayne and everyone else have done such great work and continue to keep the doors open. It's not easy to run a facility like that. The Robstown was a center in itself with all the kids that would go, and then they took on the challenge of working with mothers and kids in need. And when I still was working with CPS was right around that time, the last several years that I was there, and to see them take that on, and they've taken so many challenges and so many roles in this community. And so I am thankful that we are recognizing them today and all the work they've done. And it's if you haven't spent time or gone by to see or support them, please do so. There's so many worthwhile agencies that need your resources, your giving, but Wesley Community Center is definitely one of them that has proven their worth and continues to do it quietly and just with giving, loving hearts. So Melinda, thank you for always being there. And I think of Eddie Mathis Jackson, who is also there, and all the others who have been a part of it over the years. And so I'm just thankful the court can bring this forward today to recognize all the work they've done over the last 80 years.
Judge,
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chesney?
Thank you, Judge. I too was, I think, originally brought in by Ms. Berry and have worked with Melinda Free on this project. I've been over there. I've done some manual labor back when I was a little younger and my back was a little stronger. That's when Scott Elliff and I were over there, working out hard. But I appreciate so much what you do for this community and all of the hard work. I mean, I was, when I was a CPS judge, I mean, you helped me with those cases. I mean, there's just, if it's kind of it's not the best kept secret anymore, but it used to be the best kept secret, and it needs to be even less of a secret in this community because the work you do is so important and so appreciated. And I just thank you and thank the board that's here, and you have a fine trio, and I know the rest of your board is very strong as well. So congratulations, and you have been the backbone of that operation now for many, 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 many years, and it is so appreciated. So I know we're here honoring your organization, but I want to pay special homage to you as well because you have been a driving force in that organization for many years, and you are greatly appreciated along with the Wesley Foundation, Wesley Community Center.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Gonzalez?
I want to thank you also for all you do. My passion was all the one up there by Horn Road, and you have really grown that facility to really open the doors to a lot of families. You started with a few families, single, then you went to multi-families, which I really commend you for that. So for 10 years, I know that I was part of that, the growth that you continued to move forward and never gave up, and your mission was always to open those doors to single moms with kids, and you've done that. That wing there is tremendous. So I just want to thank you for everything you've done, all the outreach that the board has done, and continue to do what you're doing, because you're doing the right thing. And the good Lord knows what you're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also want to say a few things, Judge. I used to work there in Robstown at the Calderon building, and I know about the work that y'all do. We had a few people would come in and they would ask us, "Where's the Wesley building?" And we would direct them to your place. But thank you all for what y'all do. There's a lot of needy families there that need y'all help. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, you are loved, appreciated, valued, and I know that the team and the board members that are here will also express our gratitude for all the unsung heroes that are behind the Wesley Community Center. So with that, all those in favor of this very significant recognition signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Would you do us the honor and let us create more awareness for the Wesley Center by taking a photo with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'd
great.
be happy to.
Thank you so much. We'll present this to you. Okay. Next, we'll ask Belinda to read a resolution regarding Operation Greenlight for veterans. With us today is our Veteran Service Officer, J.J. De La Cerda, and we'll ask you to turn your attention to Belinda so we can learn more about Operation Greenlight.
Whereas the residents of Nueces County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all of the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas Nueces County seeks to honor these individuals who have paid the high price for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, veterans of foreign wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future, and whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life, whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at high risk for suicide during their first year after military service, and whereas the National Association of Counties encourage all counties, parishes, and boroughs to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans, and whereas Nueces County appreciates the sacrifices of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted, therefore, be it resolved, now therefore, that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby declares from November 7th through November 13th, 2022, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service, and that in observance of Operation Greenlight encourages citizens of Nueces County in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all of those who have made the immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying a green light in a window or their place of business or residence.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. JJ, tell us how we are going to celebrate Operation Greenlight in Nueces County. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I have been coordinating with the court administration, Juan Pimentel and Edward Herrera. With the court's approval, we would like to light the Nueces County Courthouse, the front gates at the Coastal Bend State Veteran Cemetery, and a portion of the Richard Borchardt Fairgrounds green during this period. We have worked this out. With less than $1,000, we're going to accomplish this, and that would come from each department's budget. So with the court's approval, we'd like to do that throughout this period, the 7th to the 13th of November.
That's awesome.
It is awesome. I hope we have a photographer, too, because I really want to capture that. Commissioner Matas?
I don't think that needs to be an action item, but, I mean, I'd be willing to support in paying for part of that if it means lighting more of the fairgrounds or if there's other
Absolutely,
areas.
sir.
So if you could just consider that.
Yes, sir. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, so I think, I'm sure we all will, so I'm happy to jump in there too.
And additionally, Judge and Commissioners, we presented this Operation Greenlight initiative to the Texas Veterans Land Board, and they also will be lighting each of the state veteran cemeteries green for this period as well. So the state is on board as well.
That's great. And if you have ideas, and what I love about it is you can do it at your own home or your own business. It's given that it's so close to the holidays, green lights aren't that hard to find. So place a green light for those that have sacrificed so much for all of us. This is a wonderful project, and I do want to make sure that you work with Tyler as well, Dorson,
Yes,
our
ma'am.
PIO, so he can capture it and message it correctly. I know it's going to spread like wildfire
Yes, ma'am.
if throughout the other political jurisdictions.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
Thank you,
Although
Judge.
we didn't do an all call, we're blessed to have so many veterans that work here in Nueces County. If you're a veteran, would you join me and the commissioners up front for this photo that highlights Operation Greenlight? We'd like to honor you here in court today. All veterans to the front, please. We'll come right back here, just give a little more room. Great to see you. Glad you're here to do Operation Greenlight. Maybe you can spread it around too for some of the businesses. Okay, where are you, JJ? JJ, come right up here. Yes, ma'am. We'll scoot you in right here. Up there, we don't want to disturb you. We don't want to. JJ, take this. Oh, wonderful. Thanks to all of you. This is going to be great. Thank you. Thank you. There's going to be another agenda item shortly regarding veterans and veterans organizations, so it is fitting that you are here with us. I don't know if you knew about Operation Greenlight, but I think it's a great operation, and we're going to spread the word throughout our countywide facilities to see how everybody can participate. We do have one final important resolution. It is in support of immediate funding for the state government mandated services that are set out by the County Judges and Commissions Association of Texas. This comes as an executive board's request to the Texas Legislative Budget Board. Belinda will tell us more.
Whereas recognizing the strain the lack of sufficient state funding places on local county governments, the Executive Board of the County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas met on August 24, 2022, and unanimously passed a resolution requesting the State Legislative Budget Board to provide immediate funding for the backlog of Texas inmates, mental health patients, and juveniles. Whereas Commissioners' Courts continue to struggle to finance essential services under a 3.5% revenue cap, state government mandated services threaten to overwhelm county resources with an escalating backlog of state felony inmates, mentally ill defendants, and felony juvenile offenders. Whereas the Texas Department of Criminal Justice has been closing facilities and reducing its capacity, while the state leadership has transferred funding from TDCJ for other programs. According to the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, the backlog of paper-ready state inmates awaiting transfer to TDCJ has increased from 1,521 in June of 2021 to 3,608 in June of 2022, a 137% increase in 1 year. At a rate of $50 per day, these state inmates are costing local property taxpayers $65,846,000 per year. Whereas the North Texas State Hospital in Vernons is the primary state facility to receive and treat criminal defendants who are incompetent to stand trial. When these defendants are denied admission to the state facilities, they must be confined in the county jail. This creates a danger to other inmates and staff while depriving needed mental health services to these defendants. At this time, the North Texas State Hospital has completely stopped receiving new admissions. The backlog was already delaying transfer of these patients from the county jail to the state facility for 2 years for violent offender and 1 year for all other patients. Even prior to this shutdown, with a total of 2,435 patients awaiting transfer in county jails at $100 per day, this backlog was costing county taxpayers at least $88,877,500 per year. Whereas the Texas Juvenile Justice Department is responsible for the incarceration and rehabilitation of felony juvenile offenders who are not suitable for the juvenile probation system. This includes violent offenders who cannot be safely housed with other juveniles. From its forced merger with the Texas Youth Commission to the present, this program under TJJD has experienced deficiencies in its operation and administration. This past month, the TJJD announced that it would refuse any new admissions. This is forcing counties to hold these serious offenders in facilities designed and staffed for nonviolent offenders. This failure by the state exposes county staff and other juveniles to greater risk of injury or death while interrupting the rehabilitation of these offenders. Each offender refused admission by TJJD will cost county taxpayers approximately $250 per day for $91,200 per year. Whereas TDCJ funding has been transferred to other programs and facilities closed. After prior budget increases, mental health funding was reduced by 2% in the current state budget. The budget for TJJD was reduced by 5% before some interim relief for salaries. These state failures to meet its financial obligations have resulted in county property taxes increases to provide these unfunded but mandated services in county jails and juvenile facilities. With extraordinary increase in state revenue providing a $27 billion surplus according to Comptroller Hager, there's no excuse for continuing these backlogs. Now, therefore, the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, does hereby support immediate relief of this crisis through action by the Legislative Budget Board to transfer sufficient state funds to meet these responsibilities.
I'll make the motion to approve this resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Questions?
Any discussion?
Yes, please, Judge. I'd like to attach the backup to this resolution that we send in, because this is a lot of numbers that I have no clue, never seen, don't have any idea if these are right. It's got some pretty harsh language in it to the state. We're saying there's no excuse for this, and it's raised property taxes. And so I'm all for the resolution part of it, where it says, support immediate relief of the crisis through action by the Legislative Budget Board to transfer funds. But the rest of this, I have no idea if it's right or not, none. And so I'm uncomfortable with passing a resolution that's sent with some pretty harsh language that I don't have any backup to.
Okay.
There wasn't any backup
Well, we
in it,
can
so-
do the motion. We've got a motion and a second. The backup is if you had participated inside the judges' conference, this was presented and approved by the executive board.
I'm not on the executive board, Judge, so I wouldn't have been
Well,
able to be there.
I'm saying to you, it's available to all of us. Unfunded mandates for
Judge, I'm just
for
asking the backup
counties
be
is serious.
attached, because there's no backup in our
We can
agenda.
we can absolutely attach ours. It will be a glowing case of what already is evident throughout the state of Texas.
Great, then
Is
it
that the
should be-
burden is placed on the taxpayer. We talk about taxpayer reform. That's one of your signature themes.
Judge, all I
This
want
is
is the
how we
backup
do
attached.
it.
I'm
I'll
not
be
trying to
happy to
argue
do
with
the
you,
Nueces
but
County backup.
There's no backup in here, in this and
Well,
many
it's a
agendas.
resolution that all 254 counties are presented with
It doesn't
by
matter. We still
the
need to-
state.
We still need to verify that it's right. Are you saying we should just
I'm
take
saying
what
that the
someone
state of
gives us with
Texas and
no
our
backup?
association, that we presented the information to the state, to the association that we all belong to, and I believe that all of that information has been presented. Having said that, ours is a great case study, and we should absolutely, in addition to our resolution, show our terrible numbers
No, I'm
and
saying we
and our
should show the
great burden.
numbers. We're sending, all I'm saying is, so I don't even know why you're arguing, but all I'm saying is I want the backup that verifies these numbers in this resolution, because we have nothing to rely on. I don't sit on the executive committee of the Judges and Commissioners Association, so I would just like, all I wanted was the backup for these numbers, not our numbers. I don't want any, there ought to be an easy set of backup, because they came up with this. I'm not trying to cause work for our people to come up with ours. I want the backup that backs up this attached to the resolution. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
saying.
think
I don't
TAC
know
would have a
why that-
problem.
I don't
I don't
either.
think
I
TAC
thought
would
this
have a
was an
problem
easy
with that.
request.
I don't think TAC would have a problem with that at all. But
think they
to
would- I
question
think
the
they would
idea
love to.
that the Texas Association of Counties does not have their numbers right when we rely on them, they are our,
Judge, I
they are our
question
agent.
everybody's
Judge,
numbers
sometimes-
every day.
Sometimes, Judge,
They make mistakes,
when I
just
mentioned
like
TAG,
everybody
you said
does.
TAG is not always right.
Yeah.
But,
Wow.
I can see what the request here is, and we'll just take a vote, see what happens.
Yeah, let's just take a vote. All those in favor signify, and we will put the backup in because we're happy to make that request. And I mean, we can remake it to where we show our case study numbers
That's
as
not my
well as
request.
tax.
If you want to make that as part of the motion,
I
my
don't-
request is the backup for
I'll
this
send it
resolution.
independently. I just want to make sure we have a motion on the floor to approve the resolution. We've got a second.
With the backup. That's all I asked for.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
No.
All right.
Does it have the backup in it or not?
Yes, yes. We'll be happy to have TAC. TAC has, you're asking the right institution to give us the right numbers. They are the ones that will be testifying. They've already provided testimony. It's in,
Then Judge, I would
it's in the
suggest,
links.
I'm going to vote no and suggest we table this until the backup's provided, because I'm just not comfortable putting something forward that I'm not seeing any backup for. So I'm going to change my vote to a no, and then make a motion to table it so that we can bring it back next week with the backup attached to it. Because I agree with the whereas, but I don't like all the harsh language, and I don't like putting, my stamp on something that I haven't seen any backup on.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that the burden, what we're saying here, because that was a long resolution, the essence of this resolution is that the state of Texas underfunds mental health, and our jails are clogged and full, and we need relief and transport. And the 254 county judges and associations that are attached to those counties, like Council for Urban Counties along the Texas Association of Counties, is trying to make our voices heard. And why? To give our taxpayers relief, because our budget is in large part supporting that jail, supporting those folks that don't need to be here, but they need to be at Vernon's or a Vernon's-like institution. And that is why our association has made it a top priority. And so I'll bring it, if the motion fails, if 3 people vote against making certain that the state of Texas hears us, then we will put it back on the agenda. That's all. We'll move on forward.
No, Judge, it's 3 people voting against, once again, an agenda item with no backup that I'm assuming you put on. So
Resolutions.
the way you want to spin it, I'm not going to sit here and listen to you spin it. I told you I was
You're
for
getting
the
very
intent.
angry about tax
I'm not
reform.
angry. I told you I am very involved in the intent of this, but until someone provides me backup that shows these numbers are accurate.
The motion
then
said
that's
it would be subject to the backup
No, it
before we
didn't.
sent it. Yes,
said
it did.
We would provide the backup, but at the same time, it doesn't have it. So
Okay, I've never seen us have backup to resolutions. That's not in the normal course. We're
Really?
happy to do it. We're
Really?
happy to
With all-
contact TAC and get that done. Again, if
numbers
you,
like this, most of our resolutions are whereas we support, or whereas we do, or whereas this. This is an intense deal with millions of dollars of implications in numbers. If it's right, then it should have had backup in it, and it should have showed those numbers, and TAC has to have those.
they do.
Then that should have been put in
They've
here as part of
already
this,
testified.
and we could move on. So
We're happy,
I would
again,
motion
we're happy to do
table
it.
this to October 19th to have backup provided in it that shows these numbers are accurate.
We're happy to bring it back, Commissioner. You want to wait one more week for tax reform for our taxpayers? We'll go ahead and
Oh
give
my
you that opportunity. That's what you're asking for.
No, we're not, Judge. The legislature
we are.
doesn't even meet until January. Come on. Just,
All right, motion.
just
Is there a second,
admit there's
Commissioner
no
Gonzalez?
backup.
Would you like to motion? Commissioner Chesney, second? Would you?
What are y'all?
We already lost
Yeah, you-
the vote to
motion
put
to
a
table.
resolution
Right.
to ask for tax reform, and now we've got another one that says, we don't believe you, so we're going to bring in the information next week.
And
We're
that's the
happy to
judge's
do that.
spin. That's the normal judge's
No, that's
spin.
what's happening.
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez, would you like to do
I'm not
it?
going to second that we don't believe you.
That's not-
But I am going to second that we ask for TAC to give us a backup.
Okay, fine. Motion and a second for, really, it's a table. It's not, what he just said. We're going to bring it back and bring it back in a different way. So that's all it is. It's a
Just
motion to
need backup.
table. All those in favor to table to, what is your date to table?
Next
Commissioner?
week,
October, there's a date?
19th.
October 19th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We can move on.
Thank
All right, we've got a recognition on H1, and Judge Maderi, I see that we have a nice group here, and if you'll give me just a little latitude, we'll be right with you. I actually have several electeds that I'd like to take out of order, and I will. H1, in recognition of the Nueces County Human Resources Director, who's here with us today, Julie Guerra. She's received a special award from the Texas Veterans Commission, and I'm happy to welcome TVC here with us today.
Thank you, Your Honor and Commissioners. Yes, today is a great day. I am James Wilson, a Veteran Employee Liaison with the Texas Veterans Commission, representing South Texas District. Part of the Veteran Employment Services, we recognize employers that we work with, advocating them of hiring of veterans. As of last year, 2021, I worked with Julie Guerra and her team to nominate her and the Human Resource Department in a Texas Veterans Award, and they finally won after 2 years of being nominated.
All right.
They won last year, so I'm here to present her and the HR department the Texas Veterans Commission Award.
That's fantastic. Congratulations to HR and to the HR team. I know y'all are here. We don't do anything without recognizing all here.
And also, just a quick added note, that the Texas Veterans Commission also awarded the Veteran Service Officer of the Year, J.J. De La Cerda, and recognizing him and his efforts with working with us, along with helping us hire veterans and working with them at their veteran cemetery.
That's fantastic. I think that reserves this.
And this is the award, and definitely want to present that to her and her team.
Can you read that, what it says on the
Yeah,
award,
would you
sir,
read
if
it
you don't
for
mind?
us? Yes.
It's just basically Texas Veterans Commission, Nueces County, 2021 Government Entity of the year large.
Wow, fabulous, just fantastic, both to Julie Guerra and to JJ De La Cerda and their departments. Julie, would you like to recognize your team?
Yes, thank you again to the Texas Veterans Commission. My staff and I have worked hard to make this happen. We work closely with JJ's department also in trying to recruit as many veterans as we possibly can here at Nueces County. And I'd like to recognize my staff. I have Sarah Longoria, Melinda Robertson, Paula Hernandez, and Ruth Dominguez. And not here today is Linda Mahoyne also. So thank y'all again.
Thank you so much. Thank you for recognizing counties that do a great job. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And we'd like to get a photo for not only the Veterans newsletter, but our HR newsletter. So if you ladies would come up, JJ, if you would join as well.
Thank you all. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Huh?
What he said. What he says on it.
What?
What he says on it.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. In the interest of taking care of our judiciary here, I am going to ask Louis to hold on general information, but I'm going to sneak in quickly the minutes because it just takes a moment if you've read them.
So moved.
Thank you for
Second.
the clerk. Motion, and I heard the second from Hernandez, Kara. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then, again, just in the interest of time, we're going to move to item 3A1, and then we'll come right back, Kara, to the consent agenda, okay? And so we'll receive an informational presentation from the Public Defender's Office Oversight Board, and they will also at this time introduce to us the Chief Public Defender. There might be some related matters, and we welcome Judge Missy Maderi along with members of the board.
Thank you all very much. Commissioners and Judge, this is really a monumental day for Nueces County. What started as a dream for us here and the team that worked on this that ended up with a $7.2 million grant from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission in order to get that dream done of a mental health public defender's office. This team has worked incredibly hard on this. We present to you, or the Oversight Committee will present to you, their option or their recommendation for Chief Public Defender. I want to thank the Texas Indigent Defense Commission for believing in Nueces County and recognizing the vision that we have for individuals that are affected by mental health issues. So at this time, I know that some of the individuals are here. I would like to recognize them. You have Libby Avert, who is here. You have Janice Cagle. You have Mrs. Mushel. You have Dr. Owens. You have Dr. Shane Gleason. And you have your vice chair, which is John Martinez. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to your vice chair, Mr. John Martinez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. This was a process that we went through to find the right person for this position. We interviewed several people, and in the end, we came out with who we believe is a great candidate to fill this role. Through the process of the interviews, I also spoke to several judges who, Ms. Obregon, who is the person who's going to take the position, who she practiced in front of, and every one of them overwhelmingly told us what a great choice she would be for this position. So, Ms. Obregon, you mind coming up here? For those of you who have not met her, this is Dennis Obregon. She is our recommendation to serve as the top person for this spot. And I have Dr. Shane Gleason here. He is going to read a letter from the committee going through why we chose her for this position. So, Dr. Gleason.
Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. So this letter, which I believe was already submitted to you all, we, the Oversight Board of the Nueces County's Public Defender's Office, write to advise you we unanimously choose Dennis Obregon to be our Chief Public Defender for the newly formed Nueces County Public Defender's Office. We choose Ms. Obregon based on her experience, vision, and excitement about starting this office and making it a beneficial and positive addition to Nueces County. Dennis Obregon is board certified in criminal law and has over 20 years' experience in the field. Ms. Obregon has dedicated her professional life to helping those in need in Nueces County, both as a prosecutor and criminal defense attorney. Her experience within criminal law is broad-based. She not only has extensive trial experience, but has substantial appellate work, giving her detailed knowledge and valuable insight into what criminal defense lawyers need to do to advocate effectively and preserve the record. Further, she has valuable experience teaching and mentoring younger lawyers, both formally and informally, which uniquely qualifies her to train lawyers in how to grow and advance and excel as representatives for their clients. This professional development, we feel, will not only benefit counsel in her office throughout their entire careers, but also their clients. As the inaugural Chief Public Defender, it is important that the successful candidate be able to articulate a vision for both the office's inception and its future. We are convinced that Ms. Obregon brings not only compassion, advocacy, and legal knowledge, but the ability to work collaboratively with adversaries, judges, and community stakeholders alike. In our interview with Ms. Obregon, we were impressed with her detailed and well-thought-out vision of reaching out to disparate stakeholders to find areas where her office could be both utilize and partner with existing community resources. Importantly, Ms. Obregon also included a vision for training and teaching public defenders employed by that office so that, if the public defenders might one day depart for private practice, the benefits of this office will ultimately permeate throughout the Nueces County legal community for years to come. Ms. Obregon's passion for criminal defense work and serving as a voice for those so often silenced and underrepresented in the community is evident. Moreover, she has a deep and abiding passion for those who are struggling with mental health. In short, she seeks to serve. We are confident her passion will easily translate to the attorneys, caseworkers, and other members of her staff. With her at the helm, we fully expect Nueces County to be a model for other jurisdictions exploring improving indigent defense in their community by opening a public defender's office. Ms. Obregon has the requisite experience, enthusiasm, and vision to serve, lead, and teach. Under her leadership, the Nueces County's Public Defender's Office will grow into a positive resource for the community writ large and be a place where indigent clients not only will feel heard and cared for, but also receive competent, respectful, and zealous representation. She has also spoken to the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, our grantors, who are excited about her qualifications and vision for leading this new office. Our 11-member board includes people from a variety of backgrounds, both personally and professionally. While we offer different perspectives, we share a commonality, a deep dedication to the improvement of indigent defense in Nueces County through a successful, client-centered public defender's office that serves those in great need. It is our unanimous, enthusiastic recommendation that Dennis Obregon be appointed to lead this new office. She has the smarts, vision, and experience necessary for this role. In naming Ms. Obregon as the first Chief Public Defender, we are among the very few counties to have a female leader in this role, making Nueces County a leader in Texas. We'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any more information upon request.
Thank you. What a great letter. That is one that I would want, Ms. Obregon, in my office on the wall. And you are making history in so many ways. And we also want to acknowledge the state of Texas, the Office of Court Administration, the American Rescue Plan Act, from which all good things have flown and flow. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge Canales and commissioners, for having us here today. I want to specifically thank the Oversight Committee of the Public Defender's Office, Chair Lisa Greenberg and Vice Chair John Martinez, for choosing me and for entrusting me to lead this important new venture. I'm honored to be chosen. I am excited about the future of indigent defense here in Nueces County, but most of all, I'm grateful. Today is a day to celebrate. As Judge Maderi mentioned, she and Amanda De La Cerda and Lisa Greenberg began this journey months and months ago. There were a lot of Zoom calls, a lot of research, a lot of strategizing, but most of all, there was collaboration. This is an example of what can happen when the different arms of government, including the Judge and Commissioner's Court, the Board of Judges, and volunteer citizens who have agreed to serve on the Oversight Committee, work together. And you all made this happen by working with a state agency, the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, to change something in Nueces County. You saw a need, and you've identified the potential solution. So I'm grateful for all that, and I look forward to your continued support as we build a team of compassionate, qualified lawyers who can represent and be the voice for the voiceless, the indigent, the mentally ill in this community to improve the overall quality of indigent defense. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. I just note for the record that it's just presentation only. We don't have to take any action. The board we've empowered the board, and the board now has taken the action. And maybe the only thing to remind everybody, Judge John, is the timeline. When do we get started? Do you want to bring that to light?
I am very excited to return to public service after being in private practice for 17 years. But there is a process of closing my practice.
Understood.
So beginning today, I will work diligently to make that happen. Behind the scenes, the Texas Indigent Defense Commission has suggested that I go ahead and make some preliminary decisions with HR and IT, paperwork. I can do that at the same time. So my goal is, I'm shooting for early November, probably
Okay.
that second week of November. If I can do it earlier, I'll be here earlier, full time, but before that, I can do things behind the scenes.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay.
What? As far as opening the office,
Yes.
there's a wide range apparently across the state, but I've been told that 90 days is about the average.
Got it.
So say maybe the 1st of
Early?
February.
Okay. All right.
We'll keep you posted for sure.
Okay, great. And we're going to, I know he's listening. He may not be in the room, but Tyler Thorson represents public information, and we'd love it if you might, now that we've made it public, we want to share this with the public, given that 45% of the caseload will be for mental health. We've made that a top priority in Nueces County. We just heard about the unbelievable statistics that occur in the state of Texas. This is nothing new. This is an old song, and now we might have a new tune. And that is why it's so exciting bringing this office within Nueces County, and it does distinguish us, and you distinguish us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Gleason, to Judge John Martinez, and there are other members. I know Judge Maderi said it very quickly, but let's acknowledge Olivia Everett is here with us. Do you want to acknowledge all your team one more time?
Sure. Libby Avert, Janice Cagle, Dr. Owens, Mrs.
Okay.
Mushel, and
yes.
John Martinez, Lisa Greenberg, and Dr. Shane Gleason. And I have to tell you, we could not have done this without the help and the assistance of Amanda De La Cerda. She truly is a champion.
I agree. And just because you're here and we have this opportunity, you can see when you dig in, you put that shoulder to the wheel actually moves. The one that they said couldn't, the one that's got surrounded by boulders, you did it. And we did it together. And it took lots of Zoom calls, and I will say that advocacy is really what won the day, too. Judge Maderi, your ability to bring TIDC, to really be on the calls with us, right? To really explain to them, it wasn't just a piece of paper and a grant we were turning in. It was this entire will of a county. And even though she's not here, I want to acknowledge Cheryl McMillan also, who played a very vital role in making sure that we penned. Amanda brought us all the data, and she got it all together, and then we refined it with a fine-tooth comb. And for our small part here on the third floor, we're very, very grateful to have been a part of this history-making office. Amanda, well done. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Can we get a picture,
You
Judge?
bet we can. Come on forward. And the whole team, all of the folks that are here will do that.
Hey, doing, sir?
Doctor, you gotta get on the side. Yeah.
You're too tall.
You're way down there.
I bet you play basketball.
There we go.
Commissioner Jack, can you take half a step this way? Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
On your phone, like when you get a happy birthday and the balloons come up and the confetti. Okay, so balloons, confetti, exclamation mark.
Thank you, Amanda. Hey, John, take care.
Thank you very much. Keep your signs up after the election, because I'm going to be up soon. I'm voting for you. I'm about to look at me like, just leave them up. You're better looking anyway, so.
Hopefully I'll be up again too when you're about.
That's true. Well, I still got a primary before then.
Both of you have the same mannerisms. Always exude happiness. Brothers from another mother. All right. That was wonderful. I don't know if we said it, but there's only like a couple of counties that have this type of office, and our award was the largest award for the whole state of Texas. So it represents a 5-year program. So there's so much more to say, but I hope that through public messaging and further presentations, you'll get a full breadth of how important this office really is. So what we're going to do here is accommodate some important agenda items. They're all important, but this one has to do with electeds that serve law enforcement, and I know you feel the same way I do, Commission. We want to get them out doing what they do best, and that's protecting public safety. So let me advance several that are in human resources. And Homer Flores, are you here? Yes, right in front of me. So we're going to do item 3 first, Homer, and then yours is number 8. Number 8. Okay?
Judge, I had it here, I wanted to table 3, 4, and 7 human resources.
Well, I need to,
Second.
why? They're here, and they've made what is your justification? I'll be honest with you, this is a ministerial, it's incredibly a low-budget item.
Not, it's a budget item that should have been brought at budget time, and I think it's money coming out of the general fund. Can I finish talking to you?
Yes.
Please. And I think it's money's coming from general account. Am I right, Ed? Dale, where the money's coming from right now?
Most of these items would have been to the general fund. These were errors that we brought to you as the proposed budget and in adopting the budget. So these were errors in submission to this. So that's why they're bringing us them now. That's why we're trying to resolve these errors that was submitted.
Errors in what way?
When we provide you that we had very few times to do some stuff, and there's some transition errors and transposing errors, and for example, number 7, that should have been a 2601, not a 1201. And the same thing for some of the other issues that the juvenile will be bringing us for us. There's just some items were missed as we proposed the budget and adopted the budget. So it was just items that were missed that should have been included.
With the exception of number 4. Number 4 is my item.
Three was not an issue, no.
Let me.
Three is a new one?
3 was being done,
Yes, but let me explain. Item number 4 is my item, okay? So I don't want to have that clumped in. That's not a budget. That is first of all, when you asked what is the funding source, that's what this body gets to decide, whether it's general fund, whether it's an item that has another funding source. That is why I think you should hear the item before you rush to table it, because you haven't received any information.
I'm just asking before we go any further, if we don't have to.
Right.
I mean, don't tell us that we're doing something we're not even doing, Judge. I'm just saying, my question was, and I've got it clarified by Dale, so, I mean, because this is not what we talked about last time. So number 3 is the reclassification. They should have been done probably during budget time. And you're saying
that was not brought by budget. This one is new.
And this has to do with a particular way that we classify people who are criminal investigators. If you're a criminal investigator, you tackle that at a sergeant level.
Criminal investigator, Judge, anything, public works, IT, anything you do, if it's new, it's new, okay? So there's a policy we said back then that whatever you need to do, you got to do it at budget time. So there was a time to do this, and it wasn't done. So I want to table this to go back and look at the whole thing over again to see where we're going with this.
Commissioners,
It's only fair for the other people that we told they couldn't reclassify.
Commissioners, I would ask that you hear, before anybody seconds, please allow our constable.
I seconded about 5
He
minutes
seconded,
ago.
without listening to our constable. I would ask that you yield to the constable to at least receive information so that you can understand.
No, we shouldn't put the constable or anybody else on the spot.
So we have to yield to everybody.
But this is a law enforcement safety issue.
I understand what it is, Judge. Believe me, if anybody understands that, it's me. But I'm telling you, we shouldn't put the people on the spot, and we always do.
We're not putting them in the spot, Commissioner. I mean,
There's a motion to table and a second.
This
There's
is
not supposed to be discussion when there's a table and a second.
How else are we going to explain? I mean, if you all just want to make a decision without hearing the facts and understanding and making claims.
I'll tell you what, I'll reopen public,
item.
I'll tell you what, I'll
But then we have
take
to
your
hear the
table.
items.
He's
That's
right,
the
he's
point
right
of a
procedurally,
table.
but I have a cure,
All right.
Commissioner
You
Modis.
wanna
I have a
do
cure.
it. If you want to do
I
it
have a cure, I have
one
a
at a
cure.
time.
Excuse me, I have a cure.
You gotta be one at a
I got a motion and a second. I want them to vote on this. We've got a motion and a second to table. All those in
Wait,
favor
it's-
signify by saying aye.
It's several, Judge. I want to make sure the
No,
motion
wait a
is clear.
second.
No,
We're
it's-
taking them, I'm taking them
No,
one
his-
at a time.
No, his motion and my, you don't get to do that. His motion and my second was 3, 4, and
Commissioner,
7.
I
That
know
was
that
the
this comes as a
motion.
shock to you, sir, but
That's
I'm the presiding officer,
But Judge,
and
it comes as a shock to you.
I've
There's a
called the
and
motion.
a
I'm so
table.
sorry to
No,
do
I'm
this,
so
but you're
sorry,
just so
Judge.
rude. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry
so
that
sorry.
you are out of order.
Please stop. Please stop.
You're out of order, Judge.
Please
There's
stop.
a motion and a second.
Commissioners,
It's a
I ask
motion and a second.
that you use common sense and reasonableness.
Then ask for it, Judge, instead of
Excuse
just
me.
overflowing us. If you want to ask for us to do it individually, great, but you don't just get to run over us
Commissioner.
just because you're the quote presiding officer.
Commissioner,
I'm
I've only
happy
called
to
one
consider-
item. I'm
But
calling
Judge,
only
I was trying
one
to
item.
clarify. There's a motion. I was trying to clarify. if the
Motion.
Good Lord.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to find out if the commissioner wants to rescind his
Let me
motion,
clarify my
Judge.
motion to rescind my motion.
You're
And
making,
we'll
you're,
go item
you're
by
doing
item.
more damage.
We'll go item by item
everybody's
instead
doing
of
damage,
all
Judge.
three
I
items.
thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for that. That is the proper
All
way
I
to
was
do
trying
it.
to ask for, and you wouldn't let me talk, was to let him see if he wanted to do them one at a time. No, you were calling the question on the motion, which was for
The
3,
motion
4, and
is to
7.
table item number 3 only.
Right, so we need to redo it. This is what I was trying to get to. So now, Commissioner Gonzalez, if you want to make a different motion to be proper, then let's do it. You can laugh all you want, Judge, but you don't follow the rules.
Well,
To
that's,
hear the discussion.
Okay, so do you wanna-
motion there's a motion to table item number 3 for the constable on a public safety issue that will read, discuss and consider reclassifying Constable Precinct 5 Deputy 3 to a Sergeant CID. The motion, Commissioner Gonzalez, is to table. Is that correct? To October, to give me a date. We table
19th.
October 19th. Commissioner Chesney, would you like to second item number 3? It's the
Second.
only one that I've called.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No.
No.
Okay, so I'm now reopening public comment and would ask that Constable Mendoza, would you like to make public comment on this item so that you could provide some information? Unfortunately,
Judge,
we
the
won't be
items-
able to address the item, sir, until October the 19th, but this way the public can hear a little bit about this, and I know you've been waiting for at least 30, 45 minutes, and I'm sorry to take you away from public safety, only to be tabled.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. I wasn't prepared. I have my Chief Deputy here that's going to give you the presentation.
Okay,
as
well
far
then,
as-
he's welcome to do that as well. Thank you. Chief, welcome.
Thank you. And good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Based on the, what we're trying to accomplish here today, I want to say thank you in advance for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Deputy Aguilar, who stands before me to my right, your left. Deputy Antonio Aguilar has been with Nueces County Precinct since 2013 and has been a vital role since coming on board. Deputy Aguilar has been in law enforcement for nearly 33 years and continues to demonstrate very strong work ethic and performance. Before joining Precinct 5 team, Deputy Aguilar was an employee with the Alice Police Department. There he served a role as lieutenant, sergeant, and even, I believe, 12 years as a DARE program officer, which is outstanding in my books. Deputy Aguilar has been assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division, CID, since he came to Precinct 5 in 2013. Deputy Aguilar oversees all investigations for our department, including theft, burglary, assault, family violence, and drug cases, which plays a vital role in our community. Since 2013, Deputy Aguilar has been categorized as a Deputy 3 and has taken the role of investigator during the previous administration, but has never been promoted to CID, even though he's been taking on that role since coming on with 2013. We are here today to ask, if given the opportunity to get him to where he needs to be, since the Sergeant Aguilar, I see him as a sergeant. He's been playing the role since 2013, and I think it's well overdue that something like this is brought to our attention. Constable Mendoza and I feel strongly that Deputy Aguilar has proven and achieved everything that is required of him for this promotion. Therefore, I'm asking today that the court recategorize Deputy Antonio Aguilar to Sergeant Antonio Aguilar /CID. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay. Is there any other public comment on this matter? Okay. All right. Well, we will see you back. It's the intention of the court to see this back on the 19th for further disposition of the matter. Thank you for the background information. Thank you. And on item number 8, I'll take that one because I said I would, and then I'll go back to 4. This is an error, and Homer Flores is here to discuss the reclassification of 2 caseworkers from 19 to 21. We actually did discuss this during budget, and we did make that determination, but in the final processes, it's my understanding there was an error that was made, so this is a correction of that. It does involve additional dollars, but only insofar that the additional dollars were not captured in the budget, but were captured by intention by this court. In other words, this court's intention was to go from 19 to 21, But when we actually transposed the figures did not get to 21.
Judge, I think
So, Dale, could
Can I
you?
say something first for Dale? I think that when I remember Homer came, we approved Homer's request last time because he talked about the $10,000. There was going to be a difference of $10,000. And though it wasn't in the writing, I think we did, but as a motion that we do approve the $10,000 at that time. So I don't know why he's coming back on this. Coming back because it was another error or what?
That's what we're saying. It did not get transposed correctly. That's what we're fixing here today.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor. When we input the items of what the new positions were, as well as transposing our reclassification of some items, including this for the juvenile caseworkers, it was an error. They should have been going from a 19 to 21. It was discussed in court. It just got didn't get in the budget. We want to make sure it gets correctly addressed in the budget. They were addressed.
I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. I think this was the amount, Homer, that you said we were going to end up paying extra. So this is no change, right?
This isn't anything new. This was in the original request.
Right. So, okay.
That's what we're saying. We're fixing it up.
Yes.
We're fixing it. That's why things are on the agenda, is to help clarify. This is to get this
Okay, so,
correctly in the budget.
I
I'll
think-
make a motion to approve. Or will you second, Commissioner Gonzalez? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Homer, do you have anything else on the agenda? All right, we'll let you get back to work then.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Dale. Why are all these mistakes happening or what?
Y'all give me 2 days to get this information completed, Your Honor, Commissioner.
2 days?
2 days.
Okay, we should have said something, rushing you or something.
All right, I'm going to move on to making sure that I've taken care of my electeds here. Looking around here. Okay, I've got one more. I've got Dr. Johnson's here from Banquete Independent School District, and that has to do with item number 4. It is a school safety item. It is an item that I placed. It is to create a brand-new position, and it is one that I intend to fund with my American Rescue Plan Act funds for this fiscal year. This is because Banquete does not have a school safety officer. We can no longer allow our school children to go to school without feeling safe, along with their parents and their teachers, administrators, bus drivers, coaches, etc. This is a way to serve. I was not aware of this during budget time. I was, when we started talking about some safety features for the school, this came up.
Judge, who
Welcome.
will fund this after the ARPA? This
Well,
will be
what-
how does this going to work?
Well,
Because
what's
I
going to
heard
work is we'll have
Eddie
to.
was going to
Right.
help with some of that.
Well, right now, we're going to deal with the here and now. I want to be safe today. So the answer to your question is we'll cross that line when we get to the next budget cycle, like we do everybody else's job in entire Nueces County.
but
We
Judge-
tackle it every Nueces County.
Judge, it's my question today, because my question today is, we have repeatedly said we weren't going to continue to add ARPA positions, and yet we continue to do it. They're
I have a
all-
question
and they're
for-
all-
These are CJ's funds, not county.
It
These
doesn't
are
matter.
the
They're
ones that
ARPA.
are inside.
But we weren't going to create any more ARPA positions, because once then they come off ARPA, then they're going to have to be paid for by the county's budget. Every position.
No,
is
that's not necessarily the case.
That's why I'm
There is a
asking,
lot
what's
of
the case?
opportunities coming up, Commissioner, with the excuse me, I'll call on you in just a moment. If you'll say to me, Judge, I'd like to speak, I'll call on you.
I tried, but.
Okay, you'll have to wait till I'm finished, and then I'll
Go
call
ahead,
on
Judge.
you.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of movement afoot at the state legislative level to help rural school districts get the funding they need. What I'm looking for is a stopgap measure now. And I think that is what we're ready to do for rural school districts that don't have anybody. So the idea here is that the counties made a decision that each of us would have $4 million to make change, to do good inside our community, as long as those activities were eligible. I would hope and pray that this commission would never even second guess the concept of placing a school officer inside Banquete. But if
Judge, I'm
it's
questioning
not the
why we're
will
not
of the
doing it for
court,
everyone
as long
if
as
we're
I can
doing it for
finish,
them.
I'll get right to you.
Well, but I
As long as it's the will of the court, as long as it's the will of the court to not do that, I'm willing to use part of my ARPA funds, the way I've done in so many other ways, to do good with it for this fiscal year. If it's a meeting of the minds, if Banquete understands it's for a year, and I understand it's for a year, and it's eligible, then it should come before this court as a proper eligible activity. I know that we need to worry about the future. That's why I'm ready to go to bat for Banquete at any other rural school district that doesn't have a safety officer. And that's how I feel about it, and that's why it's on here.
Can I finish?
Judge, may I speak?
I'm going to finish with Commissioner Chesney, and then Commissioner Hernandez will call on you.
So, Judge,
Commissioner Chesney?
my concern with this is we are now setting a precedent. If you wanted to give, let's say, your ARPA funds to Banquete School District and let them create this position, then that would be something that I would feel more comfortable with. Otherwise, I'm going to bring in all the other rural school districts. We're going to start down a path of creating positions within Nueces County that's impeding upon school districts. We are the county of Nueces. They are the school district needs to take care of their school kids. You certainly have every right to look at allocating it to Banquete School District if you want to, but to create a position within Nueces County for one school district is favoritism to that one school district. It is absolutely not being safe for all the rest. We're saying, and we shouldn't be getting into the school district's business. I believe the better part of this would be, a better solution is either to table it to reconsider or to say you want to allocate your funds to the Banquete School District and let them create. That would be more appropriate a use of funds than for us to create a position at Nueces County and get into the school business. Because we can't do this for Banquete and not do it for Driscoll and Petronilla and London and Port Aransas and all these others. We can't afford to do that on a basis. I'm all for helping kids. I'm all for safety, but give the money to Banquete.
So,
let
Commissioner,
Banquete create this position.
Commissioner,
let them have a school resource officer. That would be a phenomenal use. But to do this and create a position within Nueces County, you're going down a path here that we're going to have 10 or 15 more school districts coming forward, and that's fine. And I'm happy to probably now support mine on a one-time basis, but I'm not going to bring mine in here and say, I want London, let's create one for London, let's create one for Port A. I may come back now and say, let's give some money to London and let's give some money to Port A to help support, get a resource officer within. That would be something I would support. This is troublesome to me because we're getting into the school business now.
So
And
if you would
West
allow
Oso needs to
Dr.
be
Johnson to speak in just a moment, although I'm going to let Commissioner Hernandez because I promised, and then Commissioner Modis, but guess what? Dr. Johnson is here because we have been asked by the school district to assist, and the money would be going to the school district, and an MOU would be created, but she cannot hire somebody or do this through an MOU if the position does not exist. And there is a marked difference when you're an entity like a political jurisdiction that has a police department, you're different. Banquete is an unincorporated area with no city governance, no political jurisdiction. Port Aransas has a political jurisdiction. They have a police department. Bishop does too. London is inside the city limits. It's completely different. However, there are others that may need to be attended to, but Banquete is the one that brought this to our attention. So you're absolutely right. You must work with your school district. You must have memorandums of understanding. We're ahead of you in that. Dr. Johnson has a complete plan. And Commissioner Hernandez, you had a question.
Thank you. It was brought to my attention, Ms. Johnson, that you all were planning on hiring and getting this police officer, but you all were going to pay for it yourselves. That's my understanding, what was happening.
Yes, that we would be able to get funds. It will take us a little bit. We are small, we are unincorporated. And so the one thing I really want to ensure that we understand here is that 70% of attacks that happen where guns are involved end in 5 minutes. Do you know how long it takes Robstown or Agua Dulce or anybody else to get there on an emergency? It's 20 minutes. So I've just lost 857 kids in 20 minutes.
But wouldn't you rather have someone on your campus that you
That
would
is
hire?
what this is asking.
But
That
this is asking.
the amount of work, I don't have the licensing to have an officer. The amount of work and funds that goes into that piece is ridiculous for us to create our own PD, for us to create a guardian district where I put weapons in the hands of teachers. How many of you would be comfortable with a teacher and a weapon in the classroom?
But how are you going to go forward? I heard the
Creating
same
an
thing.
MOU and a partnership with the constables where
So-
we would have that person, but it's under that licensing, that training, that all of it.
So my understanding was that y'all were going to go forward with hiring your own officer and hiring your, and funding your own situation. So in other words, you're saying as a school district, you can't create officers on your campus like every other school district has? Are you saying that's not possible? Because to me,
It's
if I'm
not
going to.
realistic. There's a difference in possibility and realism.
You're going to have to, that's what I don't understand.
We
To
are
me,
a
if
very
I'm at
small
your school district,
district,
I
and
would.
the amount of funds we get
Well, I was.
do not meet the needs of that.
Right.
And the times now, we've also, the amount of time you have to put into that leaves us continuing to be vulnerable.
Okay, so, but what I'm saying is, would it
Judge,
not be more
point of
prudent-
order, Judge.
Well, I was
Can-
just
no,
trying to
point
ask
of order.
questions.
I'm asking
There's a
for
point of order on the
please.
floor, Commissioner.
We should all have an opportunity to speak, but we have Dr. Johnson here, who's here. We have the experts in Constable Precinct 5, Chief. We have the constable himself. I would say let them explain before we get into the back and forth, because there's plenty that we would all like to weigh in on. I mean, this area I had represented for 5.5 years up until last November as commissioner. So I know Banquete better than any, I'll tell you that right now, because I've spent the most time representing that precinct.
I do.
And so I would.
I do, Commissioner.
Not more than five,
Yeah,
not more than
more than
5.5
five,
years.
more than
So, okay, so the more recently. Okay, so
Okay,
I know the dynamics.
so
I was
the
there with
point of
Dr.
order allows
Johnson.
him to
All I'm
interrupt
saying
me?
is we all deserve to be able to ask questions, but I think Dr. Johnson deserves to be able to speak, to justify and explain. Then we can all come back, because all you're going to do is hog up the conversation. I'm tired of it already. Let us
Well,
speak
you're tired
ourselves,
of
and then we
everything,
can
I'm glad you're speaking
interact
up
and
on
engage
something.
with them. That's all I'm asking for my point of order.
Great, but my point of order is you don't get to, I don't interrupt you when you're speaking.
So
I'm
then
just
Brent
asking
Chesney gets to talk first, and then you just kill whatever you want.
Just asking oh, John.
No, don't.
I
Let
know.
Dr. Johnson
Good for
finish
you.
and explain.
Get mad,
and then
get
let
all
us go
flail,
ahead.
take up for your judge. I
Let's
get it.
hear
Just,
Dr.
I
Let's hear
just
the
want
doctor.
to ask questions.
Take up for my judge.
I just want
What?
to ask questions. Is how, why, I don't
Why do
understand.
you make
it.
things so
Oh,
partisan,
gosh.
Commissioner? It's not about
Can
partisanship.
I ask questions, Commissioner Miles?
No, you can't. I don't think
Oh,
you should.
Okay, well, great.
I think Dr.
don't
Johnson
get
should
that you- I
speak.
get that you don't think I should, but
I
this
think
is
Doc-
democracy. I get to ask
Brent,
questions.
you get to talk all the time, please.
John, so what? You can talk whenever you want.
When
You
will I
just
get a
don't-
chance?
You don't choose to
When will
talk.
I get a
You
chance,
don't choose
Commissioner?
to say anything. You don't choose to do
Because
anything.
you always hog up the conversations,
okay,
Sorry
Commissioner.
about that, Dr. Johnson.
So does the judge.
Apologize.
Okay, let's let Dr. Johnson finish.
I just want to know. I
And,
just need to know
and
the
then if you would
process.
hold your.
I just
why
want to know
don't-
her process. That's
I
all was
understand that,
explaining.
and I think she'd love to tell you about
That's
it.
all I was going to ask.
Why don't
was
you hold?
Please tell the process.
Why
I
don't you
understand
hold everybody's commentary? Dr. Johnson, let you finish. Again, I want to remind everybody that you're going to get your chance. So Commissioner Hernandez, we're going to give you a chance, or
Well, thank you very much.
we're going to
Judge.
give
I
you a
appreciate
chance.
that.
And, but Dr. Johnson, will you finish talking about the process? Because again, the agenda item is to get relief using the county judge's funds that are available for the fiscal year. And so understanding the process would be good.
I just needed to understand the process, why it was hard. Why it was hard to do. That's all I was asking, was why it was so hard to do as a school district for you to get there. That's all I was trying to get to before I was point of order and interrupted.
So, and again, my name is Chief Deputy Marcus Martinez with Precinct 5 Constable's Office. Constable Mendoza and I were, several months back, we brought up this idea that every school should have law enforcement on premises, regardless if it's a guardian program, regardless if it's a full-time peace officer. We thought it was a great idea to approach Banquete ISD with an idea of what would it take to get an officer full-time there. So when we sat down, we had several meetings prior to today's date. We came up with several ideas. So one of them was an MOU that Banquete ISD would fund, portions of the position, and Constable Precinct 5 would be the full-time deputy in that school. Now, is it a great idea to have every school with an officer? Yes. It's everyone's dream to have an officer at every school. Now, the question and the objective or the obstacles that we face is the funding. Yes, Banquete ISD did have an idea about funding the position. Great. But we need to think about it long-term. And excuse me if I'm out of line, but we need to put politics aside. The majority of the people here say schools and kids are our priority. So we moved forward with Dr. Johnson. We sat down and we came up with this idea of having an MOU to have a Precinct 5 deputy there all the time. Yes, the other schools came up, like Commissioner Chesney was mentioning. I don't know what their status is as far as funding, what's available for Port A. I know London has plenty of security officer. My kids go to London, so I know what they have over there. I know Coach Lover is the head of the program over there. So he and I, as a matter of fact, he just literally called me 2 minutes ago, and I'm sure something's going on over there. But he and I are always keeping in touch about what's going on with the schools, because he knows the position that I'm in. He knows the title that I have. And he knows the resources that I can bring. So, and that's one of the benefits of having a full-time peace officer on school campus, is that we as law enforcement officers could have the opportunity and do have the opportunity to act on anything that's violation with the state of law of Texas. Guardian programs, they're wonderful, don't get me wrong. So, but they still need law enforcement to make decisions if something were to happen, heaven forbid, what happened with Uvalde, or even something as an assault on the school campuses. So when Dr. Johnson and I got together, along with Constable Mendoza, we felt that it was a great idea to have a Precinct 5 deputy to be there at the school at all times. How that's going to happen, we were still in the makings of all this. Yes, Banquete ISD did mention, again, like I said, the funding for 1 year or possibly 2 years. But our hope and dream was to see that the commissioners would see what we're bringing to the table and how great of an asset that would be to have the partnership between us and Banquete, along with any other school, So I encourage all the other law enforcement departments to try to do something, because ultimately what we're here for today is for the kids and the schools.
I agree. That's so very true, sir. And I, for one, do agree. At the end of the day, our main concern and responsibilities is to the kids, to the students, okay? And I don't want to be the one to deny that. I'm sure there's ways to do it. We just need to come to a consensus where we all agree how we're going to do it, get it done. It's happened locally here in our own Corpus Christi School District, where the kids have taken guns to school. So if it's happening here, it could easily happen anywhere in the rural areas. All I'm saying is we need to get together, put the meetings of the minds, like the judge says, and see where this, how we're going to fund this. What I had heard that Ms. Johnson, you were putting something together to where Banquete was going to finance or try to finance, and then are y'all going to need a vehicle? I heard also that you were talking about maybe getting a cruiser.
Yes, definitely. If this happens, our intention is to have a full-time peace officer, which will be assigned to Precinct 5. Precinct 5 then will assign that officer full-time with the school district. And it's a great opportunity because they can team up and create a DARE program. They can not only be an officer, but they're going to be a counselor, they're going to be a teacher, they're going to be parents to some of these kids. So it's a great tool to have for the school. Yes, we hear about it all the time at other schools here locally, Flower Bluff, Cal Allen. We see it all the time. As a matter of fact, our precinct was the one who responded to the Cal Allen incident a few months back, as everybody knows what took place. But I can assure you with certainty that there's probably 1 or 2 students there in Banquete ISD that probably do take a gun to school, but it's never noticed. Yeah. Why? Because maybe the kids are too afraid. now having an officer there, they can go to somebody now, and we can act on it. So, those are some of the benefits that we can bring to the
Commissioner
table.
Gonzalez?
So Deputy, I totally agree with everything you guys were saying, and believe me, to me, one is never enough. I mean, if I was going to do something, I would add 2 officers and see if we can find the funding for that.
Right.
Because, while one is in the front of the building, who's in the back of the building? And I never.
Happy to take 2.
I never, well, let's look to it.
Right.
I'm serious, I don't see how some of these schools, they have one officer walking the halls can protect anybody. I really don't.
And to touch on that, Commissioner, here's one of the biggest obstacles, not only does Banquete face, but any school district in the rural community. And I'll use CCISD and I'll use Flower Bluff. Their funding, their budget's huge because of the community that they have.
Sure.
We're low-income families over there. So when they do a bond election, half the time it's either something or nothing, and then how does the school district go about getting an officer when 90% of the people may be,
And sometimes the state will allow, and sometimes there's a state also grant that will give you, monies to hire.
And that's what we're working on collectively, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I know Dr. Johnson is working strongly with the state of Texas, with the education services, to get some of that funding. But we, as a law enforcement agency and a school district, and as well as the community, we have to think long-term.
Sure.
We have to think, yes, can Banquete ISD fund this in a year or 2? Possibly, yeah. But we still have to think, these kids are going to be, these are our future, these children.
Well, I still think that, I support it, but I think we still need to go to the table.
Yes,
and
sir.
see how we're going to do it and how we're going to tackle it. Whether we do one, if we're going to do one, might as well do 2. Because I strongly believe that one's not enough. But I just am not. And there was one of the reasons I tabled it because I didn't know what's going on. And I don't know. I don't want to commit myself to something that then said, "Oh, we should have done it different." So, but as far as supporting an officer at the schools, I support it 100%.
And I totally agree with you, Commissioner. And to touch on that again, it's just, and I understand the financial part of it, I really do. But how long are we going to sit back and let these kids be unprotected?
Well, we don't know how long, because, we can't.
And I get it, it's funding. I totally get it. But
And
the faster
let
we
me
get
just
to.
say something.
Yes, sir.
The thing is, with the ARPA funds, we could say yes today.
Go away.
That doesn't mean you're going to get the funds next week.
They understand that.
Next week. Well,
We totally understand.
I'm talking to the officer, right?
Well, you're interrupting the
no,
officer.
I'm just telling them so that people don't understand that. People think they're supposed to get the money right away.
No, people want action now. That's what the people
You
want.
have to qualify, you have to fly, you have
Yes,
to
sir.
go the process, right? So
And
as long as you-
I
as
totally
long as
agree.
you understand that, it could be 3 months, right? It could be a month. So I'm just saying, right now, but I just think we need to go to the table and look at this and see how much more can we help you with.
Yes, sir. And I totally agree with that. And if this all happens and it all checks out, everything is great, and we hit the ground running with this, I do understand that it could take 3 months, 4 months, maybe even to the next budget. I understand that totally. But our main focus is knowing the fact that these kids are going to be protected soon is going to be the number one goal.
Well, they are, but I'm going to table mine.
And actually, Chief, that's actually why this agenda item is placed on. They don't have to wait. The agenda item is to make certain, and we have a motion on the floor already, we have a motion to be able to create the position now, so they don't have to wait. And we have the ability to actually have the funding now.
Yes, ma'am.
And allow Banquete to have the time that it needs over the next 1 year to go ahead and look for that long-range funding. And I'll tell you what, after this conversation, I'm willing to do 2 years of county judge ARPA funds, so you don't have to be under pressure, because it is pressure in a 1 year passes like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're right, but if you don't create the position, my goal was in placing it now, is at the first of the year, the semester. If we do it now, you do your HR, you get all your protocols, the MOU is, you've already been working on it for months and months.
Yes, ma'am.
We can make this happen by the intercession, or with a break, when they get the break. Maybe if we work fast and furious, we might even make it after Thanksgiving. But you've got to start now. What we've been doing here in court successfully, the 5 of us, is placing agenda items that are important to all of us, but sometimes one of us might have the funding. Now, again, my hope is that there's plenty of room for public safety. We could make this a decision to go all the way in the court, but for now, to give them time to think about it, I'm ready to do the one now with CJ funding. And I think that's what we need to vote on today. And again, if there is an opportunity to do 2, like Commissioner Gonzalez says, I'll be the first one to raise my hand and said, yes, the court's budget, can accommodate that too. But I agree with you. Some of our school districts are better equipped because of their own internal funding than others.
And if it takes 2, I'll help with my
Great.
ARPA funds, and so Commissioner Hernandez will.
I will too.
I mean, that's what I was going to
I
say.
have a question.
We have $5 million in contingencies.
That was
I'll
where I
remind
was
you.
trying to get to was, and I got interrupted. That's where I was trying to go was.
Still trying to talk myself. I mean,
I
I
know,
know you
but
were
I-
asking questions, so I haven't had my chance to talk, but I'll wait.
I appreciate it
I'll
because
wait.
I haven't been able to finish yet either, so.
I'm going to save the best for last.
Yeah, that's right. Save the best for last. So that was what I was going to suggest was, one, because if I'm Banquetti School District, I would think in the long run, you would want to have a police force at some point, right? Your own force, right? So what I was trying to get to was, instead of, maybe we should set aside, as the judge says, some of the contingency funds for this kind of situation so that we're not, no offense, just doing it for Banquetti, but that we're putting it out there, and we set aside, I was going to suggest $500,000 so that if there's other school districts that are in the same box or the same bind, then what we're doing is we're doing it not only for Banquetti, but we're doing it, opening it up to others that might fall into this. Petronilla, Driscoll, I don't know how they all work.
I'm concerned about Agua Dulce myself.
Agua Dulce has a marshal.
And I know, but I mean, in other words, I'm just saying, this is an important thing. Plus, I don't know, we've got legal liability issues that I'd still like to hear from our county attorney on, because when we have MOUs with people, we've got to address that. I don't know where we are on that. So this isn't about not wanting to do it. There's so many questions that are unanswered. And so I was going to talk to the county attorney, and I texted her while we were doing this and said, hey, where are we on this? Because there's just so much that we don't know about this that's on here. But I think we ought to look at it and do it some sort of across the board if we're going to do this.
Well,
as kind of a stopgap for those who need funding because they don't have a police force or they don't have the ability, but then can kind of give you the time to go get that put in place, because it takes time. But if I'm going to Banquetti, I would rather have a full-time police force that can grow. And even if we have to help you fund it, I'd still rather give you money and let you have, no offense, I mean, y'all are great constables. This has nothing about y'all. I'm trying to set up a structure that works long-term. I would rather have Banquetti have its own police force, and we help fund them, and do it for other school districts if that's the case, and then we're doing it across the board. It gives you some time to go put all that paperwork in and do what you need to do and move forward. But that's why all I was going was, maybe we do this more across the board, and you don't have to, if you don't have to be out of your funds, or we all pitch in a portion of our funds, however we want to do it.
Dr. Johnson,
and see
you
what
were going to
happens.
answer.
Yes, unfortunately, that's not a reality.
Okay.
I am a very small district. You are looking at the superintendent, HR, technology, curriculum, billing and operation. You're looking at me doing it all. I don't have the staff to do that. And so would love to have our own PD, but with that has to come staff, and I don't have the funds to add staff to go to create a department.
Can we assist with that? Can we assist with, in other words, if we're trying to get
But you would be funding a position.
But if it gets you to the place of being able to independently protect your children in the best possible way with your own police force, on a one-time basis, that'd be great. I mean, that's what I'm.
I believe they still have to work under.
I don't know. That's what I don't know. Like, I know all the other
Yeah,
school districts have.
and there's no city government. Like,
And I
I'm
think Commissioner
mayor
Modis,
too, so.
yeah, I'm going to let Commissioner
And we're the
Modis
only
weigh
district
in.
like that.
I'm going to let Commissioner Modis weigh in, and then Constable Mendoza can always back that up. But you've brought to us, Dr. Johnson, the efficient way,
Yes.
the quickest way to protect these children that you have to watch over, that you've been entrusted to watch over. And that efficient way is through the process that you've gone through with the constable's office and Chief Martinez's office. Okay, Commissioner Modis.
Definitely John. No, I'd rather hear from Constable because,
Okay.
Let him speak and then we can comment either in favor or against it.
To answer Commissioner Chesney's question, why don't they have their own police department? Why not? As far as the application to get an ID from the commission, the TCO, Texas Combined Law Enforcement Commission, it's a lengthy process, costs a lot of money, and it's something they have to maintain annually. Communications, your radios, they would have to have their own dispatcher or come up with some type of agreement with Metrocom.
Okay.
And that's an added cost, an annual cost, and that's why it's not feasible for them, being a small district, to incur a budget or have a budget just to maintain a police department. Now, Carolina ISD, you have off-duty law enforcement working there. Teloso Midway, the same thing. You have off-duty police officers working there in the off time. CCISD, it's a big district, so they have the tax base to maintain their own police department. So those are some of the issues that they're encountering that's very hard for them to budget, especially a district of that size. Now, they hire police officers, they would be under us because they fall under our agency number. Okay? So they would be, in other words, the startup cost just to maintain as far as the unit, getting it, the graphics and radar and in-car camera, body cam, I mean, all of that's money. It's quite a bit. It's a lot of money to start up just to have an officer there at the district. So I guess what I'm saying is if we can get it funded with the ARPA fund, that'll be great for 2 years, and then we can iron out the details with the county and the district. That'll work, But it's just getting it started.
If we can get it done for 2 years, that'll buy you some time.
Absolutely.
To work with how you want to get it done. And, also we can have some input either way. But I'm just wondering, Constable, how does the marshal deal work with Agua Dulce?
They hired a third marshal out there, and that is funded through the Wyatt Ranch.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry?
Wyatt Ranch.
Wyatt Ranch?
Oh.
So they budget the whole department for the city of Agua Dulce.
Okay. I just didn't know that, that was happening, but coming back to your case, I think that would be a good idea. We give you 2 years. We'll give you time to recoup and, get things done so the district can get it done. Okay,
Great.
and see if it works out and we can all have input.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
And Judge,
Thank
I
you.
would just suggest, going back,
Commissioner.
if it's okay, to set aside an amount in case we get additional requests, so that again, and that not everybody's going to fall into this category, but so that we just maybe put an amount out there. It doesn't have to be that amount, but I suggested if Commissioner Monas has another one or someone else has another amount out of the contingency funds to look at anybody else who might also fall in this unique category. It may only be Banquetti. And then
I hear you, and I'm going to honor that in just 1 second, but it looks like Chief wants to say one more thing.
Yes, and I'd like to bring in Marisa Utley. And before I do, real quick, to answer Commissioner Chesney's answer about why not fund the police department, and I know Constable Mendoza did touch on it. Just to use an example, London ISD. I was approached by London ISD back when they originally wanted to start a police department, and I know you know that. The reason it didn't get funded or it didn't happen was they got their what we call an ORI number, which is our originating number for the agency itself, a TCO number. They had everything in place. They had their policies in place and everything. But the one thing that they lacked and they didn't remember or they forget was they needed what we call a repeater for the tower of the radios. They were trying to, yes, they got an estimate. It was going to be $500,000 just for a repeater tower, just to be installed, because as we all know, law enforcement, those of y'all that have been in law enforcement, or that those of y'all who have family in law enforcement, some of these radios don't even work in our area. So that would be an additional cost to put a tower over in that area, which is the Banqueta area. And that alone costs, I mean, godly amount of money. So, but yes, I would love to bring in Marisa Utley, and she's going to explain everything about how the rural community, and then touch more and maybe answer some of the questions that y'all might have.
Thank
Marisa?
you. Marisa, welcome.
Hi, good morning, Judge,
Good morning.
Commissioners. How are y'all doing? Good to
Good,
see all
thank
of you. Pete and I know most of y'all know Pete Trevino, my husband here. We work with the school district. We are contracted to help with their governmental affairs, grant writing, and any other strategic, moves they'd like to make that would benefit the school district. So when Dr. Johnson brought this up to our attention, I thought it was a great idea. We live in Jim Wells County. We reside in Bembold. If any of y'all know, it's a small, tiny 1A school district. We also are not incorporated. So we rely on the sheriff department to provide a deputy for us at our school. So we've had that. If we ever feel like we need an extra deputy on hand, the sheriff provides that for us if there's, events or anything coming up that might need other security. So Dr. Johnson is new to Banquete and, of course, inherited this right after the Uvalde shooting. We know that these school shootings have increased since 2017 to 2021, 96%. And as she mentioned, it's a 20 to 30 minute response time to Banquete, which is major. 70% of these school shootings occur the first 5 minutes and the incident's over, the other 30% in 2 minutes. So this is just valuable time. Like Judge said, yes, there might be other resources out there, and that's what we're helping the district with. That's why they brought us in. But it won't be till the 2023 funding. There are different grants through the governor's office. I haven't seen them include school districts other than for the ballistic shields because we're helping another city with that. But that funding will come into play sooner or later. So if you would be gracious to grant us at least 2 years as we search for additional funding for public schools, I think together we can all work hand in hand and, make this a successful, probably something that other cities and counties might want to model. I think this is great that most of you are all on board, or actually all of you, it seems, are on board. And I think you're putting the children first, and that's what you all are here to do. So we appreciate your time. And I'm going to introduce Pete to speak for a second.
Thank you.
Thank
Judge,
you.
welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. And I want to thank you guys for taking the initiative because these are very, very tough discussions to be having right now, especially at this time. But, being a previous county judge and understanding the emergency management, right now we're talking about response times. These are, in a perfect world, response times. Response times when there's multiple accidents, multiple things going on in the other side of the county, you may not see them in 30, 45, maybe an hour. So, Commissioner Gonzalez, to you for recommending 2. Thumbs up to you for recommending 2 because you're right. Somebody's in the front, somebody's in the back, who knows what's going on. But the main thing right now is that I really, really want you all to focus on is the people that are taking care of the students right now. They're doing that job, and they're trying to do that job without a weapon, without the training, without some substantial things that they need. So I ask you guys, and I already hear some good conversations, but I ask you guys, please, please come to the forefront, be assertive, and take this action because they really, really need your help. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The thing was,
Commissioner.
real quick, Judge, I think that the quick fix here is really hire, like, as soon as you can, off-duty police officers.
Yeah, no kidding.
To start doing the job. Because that's a contract, right? You don't have to have all this extra stuff, but if you can hire off-duty officers right now, that'll be your quick fix, right? Just like everybody else has. Everybody has contract officers that go to all the schools, so I think that'll be a quick fix for right now.
We partner with the constable's office, the marshal's, sheriff's department, and have them in there. We can't always get them, and we don't have that extra funding. Like you said, we're still waiting for the state to push in funding so that we can do
And
that.
this is where we come in, ma'am. This is where we,
Yes.
you know.
So I'd like
What
to
do you
bring
say?
us back home. I think she understands her school and the needs of her school very well. I think that what I'd like to do is get us back home because we have an agenda item and it is very specific. And you can always, next court, bring in a secondary one, or we can add them here now. But it is the creation of a deputy constable position for Precinct 5 to serve as a school resource officer. And so, and as well as allocating American Rescue Plan Act. My intention was to do that out of my allocation. What I'm hearing is that, and I have a motion to do so. If you're wanting, if I'm hearing you correctly, Commissioner Chesney, you wish that to be amended, for me to consider amending that to an amount of $500,000 to cover potentially multiple school districts that are rural, that find themselves in the same similar situation, and that you wish that to be from the contingency bucket, not the CJ's bucket. And if I hear you differently, all you have to say is no or yes. I don't want to debate it. Just
No, you hear me, that's correct.
all right. So I'll make the motion, as they say, and it's to both create a deputy constable position for Precinct 5 to be serving for Banquete as a school resource officer, and that the funding come from the total allocation of $500,000, which is more than you need, but it will come from that bucket, and that is from our contingency American Rescue Plan Act funds that the county has. And I'll look for a second. I'll get to the.
Second.
All right. And
Judge, may I just
and then, yes, hang on, and then we can always work on others, school districts or other areas at another agenda where we can have resource experts. Who had the question? Modis? Commissioner Modis?
Yeah, I'd like to comment.
Yes, comment, sorry, not question.
Okay. So it looks like we're all in order, and I agree with the statements that were made. Appreciate Marisa and Judge Trevino for bringing this home for us. I would suggest that any item that we work on from this meeting forward, that we allow the experts or the public to comment. We do things a little differently. I mean, it's great that you hear what our initial gut reaction is, but I think we're spending a lot of time that can be clarified by the experts that we have coming before us. So I would hope that we would do that in the future because, Dr. Johnson, and Chief, y'all had a lot of that information already. Had we just waited instead of the initial gut reaction to rush to judgment on what this was or wasn't, I think a lot of this would have been clarified already. So hopefully that we as a body can do that in the future. I'm glad to hear that we all are on board because I'll tell you, initial gut reaction would have been that it was not. The entire court was on board. Obviously, there was reasons to ask for it to be tabled, but I think we're at a good point now that we can get this to move forward. I agree with what was said by Commissioner Chesney that, we do need to look at other school districts. But having conversation with Constable Mendoza and Chief Martinez, we've been talking about other issues, just redesigning their office, and so we just happened to have conversations about all this other stuff. So I was kind of privy to a little bit more of what the reasoning was, and so it wasn't partisan, it wasn't politics, it was children's safety, and first and foremost, and always has and always will be. So I think that's the rush to get this done as quickly as possible, because one day, God forbid, right? And so we got to get this done quickly. I love the idea of putting this together with 1 to 2 year funding, and then allow you and your board to decide is there funding, or can seek out other funding sources that can then cover that cost, and then you absorb perhaps your own school district police force. This is just kind of the stopgap for right now, just to be able to cover that issue of safety, nonstop, continuous safety throughout the school year. So it sounds like we're at where we should be. I agree. We need to look at all the other precincts throughout the county, all the other school districts that may be lacking as well. But it seemed like Banquete was the one that really didn't have any coverage at all, other than, like you said, Dr. Johnson, the the outside hiring of officers that would come in temporarily, but it was not full-time coverage. So I think, we need to move forward on this. We need to approve this, and then hopefully within, get a better plan of what your plans are. Because I agree. I mean, we can't fund everything, but I think we can fund things in the short term because nothing's guaranteed. I mean, we can go to next year's budget and say, we got to slash everything. We got to cut positions. We got to cut back funding and go bare bones minimum for this county's budget. But all we can guarantee is 1 year ahead. So that's really all that I think we can say, no matter what we put. At least the ARPA funding is there for perhaps up to 2 years. But that would be my concern. Is I agree. I hear what some of the members of the court are saying is, yes, we cannot fund this forever, and we should not. And I think you realize it, obviously, in that fact that you're talking about seeking out grants and other opportunities as well. So this is just helping. This is exactly what county government is about. This is exactly why county government was given ARPA funding, is to go across the board, not just about county services, but all different areas. We helped Banquete when Dr. Thompson was there before you came during COVID, getting kids the access to technology who had no way to do distance learning. They did not have the means, did not have any technology, did not even have Wi-Fi capability to be able to make that happen. And so once again, county stepped in to fill those gaps for all levels of government. So that's what we're doing here today. That's all this was today. It's just to fill that gap, make plans for down the road to see how funding can work out or how it develops into a future police force. But I think this is exactly what this was intended for. And so Chief and Constable, we thank you all for your work on this, because we know everything is well planned out and well, with best intentions, and maybe just take time to visit with the rest of the court so they understand why you're asking for these other asks that didn't happen yet because of being tabled. But you all have put a lot of thought and effort into this. And knowing that is why I support everything that you all are doing. And before it used to be easy, right? Precinct 5 covered all the area that my county commissioner precinct covered. And now it's obviously sharing at least 2 areas between Commissioner Hernandez's area and mine as well. So thank you all for your time and for working with us through all of this discussion and passion, because we know what the passion is. We are fearful, unfortunately, for our kids every single day. And the faster that we can get protection out there that's dedicated, that's full-time, the better. So thank you all for that.
Dr. Johnson, I just want to let you know I'm just a phone call away. I didn't realize that this was happening till Friday afternoon. Okay, I got a call, and if I had been included earlier, I'm all for the safety of the children. Okay, I don't want to be the one saying no and something's going to happen, but our children come first, and that's what we need to do. And I value your opinion, Chief, Constable. So anytime you have concerns, give me a call. I'm the commissioner for your precinct, for your area. So I would like to be involved and help you all however I can.
And I have one amendment to the motion, and that's to do a clarification. The clerk and I are on the same page. We want to amend to 2 years. Okay? Last comments?
I
Yes.
have another question on the clarification.
Yes.
Are we including the unit for the officer in this ask?
I just have a question on Constable Mendoza on something. Do you mind coming forward? I don't have that noticed. Why don't we bring that back on the 19th so I can get proper budgetary discussions? For example, I know for a fact that through some of our Stone Garden grants, some of our grants basically give us body cam, and I'd like to talk about what I call the package, which includes the vehicle. Why don't we bring that back separately on the 19th? It'll give you a chance to actually budget it correctly, because some of the things we can get, like I would say uniforms, body cam, help me out,
Okay. Yeah, we'll include everything.
everything. And that way I can really see it. And that might be something that I could do, since this is coming from a different bucket. So let's work together for the next time. If that meets with your approval.
Absolutely. We'll get everything.
It won't hold up the show at all, I don't think, to ask for that budget separately. It gives the court a chance to look at it and see what we also have, available to us.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the amendment is standing for 2 years. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I didn't say aye, but I think this is all to make sure that we have the MOU.
Yeah, well, subject to the legal
Well,
review.
of course,
Right.
of course. You'll see that come back to court at a later date. Okay, Chief, we'll ask for you to
Yes, ma'am.
continue. Now that you know funding is secured, it will incentivize you to work more swiftly on
Yes.
those agreements.
Yes, and a week's time is plenty of time. I'll get you all the numbers that you need as far as, for example, the unit. I know that one of the questions probably might come up is, are we going to go with the rental enterprise
That's
side
right.
of it?
That's what I'm saying. We need a little time to work together on that with procurement and audit and all of that. But at least you know now that we can now move forward on the writing, right?
Correct.
On the memorialization of the writings and how that goes.
And that'll be with Ms. Dorsey, right?
That's correct.
So
Thank
I'll
you.
do that, and then again, like I
Only
said,
Ms. Dorsey.
I mentioned Romeo from purchasing. He's got all the numbers as far as body cam,
Exactly.
vest, dash
Radios.
cam, lights, decals, everything.
Right.
So I'll get with him on that. Judge, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks to the whole team. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you all very much.
Judge Marisa.
Thank you, Doctor.
Deputy, thank you. Okay.
Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you. So I'm double checking here.
Mr. Peña,
I'm going to go
how'd you
back.
doing?
I'm going to go back into, I think I've taken care of everybody. I'm going to go back to the consent agenda and then move straight to Bob Hall Pier. If you've been hanging with us, with regards to Bob Hall Pier, this is my way of letting you know that you are on deck for the next wave of action. Consent agenda has items A through, and Deputy, would you close those doors? Thank you. It's A through W here today. Can I ask if there are any ones that need to be removed for clarification or questions, and ask for a motion on the remainder, please?
You?
Q is in.
No,
what-
U as
You,
in
got
umbrella?
it, you, got
Oh,
it.
sorry.
You, that's a
Judge,
good one.
I have,
Go ahead.
did you have, sorry, P, Q,
Say the first one again.
P,
P's and.
Q,
P, Q,
R,
R,
T,
T,
and
Kara, only so we can talk, I lost her.
I think
Only so we can talk about them, I'm going to pull V and W. Go ahead. Anybody else?
that's all.
All right, how about a motion to approve the remainders? That would be for the clerk, A through O, S. That'll be my motion.
Wait, so say that,
A through O, and then the letter S.
S is in Sam?
Yes.
Okay. Second.
All those, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's take them in order. You pulled P and Q, which are related,
Judge,
and
I
I'll
was
take
gonna-
R in a
I
second.
got number, I was going to pull one up and.
Okay, I'll take you in just 1 second.
He wanted to pull one, Judge, I think, is what he's saying.
Okay, which one?
Number one.
Well, it's a letter. Which is your
I
letter?
am sorry. I.
Okay,
So then,
I. Okay. Well, I'd have to undo it. So,
I don't think we took a vote, but.
yeah, we
yeah, we did.
did. We took a
Motion
vote.
to-
I would just make a motion to pull I for discussion, Judge.
Thank you. Let's do it that way, and then we'll see if we have to do anything else. I think that's a more efficient way. There's a motion for I for
Second.
discussion only. There's a second. All those in favor signify by saying
Aye.
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 For aye.
So
Okay, aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay,
he can go with I since it's before Judge.
all
if you
right.
wanna go in
We'll
order.
go aye before, and we'll take it alphabetical. What is your question regarding these invoices?
What was the purpose of, why are we coming to the court for the invoice?
Well,
I thought that the invoices had been approved or hadn't been approved, or evidently somebody went through the county auditors to put them on, or whatever. How do we get these invoices on here at
Well,
Dale?
Dale, they should, what are these referring to? How old are these? Is this May?
I believe they are May, yes.
Yeah, so they come through here because we seem to
So
keep.
now with the invoices were May at Dale, but were submitted by, who were they submitted by?
Public Works.
Public Works?
They go through Public Works for approval.
So all these were submitted by Public Works and they were approved by Public Works?
We don't get them until they're approved by the department. So we don't get them to spend and pay until until the department approves it and submits it to my office.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. They submit it to your department and then what?
The department, once they approve the invoices, they must be submitted to my office for processing and payment. I can't pay them until I've received them from the department.
Approved.
You're correct.
Okay.
Where's this getting paid
That
from?
was my question.
Excuse me, Dale?
Yes.
Where's this getting paid from?
These are all, this is that grant from, probably that Tri-County grant, so it's probably, most likely this is a grant funds.
Well, I see, I'm sorry, Commissioner, but I see on this backup, Dale, that it's got Gomez on there. Why do we have Gomez on?
Gomesa was one of the items we approved for this particular function, and this was part of the budget when we brought this budget up, and Scott Cross was here and said that part of the funds for this particular function was being paid out of Gomesa.
I'll remind you that this is for Susan Roth's bill,
I know where it's
and we
from.
pay her through Gomesa.
We paying it through Gomez?
That's
I thought
correct.
we're paying through the grant monies.
Well,
Earlier was through the grant. Once they get to the point, it was brought back to another contract, and it was paid through Gomesa funds, and that was approved by court.
it's a 75-25 grant.
It's our portion.
It's our portion, and we had a long discussion about this with Scott Cross, and our 25% portion, a piece of that comes from Gomesa. That's why it's referred to it
I
there.
didn't know the 25%, I remember that.
All right,
Okay. All right. I have no other questions.
all right, thank you. Will you move?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now letter P.
Judge, P and Q, the questions, I think these were just, the administrative contracts that we never signed with
That's
these
absolutely
folks.
correct. It
And-
just, we never, it's not that they weren't approved by intention, but this is the ministerial. It actually needs to come to court and approve them.
So my question on this is the funding issue on this, so I just was going to deal with it here, I guess, because
Okay.
I'd asked IDA to check because we were at a negative balance and we don't have any money in this account to pay these things and we got to pay them. So did you get any information on that?
have an
Dale,
item.
in that right? This account's in the red somehow?
Is there dollars in this account?
Yeah, no, we're working with the port right now.
So they haven't funded their contract for this year? Is that what it is, or what?
We're seeking to see if they're willing to do 22, 23.
Okay, so
And we're waiting on one payment from them. So
Yeah.
the fund balance is not showing the 30,000. It's just one payment is pending, still pending.
that they're supposed to pay us?
They're going to pay us.
Which
That's
is-
for 21, 22. Still, we need to discuss how we're going to be continue funding this.
No, I get that, but how much is that payment that's due?
Pardon me?
The owed
How
payment.
much is the owed payment?
From the port to us, 30,000.
Okay, so then that'll get us back out of the red. Is that in the red in this account?
I believe that's correct.
It's a receivable that we just need to collect on.
Okay, so
Didn't you have this?
When
in-
we get the money, you're going to have a positive balance of 10,000 because right now it's a negative of 20,000 plus the 30,000. You're just going to have 10,000.
okay, so then how do we? And Judge, if it's okay, I was going to put these with number 21.
Yeah, I was
which
So
is-
go ahead.
Is that
Go
okay?
ahead, but let's go ahead and do these separately so that we can finish consent, and we'll move right
So
to 21.
Can I just move these over and do them with consent? We'll
Just
just
table it.
or put it till 21? Is that okay?
If
And that
you-
way we can keep going through consent. I was trying to
Yeah,
accommodate your request.
That's fine. It's
Okay, so
just
then-
that these, just so you know, are the old ones.
No,
that
no,
need
I
to
get it. I just
approved.
wanted to kind of talk
Okay.
about it all at once, if that's okay. So if we can hold these two until
All right.
21, then
But
that's
let's
good.
take it out of order in just a moment. Okay, letter R.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know
I've got a
anything about this. I
Okay,
was going
so-
to table this.
So wait a second. Before you table, just ask whether or not there is a sufficient
I did
reason,
ask.
if you'll read your backup on this one.
Judge, I did ask. Purchasing wasn't aware of it. They're not aware of contract.
Okay,
so-
there is no contract here. This
Right.
is a FEMA, let me just explain.
Right,
And
so-
I don't understand, Ida, why we cannot explain this to commissioners beforehand. It's very frustrating to have them table items when obviously this is a ministerial item. For example, HireQuest and Snelling, those contracts have come to this court multiple times to correct language so that FEMA can have acceptable language, and therefore, when we get requests for information, when we submitted many, many months ago to FEMA, they send us RFIs, requests for information. And what they do in those requests for information, they say, hey, the contract you signed way back when needs to have certain FEMA language. What happens is our lawyers go through the process with Ana Velasquez Grants, and they identify language that goes back and forth between the two parties. That's what's happened here.
So there's a contract?
Oh, my goodness.
That's not in our backup. That's what's
Okay.
confusing is like,
Well,
but I want you to understand, because you
Yeah.
make a comment and say, read your backup. I did read my backup, and the backup doesn't say anything that you just said. We reached out to purchasing. Purchasing was not aware of
Well,
any of this.
that's because there's
So
no new contract
Okay,
here.
I understand, but it's bothersome when you
The only
say,
one that
please
knows,
read your
Judge.
backup. When I read the backup and what you just said, it's not in the backup. There's an agreement amendment, then there's this Exhibit A, and there's no explanation to this at all. So
Well,
if someone
that's,
can
that's a miss on
explain-
court administration, because I'll be honest
Well,
with
who put the
you.
agenda item on?
This,
How's it-
it comes through emergency management, through Kathy, through court administration. We go over this, excuse me, one second.
then that's emergency
Court
management.
No, sir. Court administration goes through each and every one of these. But let's get back to the crux of the matter.
Judge-
This is excuse me, one second.
Okay.
We are trying to fulfill the requests of FEMA. And when we do that, it requires sometimes altering the contracts. This contract is already something that we have done 4 times for FEMA, and that is because our own lawyers tweak it. Every time it gets tweaked, it actually has to come back to court for our approval. Jenny, would you like to shed some light here, or maybe we can get, I don't know if Kent worked on this one?
Yes. Judge, we had gone back and forth on this. We added language, took out language. It turned out the backup was one of the kind of middle of the road, not complete, changed items. I believe the one you have in your packet now should be the most correct one.
Okay, so let's
Was
go
even-
back, though, to the
Excuse me, it was
crux-
given as a supplement, correct? I remember.
No, I don't have a supplement.
Did you
It was
make that?
sent later.
It was sent later in time as a supplement.
The one that was
What-
first
what the
attached
amendment?
had some things it should not have had in it.
All that I got was an amendment and an exhibit.
Okay, all I'm saying
So
to you is
what-
that, Jenny, can you help clarify? This is not a new contract.
But I know, but emergency management should have put a summary of what this is in this agenda item, if this is their agenda item, because because I start, I've got 1,400 pages of backup. So I'm reading everything, I start scrambling, trying to find somebody who can tell me what this is about.
So I'm
Nobody,
gonna-
I can't get there. I don't know who the right person to ask, because it doesn't tell me, there's no summary in here. So the crux of this is, there should have
Well,
been a
this should have
summary
come-
by emergency management.
No,
It's their
and-
agenda
and
item.
legal.
No, it's their, okay, but it's emergency management's agenda item, so they're responsible for getting something from legal to submit this so that we can understand it and know who this is, what this is.
Right.
So, okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I still, as I sit here today.
You don't
Jenny,
understand
I'm going to ask
it?
Jenny. No, I'm going to ask Jenny. Are you telling us, this court, that this is okay to do, as legally okay to do, and this is sufficient? You've reviewed this, and this is sufficient to do this?
We've reviewed it, and as long as you have the last one that was given to Tara after the initial one was posted on the agenda, that is correct.
Something we need to do and have to do legally to meet these provisions.
This is so that the reimbursement can happen. Yes.
Okay, so this, in your opinion, this is legally sufficient, necessary, and ready to go?
Yes.
Okay?
Excuse me, Judge.
All right.
I want to go back to I.
Okay, we'll go back there in just a second. Just give us a moment, okay? Give us a moment. We're just trying to finish up R, okay?
Okay. Then if that's the case, I would make a motion to pass that.
All right. Motion and a second, please.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. And the next one is, let's keep going, because we've done, if you have a question on I, we'll get that back here, but we've already voted on it twice.
Well,
letter T.
This is
I'll
new
come-
information on I.
Okay, just give us a second then. Let's finish
Judge, on
T.
Letter T, I am
What
going
you got?
to make a motion to table this based
Second.
on the fact that this should be included in the recommendation that we made as a court for the county manager to bring us back a full recommendation on everything. And so this definitely needs to be tabled and is inappropriate.
All right,
to be on this
motion and a
agenda.
second to all those, any other action?
Give a date.
I'm sorry?
A date.
A date, he didn't give a date.
Whenever IDA brings it back.
Whatever 90 days
Okay, right.
Commissioner had asked for.
And I think this was just, I asked about this one legally, and apparently when the advisory board takes an action, it needs to come to Commissioners Court. That is why it's on your agenda.
Yeah,
Okay, I got that straight
there's
from
a-
legal.
Yeah,
So
That
I
one
don't,
still needs to be ratified by the court or accepted by the, acted on by the court.
so you're saying that you don't want to act on the board's,
correct. This is a motion to table, and there'd be no action, just like there was no action on the reappointment. So Mr. McBride would continue to be on the board. There'd be no action
Okay.
taken on this because my understanding is, from the legal advisory, which I'm completely stunned about, that there's bylaws that say they can kick people off a board that we appoint to. That's staggering to me. I don't know who's ever approved that. So we've never approved that, those bylaws. In fact, I don't even know if they're valid. So that's
Okay.
another part of
I
this
believe the
motion.
bylaws say that they bring the recommendation.
that's
to the
right.
court.
They don't do it, Commissioner Chesney. That's why it's on here. We do that. They do not
I think
do
they had
that.
an understanding at one point that they could just vote to kick someone off, but we have
We have rules.
clarified that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
so let's just table to, but I'd like to give you I mean, forgive me, but, 30 days is adequate. We need to have some
No,
clarification.
No. We made a motion before on the
I
investigation.
know, but when is she going to do that?
Well, we gave her, whatever the motion was, that's not on
November
today. In other words,
16th, I
this
think.
should be part of.
Well, just choose a date.
No, because my date is whatever IDA brings back with what the original motion was. The original motion, I think, was 60 or 90 days. I don't
said
remember
90.
exactly.
Okay,
So
well,
I'm
then
just saying
that's
whatever-
your timetable,
Right,
the
whatever-
original timetable.
Right, and the effect here
They,
is.
this is regarding, you need to hear this. This is regarding letter T, regarding the animal board. And so there's a table that's been seconded. We were looking for a date, and of course, it reflects back to when you're going to do your final analysis on animal care. And I
Whatever
was
that-
asking for
90
that
days.
original 90 days, but that was at some point ago.
2 weeks ago or whenever it was.
Whenever
right.
we made it, so it's
Okay, and then.
less
again,
than. Okay,
and
any other comments?
Just comment, and the effect is the same as when we tabled the other. There is no effect of this other than we're tabling it, and so therefore, Mr. McBride, until you come back, stays
Okay.
on that board, so.
All right.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I think the next one, Ida, is to discuss, just maybe have a little open conversation about the calendar. Commissioner Modis?
Judge, I wanted to make a motion that we match the federal holiday schedule.
You don't want to do that, we'll be taking away holidays, because we get so many.
Well,
I know what you're saying
I-
on where you're going, though.
I know that there's going to be a cost because there will be some services that have to still be continued, right? But I think, I was here on Monday, I know most of us were here Monday, but it was like a ghost town. Like even services provided downstairs or on the second floor were almost non-existent compared to other days of the week. I think because so many people probably thought that we were already off, like the federal system. The mail was shut down, banks were shut down, so there was very few people here. So, I mean, if we keep it as the same, that's fine, but that was going to be my motion was to match the federal holidays just to avoid confusion. I don't know how much business we can get done with any kind of bank, any kind of deposits, cash deposits or anything like that, that need to go to the bank on that day, and mail service was also shut down for the day. So that's my concern with that, and just to avoid any confusion.
Okay, and how would that compare? I mean, just as far as, do you happen to know which one would help us? Which one? Because in other words, you would keep all of ours and then add any other federal.
So you want me to bring it back on the 19th?
Yeah, can we just,
That's fine.
motion to
Adding all,
table?
Yeah, that's fine, because for example, Indigenous Day
don't know
was
what it is.
yesterday.
yeah.
Yeah, well, it's Indigenous Day now.
Motion
And,
to table till next week to discuss.
And if we can get HR or maybe you, or Dale, just to give us an idea
Okay,
of
let's do that.
what the price looks like, what's the overall cost? Because I
Okay,
know that there is going to be a slight cost. Everyone else, they're going to get paid whether they're here in person or not, if they're based on salary and have our full time. But yeah, if we could just look at that, that would be good.
Okay, that's good.
So, thank you.
Motion to table till next week, Judge.
Yeah. We've got a second.
Second.
From Modis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. All right. And then the approved replacement of Menger Elementary. This is just for you to be able to talk about it a little bit and further. There's a, tell everybody, Metro E is also known by the famous name of
Tell me.
Windseal.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
For those of us
It
who've
just,
been
when
here a
you say
while.
Metro E, we're all like, what?
So should we say
But-
formerly known as
Formerly
Yeah,
known
like-
as
like
Windseal.
exactly.
Right.
like old Carroll High School?
I used to
We
play
can do that.
basketball in that swimming pool in the
Yeah.
gym that they have.
Anyway, just talk about it. Let's yield, please, to the clerk.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Kara. It's item V.
Right, so Minger Elementary, y'all approved, we have 65 polling locations, vote centers. Y'all approved Minger. We were informed by CCISD that Minger is under renovation, and they will not be finished by Election Day. So they approved, or allowing us to use Metro E, formerly known as Windseal, instead. I just need y'all to approve the switch.
All right. Make a motion to do that, and he'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The only question I have, Kara, is how are the publishing going? In other words, have you already put Metro E, or can you get some new ones out that say Metro E? It's all already on the website, all the good stuff,
Not
right?
yet, waiting for y'all to
Right, but I'm
approve.
saying, but after this, you'll be able to, takes no time at all.
Nope.
Okay, so guys, for those of you, remember Metro E, formerly known as Windseal, and I really think we'll maybe get Tyler even to help us publish that.
Your school? Yeah.
Okay?
Well, we have to publish it. It was
Right,
in
but
the-
just
in the
like a
paper.
press release
I'll
or
do-
something.
I'll do it.
You will, thank you. Just
Yeah.
tell everybody, because people ask you, what is Metro E?
We're going to
It's a wonderful design school.
Formerly known as
I went to
Windseal.
Windseal.
Okay. Now, let's also tell everybody about Yorktown Baptist. It was put on here to replace it, but tell everybody the updated information.
Oh, actually, there's no action to be taken because y'all approved Yorktown as a Election Day vote center. Yeah, on August 29th, so.
We're
we
good.
weren't- Yeah, y'all are good. It is going to be vote
Right.
center.
So
y'all- no action.
everybody needs to know on W, we don't have to take action because we're not going to be replacing it.
Right.
Okay?
That's it, thank you.
So do we need a vote to just pass on that?
No action.
Okay,
Noble
just
Williams
no
already
action.
on here. Noble Williams is already on here,
Y'all have, that's done. That was approved.
so we're good.
That's out, yeah, that's on the schedule and that's all, yeah.
Thing
everything's
on
good.
the,
We're good.
on the actual nice printed pieces you have throughout the courthouse?
100% on the
You'll
website.
update everything
It's already been updated. That was updated as soon as we got.
as soon as you made it.
Absolutely.
All right. Are there any other questions here regarding that?
Judge, I just wanted to add an aye on V, an aye vote on V if y'all voted.
We'll
on
add,
that.
we'll add your I vote
Thank
on
you.
V. All right. And again, on W, we don't have to
No
do
action.
anything, but just for the audience, it's not replaced. Okay? All right. For the purposes of discussion, what is your concern on letter I?
It was Commissioner Nueces.
Commissioner?
Yes, Dale, you said Public Works approved those invoices?
Yes.
I got a memo here said they didn't.
Well, we're waiting on invoices. The one we paid, they've been approved.
The ones you paid have been approved.
The one that were on the agenda today were approved?
As far as I know.
Well, they're saying they haven't approved them, so.
Okay, so I'll tell you what we're going to do is we're going to have, when Public Works comes in this afternoon, I'm going to hold I. It's already approved, and we can get Susan and Juan here because these are invoices that are dating back to May and June.
I'm not sure if Susan will be available today. I did speak with her on that. I
Can you shed
check.
some light?
Well, on the invoices,
Mhm.
I was talking to her on another matter, but
Oh,
she did
I
say
see.
that she was maybe not going to be available, but maybe later in the afternoon I can check and see.
Well, it should be easy enough if, one should know if he approved them or not.
Right, well, and we need to know why, because out of the, I mean, let's just bring Juan in so he can explain that to us, because we can't seem to get invoices done in a timely manner here with regards to this Texas Water Development Board. It's already mid-October and it's May, and this seems to be a chronic issue with Public Works. We've got to get
Susan had the same problem paying the subcontractors too, Judge.
Well, that is
Remember
because
for 3
we,
months?
that's right, because Juan refused
No, not
to.
because of Juan, it was because
Yes,
of
it
her.
was.
Because of her.
No, it wasn't. She cannot, per the grant, pay anybody unless her invoices get approved. That was what the record would reflect. She cannot pay anybody until Juan approves her invoices. And that is why nobody got paid, and we had to bring Juan in to get the invoices paid. And now, once again, we find ourselves in the same situation with the invoices not properly being approved.
Well, maybe there was something
we
wrong
know
with
they
it.
So we'll bring in Juan, and he can, why don't we call him for after lunch?
Wait,
And
do
he
you know
can-
they've been
he can-
improperly, not properly approved? I mean, nobody said that. They just said he didn't approve the ones we were talking about. So I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm
if they've
saying.
been-
We'll have him come in,
All right, so let's just,
and he can come and explain it.
right, before we just accuse him of something.
Exaggerating. Yeah.
He can come in and he can explain himself a little bit later. We're going to move to one more item, and then I'm going to ask the court to please allow for a small break for staff. And, but that item is an important one. First, let me just take a table on item 4. He had to leave. Item number 4, we will not be having this update today.
Motion to table till.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
Till
say
just say the
can we-
19th.
Can we just do it in November? I mean, just in case we're loaded up again, maybe do it on the November 16th?
November 2nd, you mean?
Well, I was going to say the 16th. That's the-
How about that,
that's
or
not-
by mutually convenient,
Or just-
convenience for him?
Can send us a PowerPoint and let us look at it if we need to have it. It's not one that we,
Yes, just economic development for the whole county. Let's just have mutually convenient. I'd like
I
to
get it,
hear
Marilyn.
the mutual, I would like to make certain that we hear from our economic development folks,
I
so.
would say November 16th.
Second.
would
I
be
mean,
the-
I don't know if he can do that date,
I
day.
think
I mean, let's just say the 16th or sooner by mutually convenient time, okay? That's the motion. The 16th, if it works out, and if not, with one that works out for the court and for him. Okay?
Be after.
Be sure and ask him. All right, motion, did you say a second, Gonzalez, Commissioner? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so now we're going to move to, let me look here.
Can we take number
It's
5?
item-
Can we table number 5? What's number 5?
Okay, well, I'll get to it. We'll take your table idea here in a little bit, okay?
That's what we already done that a while back.
Well, I asked about it, and they said they wanted to make a presentation, and I spoke with the court administrator, and that was a call that came from the court administrators. So let's move to item number 7, and
Judge, do you want to,
by consequence,
You
an
know what,
item
Judge?
number 8.
I'm going to move to table number 5.
Well, I would really like it if when we call for an item, I'm going to do that. You can table it in just a minute if that's the will, but we don't have enough information.
Judge, I was just going to ask, I have several that I was going to try to table as a courtesy to people waiting, but I was trying to get through all this, and so however you want to do that, I mean.
Well,
I'm
let me
just- I don't want
just say
people to have to
this.
keep sitting.
I have an idea. If we can just take a 5-minute break, okay, for bathroom. I'd like to make a motion, by the way, I'd like to go on record for the 25th millionth time saying how ridiculous it is that we have to make a motion to take care of our staff for bathrooms and for lunch. There's got to be a Department of Labor
Judge,
situation there,
you
Jenny, and I'm
make
going to
that
ask
motion.
on another
Nobody's-
time that
nobody's
you
asked you to
review
recess.
that.
You're the
Anyway.
only one.
No, we have to have a motion to recess per the new draconian courtroom
No,
policies.
no, we don't draconian policy.
I thought that
hater.
was for a break longer than a certain amount of time.
I mean,
well-
just read the policy, Judge. We
At-
told you before
at any
you don't
rate,
have to make
they
those
have
motions.
their,
Every
we,
time you
the,
make
the
them, we
policy,
tell you not
Jenny,
to.
the policy says that we shall
longer for
work through
30
lunch.
minutes.
Okay?
Right.
That's what it says. We shall work through lunch. I find that draconian. I find that against the Department of Labor standards. It defies common sense and reason, and it completely defies the will of the presiding officer. So yes, I make my objection, and thank you for reminding me that bathroom breaks can be 5 minutes or 15 minutes, I suppose, depending on whether,
Judge, you have
how
a-
long
and you
it
have a
takes.
judge
But
pro
at any
tem when
rate,
we all get up and go
well,
to the
then in that
bathroom. If you
case,
need to go to the bathroom,
if there's,
go to the bathroom.
is there a motion to take a small recess? Is there a motion to take a recess?
If you need one.
I do. I'd like to
Need
go
a
to the
motion. If you
bathroom.
need a motion, I don't know why you need a motion. If you want to go to the bathroom, please go to the bathroom.
You have to go,
Okay,
Judge.
I'd like a motion because I'm not going to hand the gavel. Is there a motion? I'd like to make the motion to take just a 5-minute recess. Can you have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. A second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, staff, take that 5-minute break just to go to the bathroom, and then we can, we'll be right back for a much lengthier presentation. for the clerk, the time is 12:13 PM, and we're going to come back on the record. And we're going to move to item number 7 as promised.
Judge, could we try to make those table motions so that people don't have to sit here if they're going to be granted?
Which motion, which you're talking about?
I'm inclined to
I just.
hear a little bit about the numbers. I don't like the idea of tabling if people are here and they wish to make comment. It's hard to tell them to leave, but they've been here all morning without at least hearing from them publicly. Is there a number is there something that maybe?
Somebody here from 3, 4, and 5 here?
Judge, we already tabled 4.
Tell me which one. Well, he had to leave.
3, 4, and 5.
So item number 3 is pursuant to a petition, and if the gentleman is amenable, but he has signed up for public comment, perhaps you should hear a little bit more about it. It does require action by the court pursuant to the Transportation Code.
So we need a ruling on that too, because you signed him up for public comment when I told you that Commissioner Hernandez was looking at tabling it. So I'm really confused on how this works. If this item gets tabled, and then are we just circumventing the process by then signing people up for public comment?
The circumvention, first of all,
I'm asking the county attorney, Judge. I'm not asking you, with all due respect. I'm just
we
trying to get
haven't
clarification.
made a table yet.
I'm just trying to get clarification. So, because I don't know,
Public comment is intended to be an item that was not known or anticipated. So,
that's how it's supposed to be, but
Well,
we
he
violate
signed
that
up for the agenda item, okay? So it's a public comment on the agenda item.
No, he didn't, Judge. You just signed him up. I walked back there and saw you sign him up.
I asked him if he wished to make comment. He has been here all morning. The circumvention.
I'm asking the county attorney
Well-
for an opinion, and what she has said, I believe, is if an item is tabled, and I tried to do this at the beginning of the meeting so that people didn't have to sit here. I've been trying to do this now for quite a while so that people don't have to sit here. I haven't been recognized to do it. I can table them as they go.
I would prefer you do that.
But then I want to make sure that people understand that they're sitting here because you're making them sit here, because I've been trying to do these tables for an hour and a half so that people don't have to sit here. So if you want to wait and do these motions to table later, then please make sure that the record reflects that you made them sit here, not me, because I've been trying to make motions to table now for an hour and a half. And I'm still trying to do it. And I would appreciate the opportunity. That's what we always do as a courtesy. That's what we normally always do. And I would again ask that we go ahead and make these.
I asked you to provide a list to the court administrator. She does not have that list.
But Judge, I'm ready to make a motion. I just told them to you. I just told them what.
Which were they?
The ones that I was going to make a motion.
Which were they?
A5, A9, A16.
Wait a second.
Okay.
5,
9, 16, and 25. Those are the ones that I have.
9, 16,
and 25. Yes, ma'am.
And 25.
I want to add 3 to that.
Item number 3. Okay, I can tell you that number 5 came across to me by the court administrator and by the ME's office as being an important item. I myself asked if it could be on another agenda. They said that it was important that we had this discussion today. If it is still your wish to table, you have a right to do that.
Thank you.
But the circumvention of the agenda is really what's happening here with these tables. If we were doing it for the efficiency of the party, like we did just a moment ago for the Economic Development Corporation, that would be one thing.
Because there's questions that I think are unanswered, and there's time, and there's lack of communication. There's different reasons for each table. I'm not supposed to have to articulate those.
I'm just yielding to the court administrator. She asked me to place it on, that it was very important.
Right.
And my question to you, sir, is would you at least allow before we table, I will vote with your table, but if there is an importance to the work that we do in the ME's office, would you at least consider hearing from the operational manager of the ME's office?
Judge, here's my issue. The answer is, here's my issue.
What's wrong with
Yeah, because then we might as well hear the whole item. I mean, that's the point.
But the table is so that we won't decide.
I'm answering your question before I make my motion to table. My answer to your question is, there are questions on this that I have that the county manager cannot answer. There are questions on this that I have that if we're, as to, I don't believe we need to have someone come and present. If there's an action item needed, then let's put it on as an action item and let's RFQ it or RFP it or do whatever. But to have a presentation.
You don't want to learn about it?
Not without an action item, no, I don't. I want to know, if there's action needed and the ME needs action, then why isn't this an action item? It needs to be an action item. So I am.
I think.
We can move it on the 19th.
We
Or later
can-
on, just to.
I am making a motion to table the.
All right, we'll table
item
it.
5.
There's a motion.
To the 19th.
And you're
with
not
some
willing-
sort of-
With
hold-
everything.
Let me finish. With some sort of explanation, with some sort of background as to why this is needed. I want to make sure that before this happens, if this is going to be a new company, that there needs to be, does it need to be an RFQ? Does there need to be an RFP? Are we bringing someone forward that we could be conflicting out from working for us if they're making a presentation? So those are the questions I want answered. I'm making that motion to table until October 19th.
Second.
Pardon me?
That's fine.
Number 5, yes.
And Forrest, I do apologize, but because he's made a motion and a second, I'm not going to be able to hear from you. I think that's a shame, and I'll be voting against it, because if somebody from a medical team tells us it's an important item, you should get educated before you decide that you're going to authorize an action. And again, I myself was looking for efficiency, and I will reiterate to you that the court administrator assured me that this was important for the administration of the services that we do provide. And I'm sorry that you feel that way, Commissioner Chesney, because in that case, nobody, there should never be a presentation if you always want an action item.
Judge,
the purpose of the court is to receive information. I hope that you won't reconsider, sir?
No, ma'am, I've made a motion.
All
to
right,
table.
motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any
October
other
19th.
discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. It would be a table to the 19th.
Aye.
Is that right? The 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I vote no, because they said it was important. So 1 no, or 2 no's, I don't know. Who else? Did you vote yes, sir?
No, I said aye.
Okay. All right.
Judge,
So that'll help on item number 5. And then item number 16, the administrator had already suggested that she was going to ask to table. Can I ask you to confirm that?
I was, I would
are they?
I had number 9 also, Judge.
Okay, I'm sorry. But on 16,
Oh, 16. Oh, yes, I'm going to request to table
all
number
right.
16.
To the 19th or the 2nd?
I can move it to November.
Yeah, I was going to say January on that.
January.
But what is it, December,
Okay.
whatever, December,
Okay,
whatever.
we table it and then
No, till.
I cannot, I mean, I would like to vote for the table, but I cannot vote for waiting. The whole purpose of these funds are to let charities recover. You want to make them wait another 3 or 4 more months and suffer more? Can't we
November
agree that
16th
we
the
can
date?
bring
November
it?
16?
16th of November, that's
I
fine.
guess.
The
I
16th
guess.
of November, that's fine.
All right.
I mean,
Okay.
throw out dates.
Judge, I have number 3.
Hold on. Was there a
Wait,
second for Commissioner Chesney's?
To November
Thank you.
16th.
Huh?
Second.
Second? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then there was number 25, Commissioner?
And actually 9, Judge?
Yes, I know, but 25?
Hold on, let me get to 25. I didn't have any backup in my agenda for that one.
This was a Jenny Dorsey item.
Okay, I don't have any backup, so that was why I had that on the list.
Jenny, would you be
Yes.
willing to table 25?
Yeah, table. I have
Yes,
it.
absolutely. And that was going to be something I was going to talk about, hopefully in executive first. There's not really an action item requested.
All right, so we're going to table any action, and if the court wants to take it up in executive, then they can choose so. So is there
Till
a date,
November-
Commissioner
November-
Chesney?
November 16th, Judge.
All right, Jenny, is that acceptable to
Yes.
you? All right, November 16th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then item number 9 is Scott Cross. It's basically to move dollars to coastal parks to create a coastal parks master plan and create the capital improvement plan.
Judge, I had a motion to
Table
table.
that. Second.
I had a motion to table until the middle of November also. No one has reached out to me. I have no idea why this is being done, and so I'd like to move till November 16th to hear more about it. That's a large expenditure of $200,000 coming from COs that have already been allocated, so I need more information, and so I motion to table to November 16th.
And as long as you're throwing that in there, there were COs that were identified that were from the CJ's office, not yours, just FYI.
My understanding, they've been allocated already to security or something of that nature.
No,
Is that
that's not accurate.
Okay.
Okay, so November 16th, second.
All right, motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay? And I would hope that you would work with your Coastal Parks Director so that you guys can get on the same page.
Yeah, it'd be great if you contacted me.
Well, I think he was available online today.
Well, you know.
Scott, we'll have to have you contact Commissioner, because he says he doesn't know anything about the Coastal Parks Master Plan, the Coastal Parks Capital Improvement Plan that was approved by the Coastal Parks Board. And now that they've approved it, they need funds, and he's unaware. So you guys have till November 16th, and we will bring it back. And my offer still stands to fund the Coastal Parks Master Plan with some COs that are available through the county judge's office. Thank you.
Well, never mind.
And
Judge, I want to table number 3.
No, I can't discuss it. I was going to say something, but we'll wait till November 16th.
I'm actually going to ask that we move that to the executive session because it is pursuant to the Transportation Code.
Which one, Judge?
Item 3, it's a legal action. We've been served with a petition that needs to be addressed. And by tabling it, you're just, inconveniencing the petitioner.
Is there some timeliness on the petition?
Which item is the petition?
No, not really, since it's been in the same state since 1957. I guess what's a little more time?
Yeah, this is where if someone wants us to give up our county road, right?
Right, since 1957, we've done nothing with it, and there's a petition pursuant to the law. We're supposed to take it up. So you can table it and continue to thwart the people's rights, but I think it would be smart to at least hear. You don't have to act on it today, but I think since he's been here with us, it would have been smart to hear from him so that you understand that it is a petition, it is pursuant to the law, and it does have to come before this board. And just by delaying it, you're not helping the people. But if that's the motion, that's the motion. I'd like to at least have it brought up so that you can understand what it is. That's the purpose of court. Open Meetings Act doesn't allow us to all sit together in a room and figure these things out. That's why agendas are created. That's why we do it virtually. That's why we have public comment. That's why people come. They expect that when an agenda is posted, that we actually deal with the items on the agenda. Every time we table it, it's just a means of saying, you're not important. We're going to move you to the end if it's not by mutual agreement.
Those are your own words, Judge.
It's not by mutual
appreciate the
agreement.
constant lecture, Judge.
Judge, this item has come twice before, even before I was commissioner, and it's been denied twice before.
Not by petition.
They only have 2 names in the petition, Judge. Everybody's got to sign the petition.
Anyway, it would be nice to hear from the expert once before this morning.
The expert?
Yeah, the expert. There is an expert in the room with us.
That's good. Okay. I didn't make the motion. It's not my motion, so someone else made it?
I don't like
Make
that
the
the
motion.
people aren't being heard here. I think that's a shame to table it and just thwart their action.
Second.
What is your date, sir?
Well, you want to hear it today?
What is your date? You want to hear it?
You want
I think it would be great, and that you can still table the action, but you should hear from him. We should hear from him. What is your pleasure, sir? It's your table. It's your motion. Would you like to hear from him?
Yeah, I'll hear from him.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Higginbotham.
But, wait, we're going to do the Bob Hall Pier first, or are you going to go to this one now?
Oh, well, that's
James?
true. That's true. We'll just hold then. You're right. Okay, we'll hold. We'll move to item number 7, which is receive an update on Bob Hall Pier design, construction timeline, and related matters. Discuss and consider all matters regarding Bob Hall Pier and any allocation or funding that may be pertinent. And with us, we have several resources in the room. But first, we turn to Scott Harris.
Judge, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, what is your question?
My question was on number 8.
Eight?
The item would be, I would like to just make that motion to consider proceeding with the 2-pile architectural design for Bob Hall Pier utilizing the current funding.
Well,
and
that's
make
why I
that-
put it on.
So
That's
I
my
figured-
motion, that's my item.
And you
I
can-
would appreciate if we could.
You
we
can bank
could,
it, Judge, and I can second it,
I
whatever
would
you
like
would
that. You know, I appreciate
You-
that.
I just want to get it
What?
done.
I don't know why.
You want to get it
I don't
done?
know why they're so worried about
There's,
not doing it.
there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, actually, any other discussion?
You know,
All those, yes?
Let me just make a discussion.
Commissioner
I don't-
Gonzalez.
You know, I don't know why everybody's so worried about, I mean, I think everybody up here has always supported the second piling. I mean, I don't think anybody up here has said we don't support the second piling. I mean, we support it. I don't think anybody here doesn't support it, you know, so.
Well, that's why it's
But I can hear
nice.
that, but I understand the concerns and, you know, because it could change. But, you know, but believe me, guys, a surfer, I'm not a surfer, I've never been a surfer, and I probably will never be a surfer. But, you know, this is what you need.
Wait, that I would like to see, actually.
This is what you need to surf, to catch fish.
I'll buy the surfboard.
Because, you know, we haven't heard from the fishermen either. I mean, we need to go with it, right? So, that's my thing.
Right, and
I agree.
let me just do this. They'll definitely, I'm not going to ignore the signing up that you've done. You signed up to speak, but I have to say that when we call for discussion, that does give you the opportunity to come in and speak. So if you want 8 to be advanced, I do need to make certain that the folks that signed up have a say. So the motion is made, the second is here. And Scott Harris, would you yield to the public at this time, and we'll come right back to you. We're several, and it's Steve Ray. It's
Number 8, as is.
it's Richard. Is it Forcelli? Forcell.
That's the number 13.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. Forgive me. I see that. I'm looking at 7 and 8 here. Oh, it's Sandy and Steve. Okay. However you all would like to do it, in whatever order. Sandy, would you like to go first? Sure. Or it's the Bob Hall Pier.
It's on the dual piling one only. It's number 8.
Yeah, dual piling.
On the two.
And also Steve Ray, W-R-A-Y.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there you are. Forgive me. These are only close up.
Okay.
Sandy, welcome.
Thank you, Judge. My name is Sandy Laskowski. I want to say thank you, Judge, for this opportunity, commissioners. And all I have to say right now on this pylon, it is about time. You guys agree. It's a 2, I'm not an architect, but it needs to be a 2 pylon. We hire a designer, we hire an architect. This was long ago. This should have not even been on the item right now, wasting time. It was, and it has always been a 2 pylon deal. It should have been passed a long time ago, not bickering over this. You know, all we're doing is wasting time on the go-ahead with Bob Hall Pier. So that's all I have to say on this pylon. Barbara, thank you very much for everything you have done to push this and make this number 8 happen. Let's go with it, end the stories. Let's go with the 2 pylon.
Do it.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. And just because I'm going to be complete, would you give me your address for this sheet? And I turn it into the clerk this way.
Yes,
Sandy,
it's
thank you.
9053 South Padre Island Drive.
Got it.
She may not want that on here.
I've got it right here. All right. And Steve Ray, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm a local surfer. I've been surfing. I was going to bring the picture with me. I had a photograph from May of 1972. Where was I? Bob Hall Pier. You know, I've been doing this a long time. Don't do much on the fishing end. I do like fishing, but more on the surfing end. So I was just looking up some history of Bob Hall Pier, which most of us probably know. And, you know, that thing was built back in 1950. You know, 1960, it was a 42-foot shrimp boat. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, that got away and ran into the pier, almost cutting that thing in half. So even that was a 2-pylon pier, 2-piling pier. So if we had a 1, what could happen? Shrimp boats can get loose. Many things can get loose. Us as surfers and fishermen, now we're realizing that we have a new surf spot at Powder Creek Channel because of the barge with all the rocks on it, unpredicted. It's kind of taken away from one of our favorite surf spots. 1961, Carla destroyed Hall Pier. Multiple pilings it was built on, and it was rebuilt. 1967, Hurricane Beulah destroyed half of the pier. Again, rebuilt, and rebuilt pretty quick. In 1970, Hurricane Celia, mild damage. But in 1980, a comment about how many people visited the pier. In 1980, over a 56-day period, there was 186,000 people that visited our pier that summer. Now, me as a local person, when my friends want to come from California or Florida, whatever it may be, where do we go fish? Where do we go surf? What's your favorite spot? I do not want to say, let's all load up and spend extra gas and money and time and go to Port Aransas. Let's go down to South Poverty. Let's go up to Galveston. I want to stay local. This is where I live. This is where I pay my taxes. And this is what I want to brag about. We're going to get a harbor bridge. Schlitterbahn gone. We need to make the right decisions on this, okay? That's basically all I have. The main thing I'm here today is to be a voice of my friends or family that can't be here for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't do a Zoom. Maybe they don't care enough. I don't know. But if I didn't come today, I'm not going to feel very good in my surfing community. So I'm here today to voice my opinion, and thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Those were the two that I have for the item that we have called up right now. There's still another item, but we'll get to it shortly. So on item number 8, that was the public discussion. How about any other further discussion up here? And as I said, we're not going to lose sight of the fact that we have a good presentation, but as the two pile, there is a motion, there is a second, and there is not just consent, but it seems like a unanimous one potentially. So we'll find out here shortly. Anybody else? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, same sign. So with that, it might make things easier going forward for engineers and architects. Scott Harris, will you introduce to us the presentation that you have for us regarding the pier? And for those of you online, we're back on number 7.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Commissioners. I did provide the court administrator with a presentation.
Speak up a little.
Yeah, I did provide the court administrator with a presentation
Okay.
last week.
Do you want to, Leah, do you have it?
I have it with me if we can load
Yeah, if you
that
don't
real
mind,
quick.
let's load it. If it's going to be a visual aid that's helpful.
Again, why don't we have it?
Actually, did Forrest leave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. Okay. Just let us know when you want to advance the slide.
Yeah, thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Scott Harris, I'm with Lockwood, Andrews, and Noonan. We're your program manager for this project. With me today is Louis Klusmeyer with Jacobs Engineering Group. He's the design engineer of record for this project. I've got 5 slides. We're going to be really quick. Basically 3 things I wanted to cover today. I wanted to cover the history, the project status, of kind of where we've gone from the very beginning, from notice to proceed until now. I also wanted to cover some of the cost methodologies. I know there's been questions by the public, by the commissioners, by several about how we've determined costs thus far, and Louis is here to help with that as well. And then lastly, I just wanted to provide our recommendations on moving forward, which I don't think will come as any surprise with the what we have already heard today, and give you an idea of what the timeline is going to be now after we proceed today with the previous action that you just approved.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Yeah, so our design team was given notice to proceed in June of 2021. We went through several months of public comment, public surveys. We got to a point where we submitted a permit to the Corps of Engineers. Funding was eventually secured. All the funding was eventually secured in May of 2022. We had about 26.3. I know that there was $2 million in additional funding for the pier that came after that. This slide by far doesn't hit all of the bullets, but it hits the major milestones. At the end of August, we provided a presentation to the Parks Board, and that Parks Board, they moved that we go forward with looking at both a dual pile and a monopile design up to the 30% level. And our recommendation here today is not consistent with what the Parks Board recommended. But I'll talk about that here in a bit. Next slide real quick. So I did want to show you all some of the conceptual level cost estimates. I do want to go on record today that there is backup, there's detail to these that Jacobs Engineering has provided us, and we have validated the unit costs and reviewed the conceptual level costs thus far. But the main purpose of this slide and next slide is to let you all know that the costs that have been produced thus far are conceptual level costs. There is a certain amount of contingency involved or contingency added to those project level costs. And our team is dedicated to work with Jacobs as we move forward with their design and the costs get closer and closer. Next slide. And again, you really don't know until this project is bid exactly what the costs are going to be. So from now until the time that this project is bid, the way that we produce cost estimates is really with added contingencies. And you can see that on the left-hand side here, that's the schematic phase. We're really over here on the left-hand side now. So the costs that Jacobs Engineering has brought forward thus far really have anywhere from a plus 50 down to, say, a minus 30 in range. So that's really the cost range. So, you know, if we were to go to the public and say it'd cost, say, $4 million extra to design, say, a dual pile system versus a monopile system, that range there is anywhere from a plus 50% to a minus 30%. There's a lot of flexibility in that. So we did want to just go on record here today saying that everything that's been presented thus far, there's wide contingencies in what has been done, and we're committed to going forward now with a dual pile design that the court just approved, and look at the costs at every single milestone along the way.
Very good.
And if there's no questions on the costs or the cost methodologies, I'll move forward to our last slide, which is our recommendation.
Well, let me ask, are there?
Are there any questions about how our design team has produced costs thus far?
Yeah, what I'd like to see, though, is that backup. I mean, so that you'll validate it. I mean, I think that's important for the court to see all of that backup. And I kind of anticipated that being in this. So will you be providing that to us?
Yes. Last Thursday, I provided this presentation and the backup to the court administrator.
Okay. We need to get that forwarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have an email returning that says it was accepted, so.
That's a problem.
Anyway, I don't,
This is just an update, so there's, I mean, we can table if you want to, or we can just keep going with the update. I mean, it's not,
Yeah,
it's
and
not an action item.
It just, it's great info. Let's learn.
I'm good. I just
Yeah.
didn't want to be inconsistent.
Right. Oh, I know.
so again, I wanted to be brief. I do go on record today, Commissioner, you know, we have reviewed Jacob's costs. The unit costs are in line with where the project is and you know, within the range of contingencies. So we have done our part to review what they have provided.
Great.
Last slide. So we do want to move forward with a two-pile system, which is already done. The court's already approved that. But really the more important part is the 30% submittal. So we're going to go forward with a 30% design with a two-pile option. There won't be two different systems looked at. The monopile is history, and we're moving forward with a two-pile design to 30%. That will be done in 3 months from today, now that you've given us the go-ahead to move forward with a particular design. Jacobs is ready to move forward with the design. 3 months from now, we will have a 30% submittal. The costs associated with the pier will be reevaluated at that time. You all will get to see those updated costs at that time as well. 9 months, an additional 9 months, we'll have the final design documents ready for county approval. And then, as I said earlier, project costs will be developed, scope adjusted along the way as needed, but we are committed to keeping this project within budget and as you know, as we move forward. So the last item, yes, sir.
Have those, had the funds that Jacobs at one time said weren't requested or should have been requested, and came back and said, you know, I'm still going to need, I think he said something like $980,000. Is there already, has that, maybe I'm not, I thought it was going to be more like, I thought it was somewhere in the range, maybe $1 million, I don't know. I know he came to us one time and said, we forgot to add this to.
There was a laundry, I think you're thinking of that laundry list of some things we
Mm-hmm.
funded and some things we didn't.
Right.
And we said that all funding is now secure inside that list.
All that funding now, even that, it's already in there, right? It's not like we're going to come back and say, well, this is going to be the additional.
Yeah, Louis can address this.
If I could address that, Commissioner Gonzalez. One of the things we requested to be provided to y'all in the backup was our original contract and the Amendment 1 that was provided a couple of months ago or so. The original contract was essentially for rebuilding Bob Hall Pier as it was. We went through the town halls, the visioning process. What do we want to have? Once that was completed, there was additional. We wanted to do more than just Bob Hall Pier. We wanted to make it bigger. A 2-story restaurant or a 1-story restaurant. Wanted a little bit more room out on the end for the fishermen, a little bit wider for the fishermen. There was scope beyond what our original contract was for. The amended contract that you had and approved provided design funds for that additional work. We did submit costs for individual little items that did not get approved because the funding for the construction was not approved. One of the things that has still not been approved, and we'll go forward, right now we are designing a 1-story restaurant to replace what was there. That's what's in our contract now. We do not have any design funds for a larger restaurant, a 2nd-story restaurant, nothing like that. But or if we come through, they decide to come up with some GLO funds to extend beyond the dunes. There's no design funds for there and that. So nothing was forgotten in there in the original contract. We added engineering funds to design scope, to design portions of the project that were not envisioned in the original.
those
Does
costs,
that answer your question?
yeah, but those costs are not included on what you have right now, right? I mean, you say you come back and you gotta expand this, or you gotta add this, those costs are not in there, and you still,
In the process of developing all the possible, what if we do this, what if we do that, LAN asked us, what is the construction cost for this? We provided the construction cost for that. When I said we were not asked for it, LAN did not ask for what is the design and construction cost. They said, what's the construction cost? I provided what I was asked for.
okay, so there's still a question there, which way we're going, right? I mean,
So in terms of going forward, we heard the court loud and clear, is that the monies that have been allocated for construction now need to also include engineering.
Okay.
We've heard that.
okay, thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
So the last bullet on our slide concerns the Corps of Engineers permit. So with the decision made today, we are allowed to go forward with the reapplication of the Corps of Engineers permit beginning immediately. So that's something that's a necessity as well. So we just wanted to add that to discussion. If there's any questions about that, we're able to answer those at this time as well.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for being here today and for waiting patiently, and for all of you online, for those that signed petitions, for those that you have come to court, not just today, but over the since that first Surf Riders meeting, maybe back in June. I just want to say congratulations, because now we have a fully funded project. We have a project for everyone, and we have a project that can begin now. And so I think this is a great win for our community, and it's a very exciting day. I also wanted to read, but I actually lost my train of thought, and I didn't pull it up in time, but I can paraphrase if you'll just give me 1 second. But Scott Mears, since this is related matters, I got it. I thought this would be important to read into the record. Yesterday, this was received to me on Tuesday, Monday, 10/10/22, we conducted the final walkthrough for this demobilization project. All demolition operations have been completed. All debris removed, and contractor has demobilized from the beach. The contractor will have the laydown yard located on the asphalt parking lot demobilized by the end of the week, which means this week. And therefore, I can honestly say that congratulations are in order. We have safely and properly demobilized. It's the end of one era and the beginning of another. And it's the one that I think that you will look forward to with great anticipation. And the only thing I can say is I'd like to have the photo that you showed, and I can't wait to see the new photo that almost replicates, but with more beauty, with more grandeur. That same opportunity you said happens only twice a year. And again, it's a great opportunity. You'll notice that we're reminded here, this is a photo that was taken by Lisa Torres. It's quite beautiful. It has its own beauty. The waves are not the kind you like, but it's its own beauty. And I think that it symbolizes for us that pretty soon we'll have on the other corner our new pier. And it will be a great fishing pier, a great surfing pier, a great observation pier, and a great pier for both locals, those Texans that come and enjoy, and those international tourists as well. So thank you to Scott, to Lewis, and to, like I said, everybody who was involved in the process. This is how government is supposed to work. Thank you.
Quick question or a quick comment?
Yes.
Is that all right? Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo some of that. And I really want to give a shout out to the Surf Riders Foundation on this, because honestly, this was just something that, and it kind of talks to what you were talking about too. If they would not have brought this to our attention, this two-pile system would not be where it was, because the initial design was a one-pile, monopile, and it looked great. And I think a lot of us were focused on the pier and the restaurant and the concession, and all of a sudden one meeting, here comes the Surf Riders Foundation telling us, wait a minute, why are we doing one pile instead of two? So talking about democracy working, that is exactly how this is. The Surfriders Foundation should take 100% credit for getting us the attention to get us to give the attention needed to this issue. And I'm not saying that because you two are sitting in the room and everybody's online. I'm saying it because it's the truth. Were it not for y'all coming to public comment, getting your petition drive, getting us off dead center to say, whoa, 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 how did this happen? And I'm sure there's, you know, in theory, monopile may be great. I couldn't find a monopile. I looked all over the coastlines of America. I couldn't find one. I didn't want to be the first one to try a monopile, and I certainly think that 2 is safer than 1. But this is democracy at process. Sometimes things take a little longer, and had we not paused, then we would have been 30% down the road with a 1-pile system, and we'd had to start all over again. So you're right. It's been a little frustrating for all of us because there's a lot of discussion and a lot of input, but that's, you know, none of us want this turned into the harbor bridge. I mean, or the bridge, right? That's what so we've been very careful. I think this is going to be a phenomenal pier that we're all going to be extremely proud of. Not anybody got exactly what they wanted, how they wanted it, in the time they wanted it. But at the end of the day, that pier is going to be something we're all going to be very proud of. And I think the entire Commissioners Court, especially, and again, and I'm not leaving the judge out, she's played a big role in this, but the 3 commissioners who don't represent the island, who have stepped up for this big time, and we wouldn't have those funds if they wouldn't have been, not nice enough's not the right word, but pragmatic, nice, whatever the word is, to really look at this and say, hey, this is not a precinct 4 asset. This is a county asset. This is a world asset. This is a state asset. You know, this goes way past, and so kudos to those commissioners for stepping up and realizing that, and hopefully it never happens in your precinct, but if it does and we knock something down in your part of the world that needs to be rebuilt, I'll be there as well. So thank you very much for that. But it is democracy at work, and we did hear you, so thank you. I'm so excited about this duel. It's been a lot more work than it should have been. It's been a lot more effort than it should have been. With that, ma'am, I agree. But we've got it pushed forward. We're there. Thank you very much to the Surfriders again, and for everybody who's been involved. And Lan and Jacobs and Hanson have been working like tirelessly. I can't even begin to tell you how many conversations and emails that I've had with them, going through all this stuff and working through this in the back, in the back, trying to figure it all out to get it all here and then present it all publicly, because it takes a lot of work to get to this point. We just don't show up and do it. There's a lot of work that goes on in meetings outside of here too. So, great job. I really am just can't be any happier with the turnout on this today. I am anxious to look at this backup. I did not get it. If I did, I overlooked it, but I don't think I got it. I'm going to look at that a little more, and I may have some more questions for you going forward on the numbers, but that's not for now. You know, that's for another day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you. Forgive me, but there is a hand up, and I'd like to respect it because it's our Coastal Parks Director, Scott Cross. Scott, did you want to add something here?
Just 2 things. I want to make sure that the commissioners know, and especially for Commissioner Gonzalez, because I know he watches his dollars very, very, closely, along with the rest of y'all. But the parking lot, as you know, that will support the pier, it's 100% funded. Commissioner Chesney, with your Road District 4 funds, a long time ago, you secured the engineering on that, so there's not going to be any additional cost there. The sky bridge that will go across the beach, that's another application I'll be submitting for in just a couple months. And so the engineering for that will come out of those grant funds, so that will not be an additional cost that will be brought to the Commissioners Court. And I wanted to curb everybody's expectations on the permitting. We're going to have to go through the permitting process again because it has to go through staff review for dual piles versus monopile, which is normal. And there's one element to the permitting that's kind of problematic, and that lies with the National Marine Fisheries Service. I reached out to them. Their office is in St. Petersburg, Florida, and they have 8 staff in that office to serve 10 states for all these environmental permits. And so they're running at least 3 to 4 months once they get your permit, when the Corps forwards it to them, before they even assign it to a staff member. And it's just the nature of the beast, because they don't have enough staff to deal with the workload. And I got some guidance from them that I provided to Land and to Jacobs on how we can try to front load our permitting documents to possibly head off any questions they may have to try to speed up the timeline. Additionally, Judge, I reached out and talked with Nick. I can't pronounce his last name, Chief of Permitting
Yes.
up there in Galveston.
Yes.
And I talked to him about the same thing, and he advised us the same way. Front load your documents on your permit for NIMS, National Marine Fisheries Services, as heavy as you can. It's may not help, but it's your best chance at stopping a lot of back and forth. So you're going to have your plans and specs done probably long before your permit gets here, to where you can proceed to procurement and get it built. Just want to make everybody aware of that. That's all.
It's Lakowski. It's Mr. Lakowski that you're referencing, Nick Lakowski, and we have had numerous conversations. And lucky for all of us, we have a great, open dialogue with the Corps of Engineers. I alerted them that on this agenda item was ripe today, and that a decision most likely would be made, and therefore we would be able to inform them. So now, Scott, you can do that with the court's minutes. And although there is a process to go forward, they are fully supportive of the process. Like anybody, they just want to know what it is that we're going to do. And once you inform them fully, then the process begins. I don't think that, I believe that we will prevail in a timely fashion, and we just need to stay vigilant. And by working with this group here, we will. This is not to, bolster one engineering company over another, but Jacobs Engineering worldwide is recognized around the world. They have ratings like other rating agencies do, and Jacobs is at the top of the list, if not number one this year, and certainly they were last year in the world. And so I feel very confident that both the engineering design, the architect, the engineering that we have overseeing it is going to produce a great product for all of us. So we'll, as they say, now everybody, let's get to work. Thank you. Thank you, guys. If you all want to take off, you're welcome to do so. If you want to hang out here for more fun. All right. So we're going to move on to item number 6 and ask Forrest Mitchell to come up. And this is important because it deals with budget in the term of revenue, and it's Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office fee schedule, including the effective date of such fee schedule. Yes, ma'am. Or, I'm sorry, did somebody say it? Yes, I will go ahead and have you come to the podium.
For number 7. No. We're not.
Hall Pier is what I would discuss.
Oh, you wanted to have, okay, all right, well then come on up. Forrest, if you'll hold, I want to hear, you're right, you would put 7 and 8 on your, it does accurately reflect it from the clerk. And also, Richard as well.
Yes, as I said, my name is Sandy Laskowski, 9053 South Padre Island Drive, and I am a mother to 2 young sons, a young son that owns a business here at Flower Bluff, Castaways Bait and Tackle. We came here 12 years ago when they were small, came here 13 years ago, and because our passion was fishing. Bob Hall Pier brought us here. Well, here it is now, 20 years later, or 12 years later, 13 years later. We got a Bob Hall Pier that is gone. He started a business here. And what I don't see is this city has to realize this, and I've said this many times. This is a fishing community. The recreation people come here from all over the world to come and fish. They come to fish Bob Hall Pier. Surfing, I don't know much about surfing. I know there is surfing going on, but the dollars that Bob Hall Pier brings to Nueces County is huge. Judge, you've been up here, what is it? This is your first term. We're going on, 3 years? You are the first judge that I have seen have worked, brought dollars to this city, and told us where these dollars are. I respect that. You guys, I don't know these 2 gentlemen here at the end, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hernandez. I know you've been here maybe a few years. I kind of vaguely know what you do. Mr. Gonzalez, I know you've been on the Commissioner's Court for a while. Mr. Chesney, I've been here 12 years. You've served as a judge. You served at City Council. Now you're, and I'm sure you served on other committees, but now you're here in Nueces County as a commissioner. All I saw today was a disrespect and just, you should have known your agenda. I feel you should have known what's on these. All of y'all should know what's on these agendas. You guys disrespected a judge that we elected. We elected you guys also, and I found that just a disgrace. And you've been here in different offices, so I don't really know why everything was in opposition to you. I mean, you were confused. You hadn't heard of any of this stuff. You know, do your homework. You held up this court for almost everything on this agenda. But anyway, I'm here for Bob Hall Pier.
No, don't Schmidt. Are we here about Bob Hall Pier or something else?
We're here for Bob Hall Pier. The fact that this needs to move forward. You guys need to see this. I mean, it's got to move. We got to stop this hesitation with dollars. We know what Bob Hall Pier brings. It brings lots of dollars to this community. Do you guys know what's happening this weekend in Nueces, in our beaches? Do you guys know what's going on? Do you all? No, probably not. Do you know there's over 1,000 people coming here to the beach to surf, to fish, sharkathon? 1,000 fishermen are going to come. They pay hundreds of dollars to come and do this tournament. It's a catch and release. You know, this tournament comes in, it allocates money to Texas A&M, to our beaches. All these fishermen that come here to Nueces County have to have a license. They've got to have permits. They all pay to fish this. You know, Bob Hall Pier is the same thing. A fisherman has to have a license to fish. So you got money coming from there. And I don't know. I'm not the person. I don't know where that money goes. But, you know, you got your parks, your state parks. You got money coming everywhere. But Bob Hall Pier is a money-making thing. It also brings businesses. It brings business to our small businesses. I mean, you know, I can't tell you how many customers, and we've lost customers, we've lost revenue because Bob Hall Pier hasn't been here. How many customers come in here and say, oh gosh, we're going to Rockport. Man, we're going to spend one day here. You know, they're not going to our restaurants as often as they were. They come here, Bob Hall Pier, we hit the restaurants, we hit every bait stand, every retail shop here. They shop for fishing. And so the need for this Bob Hall Pier is really a big need. It needs to be, you know, moved forward. We hire architects. And it's like I said, you guys, you're the ones that hire them, so you ought to trust in what they tell you. You know, the design, if we left it for all the people to decide, we want this for the surface, we want this for the fishing, you know, we'd get nowhere. Bottom line, Corpus Christi people come here. 75% come from San Antonio to come here and spend their dollars. And they come to Bob Hall Pier. There's no Bob Hall Pier, so they're hitting our beaches. And luckily, we do still have that customer coming in from San Antonio, going to our beaches. But we should have a lot more customers coming to Bob Hall Pier. And so with that said, I hope you guys can move forward. I do thank you, Judge, for all the hard work you've done. And Commissioners, I'm sure you all have done a lot of work too, but I really want to thank you, Judge, because like I said, in the 12 years that I have been here, you know, you've been about the only judge that I know that money comes in, you go out there and grab that money, look for it, bring it back to our community. And that's what it's all about.
Thank
so you guys got to work together and respect each other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we should need to stick
Thank
to
you.
3 minutes.
And so now we'll move to item number 6, and Forrest Mitchell. And we're going to talk about the adoption, the potential adoption of revising our medical examiner's fees. And he will share, do you have a PowerPoint on this?
No, Judge, I do not.
No worries. Go ahead. We'll refer to our backup.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. For the record, Forrest Mitchell, Director of Operations for the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office. I'm here for a brief presentation to seek approval from the Commissioners Court for a new fee schedule for the Medical Examiner's Office. This is the first significant or revision since, I believe, November of 2015. The fee schedule primarily covers the laboratory and autopsy fees provided by the Medical Examiner's Office through interlocal agreements with participating counties who are seeking our services. The new fee schedule, if approved by the court, would take place at minimum 30 days after the fact, pursuant to those interlocal agreements. However, if the Commissioners Court approves this fee schedule, we will make notifications to all of those participating government agencies. The new fee schedule also includes open records fees consistent with the state statutes and state administrative code. It also includes an increase in the cremation permits for Nueces County residents only. The fee schedule has been reviewed by the County Attorney's Office. Though some of the autopsy fees in the schedule may be higher than some of the other counties in Texas, offering services to other counties, they are lower in some other categories. Many of these counties have already, many of the medical examiners in Texas have already or are in the process of increasing their own fees as well. Importantly, some of the increase in laboratory fees will now cover the actual costs of the services that we're providing, which we were not doing in the past. And Judge, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the court may have.
Thank you. I'm happy to offer any questions, but I just want to express gratitude. You know, we've been wanting to review, wanting to make the right decisions so that we can, you know, capture the right amount of dollars, and you did it for us. And I think you've probably only been here less than 90 days.
Yes, ma'am, about 2 months.
Yeah, less than 60 days. Anyway, 75 days. Thank you so much.
Second, just a
There's a
question.
motion and a second. Any other discussion or questions?
Question?
Yes, and then I have one question for Dale, just as far as making certain that he's got everything he needs. Go ahead.
Just was wondering if we've done any analysis based on what we think this might bring in additional revenue based on current caseloads or historic caseloads.
That's a very challenging question, Commissioner. I haven't been able to do as much detailed analysis on that as I have been trying to make sure that we're actually charging what we need to charge.
That's fine.
There is the potential that we might see a dip in the number of autopsies that we may get from other counties because of the increased fees, as some of the counties have to adjust to those fees. But according to Dr. Fagan, I believe history has showed us that in time the number of autopsies will return.
Okay. And just if you ever get a chance to do that, like I said, that'd be great. But I appreciate the effort as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
And just as if the court does choose in just a moment to approve these fees, Dale, you'll put them in and they'll become effective, because that's part of it, right? Forrest, is your recommendation is to make them effective. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Answer.
Judge, according to the interlocal agreements that we have signed with these counties,
yes,
their fee schedule can be amended with 30 days notice.
All right. So, Dale, that helps me. How do you see it? Same way?
Yes, Your Honor. We met with Dr. Fagan and Forrest on these items, and we agree with the increases in costs. And both Dr. Fagan and Forrest realize that there are some of the costs that we should have been charging in the past that they haven't been charging. So some of these revenues can go up. As Forrest might have said, some of these smaller counties might decide to go somewhere else, but there's not very many places to go. Because Bear County is almost full on their stuff, and you go to Harris County and then further up, and those get very expensive. So I believe the revenue that we'll be bringing in, the cost, and the billing are accurate.
Okay, that's great. Well, I'm excited to get us modern and keep looking for other ways that you can bring to our attention whatever you think is right and just for these services.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Court.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Okay. All right, that takes care of a lot of the items. I'm going back in order, and I'm looking online to see if we either need to let him know that we're ready for him, or is Noe Hinojosa available?
I'm here.
All right, thank you. I just don't see you, but I hear you. Let's go ahead and go to item number 2, which is discussing considering adopting a plan of finance to issue personal property finance contractual obligations, restructuring certain counties' debt. We do have some handouts that have been provided by the court, and Noe will turn it over to you. Although, I'm going to go ahead and ask, do you think, Maggie, you'd let Ida know that Noe's going to start his presentation? She may want to come in. And go ahead, Noe. We do have it in front of us.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Judge, and thank you, members of the court. Noe Hinojosa, for the record, with the Estrada Hinojosa and Company, served as the county's financial advisor. And very much consistent with what we gave you at the last meeting. In this particular case, all we did was change the timetable. So nothing changed from the last September 26th meeting. At this meeting, we're basically telling you that if you sell these bonds or these obligations sometime November 16th, it's all pending on you awarding or determining what kind of software you want to use. So what you're giving us is the opportunity to prepare for a financing, but that financing will not be executed until we hear from the county auditor's office and from Michael Robinson to tell us what amounts to fund. Right now, we've contemplated $6 million, but we're very hopeful that the number will be lower. But for purpose of purchasing, we don't want to disclose what we believe that amount to be. All we wanted to give you was the tools to give you the ability to fund this project of the ERC or the ERP software. In any event, I'll leave it at that. If anybody has any questions, be happy to answer them.
All right. I'll turn it over then to questions at this time. Are there any questions with regards to the plan of finance? Again, I'll remind you that it was the court's will to not make the selection until we knew the funding, and then it was the court's will to not make a decision on the funding until we had a plan of finance. So we have taken several courts to really bring to you the information that was requested. And now that it's there and it showcases not only the means to do it, but a very affordable means to do it for a very necessary item, do you all have any questions?
I got time for Noe. Noe, thank you very much for the information.
Yes, Commissioner.
Staff. And I just wanted to make sure, and I think that, I don't know if I talked to you about this last time or not, but if we're going to do this, I mean, I think we need, what I hear, we need to stay at least as close as we can to 4.5, but not go over 6. Stay under 6, and that way we can actually go ahead and refinance within 6 months, a year, or what, to get the same rate.
Yes, I think good questions, Commissioner. I think you will know, I think at the next meeting of the Commissioners Court, whether the project is going to be not exceeding 6. We think it's going to be more like the number you mentioned. If it's lower, we may not do a big restructuring. So I'm hopeful that once we hear what the bids are, once we know what the numbers are, you'll be aware as to, how much that project's going to cost. Then both Michael and Dale will call me with idea, or whomever you want to assign, and tell me, we want to finance this amount, whether it's $3 million, $4 million, whatever. That's still pending. And whether the restructuring is needed or not, that's depending on how much you're going to finance. All we're doing is here identifying the methodology so that if you want to proceed and fund this project by November 16th, or even later for that matter, it's up to you. I'm not doing anything away from the court. I hope that helps answer, Commissioner.
Yeah, but, so, do we need to make a motion today to say, okay, we agree, but stay within 4.5 and 6? Or you can give us, to the extent that you trust us, you can give us an amount to exceed 6. If you want to do 4.5, that's fine. It's your prerogative. All I can tell you is that you're going to know how much you're going to need for the software at the next meeting, if I remember my conversation with Michael correctly. So I'm not going anywhere. All I'm going to do with my staff is prepare the offering memorandum so that we can have bidders
give us an interest rate quote by November 16th, we're probably going to have to call the rating agencies, at least one, to see what kind of a rating they'll give us. And in order to get there, it takes about 20 to 30 days. But I'm not doing anything without your consent until November 16th, if, only if, you have awarded or agreed to a price for the software.
Okay.
So today, the action is, if you want to agree to it, say, I don't want to do more than 4.5, that's your prerogative. If you want to do no more than 6, that's your prerogative. If you want to say 3, that's your prerogative.
So,
Well, Noe, the issue at hand is that we already have a sneak peek of the costs. And so I think that what is in our best interest today is to make a motion, which I will right now, to adopt a plan of finance. And at the time of selection, we'll know exactly what that number is, and we can put a not to exceed today. But I'll be honest with you, to do anything less than 6 is to give us absolutely no choice at all, because they all exceed, in other words, that,
well, the one was 4.
well, right, but that one has been deemed by, it has been deemed, there's a high level of certainty that that does not meet the specifications that's needed countywide. And because of that, we should at least go to the next most logical one and then let the court decide. But if we're doing an up to, we should do up to 6. And then, of course, we'll make that decision ourselves and then inform you, as you said, through the court administrator.
Yes.
So that would be my motion, to go up to 6.
It would be the motion to make up to 6, you know.
Or is it 6,020,000? No, it's 6.
6 million. We're going
Okay.
to fund a project of 6, and we will come back to you.
Okay, I just see
with
the,
everything.
all right,
Yeah.
6. So that's my motion, up to 6. And there's a second.
But hold on. But we're going to do no less than 4.5, right? We can go less than 4.5.
Well, that's great. You're covered if you say up to, I mean, if you want to put a parameter, that's
Okay,
fine.
That's fine, that's okay.
Either way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not to exceed 6, not less than 4.5.
Right.
That's fine.
Okay.
Question?
That's a good.
And there's some questions, Noe. Hang on, Noe. There's a
Yes,
motion
sir.
and a second. I'm going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
for discussion, and there's a question or comment. Go ahead, Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you. So this is all predicated, Noe, on, and I know you did what the court asked, on how to get more money without too much extra burden on the court, right? But
On property taxes,
on
yeah.
property taxes, right? So the other side of this could be that the other option would be to reduce, to restructure and reduce debt, right? I mean, this is, I get that there's a need, but the problem is we're still increasing our overall debt. We may be getting a good rate, but we're still increasing our overall debt, which means it's going to be hard, more to pay back versus restructuring. Sometimes people restructure debt to pay off debt, or they restructure, or they do different things there too, right? So we didn't look
That
at,
is correct.
and you didn't look at that because that wasn't what you were asked to do. And
Yeah.
and I get it.
I mean, the assignment by you, if you remember, Commissioner, was by some of you, not maybe the whole court, was how do we fund something without having to affect property taxes, without tapping into the general fund. So this is just one mechanism of, if you want to do that, you can borrow this money, 4.5, which is what the amount will be increased in your overall debt by whatever you decide to fund this software. If it's 4.5, if it's 5, 5.25, 6, that will be added to your overall debt structure. The thing about, as you well know, the current debt you have is being paid somewhat rapidly. And because of the fact that you are structured in paying off your debt rapidly, then we're going to modify your existing annual payments so that you can reduce your annual payments of the current debt and be able to accommodate this new debt without impacting property tax rate. You cannot have it both ways. If you want to finance something new with debt and you have a current structure, we have to do something with your current to be able to accommodate your new and use the same property tax rate. In
Right.
fact, your property tax rate for 2023 was actually reduced on the debt portion. despite the fact that your payments have been going up. We're using our savings account, as Dale will tell you during the budget sessions, we're using our savings account to offset impact in property taxes. And that's the challenge. Now, you don't have to do the software. You don't have to do anything. You can always find $4.5 million in your general fund. But as you know, it will come at an expense of something else. So.
Right, and so with doing it this way, what does it do? And I'm trying to look at this and figure it out myself without asking, but again, this was just given to us. So
this is the same presentation I made at your meeting last time, September 27th.
Okay, and then does this have an effect on? Does it change how the rate decreases, right? Because we've got the INS tax rate and it goes down because, as we pay off our debt and we do better, or will this elongate that?
Yeah, well, think of it like this. Today, your payment is about $14.9 million, actually 15.6. That's the way it was originally scheduled from previous financings. We came from $14.5 million in 22 to next year being $15.6 million. This is 1 year's payment. So you allocate about 4 cents times your property values divided by 100, and you come up with a tax levy to help you pay $15.6 million. Then you say to me, okay, we have a challenge here. Can we finance $4.5 million or $6 million? Okay, we're going to go get $4.5 or $6 million, and that requires annual payments. So in order to be able to do those payments on a level basis, as you're expected to do because you're a AA credit, we're going to modify your existing payments from $15.6 million downwards to create capacity for your new annual payments and not impact the ultimate goal of your tax rate. That's what we're doing.
So the annual payments won't be higher than the 15.6 if we do this?
That's right. It's going to drop to about 14.9, thereabouts, next year. We're going to drop about 600,000, 700,000. So it comes at the expense of, think of it like this, if you and your wife had a mortgage for 30 years and you pay it off, you say, we want to pay this off in 15. So you make your payments higher, you front load them. And then you realize, oh, I lost my job. I can't pay it that quick. Now let's go back to the bank and see if we can restructure that to 18 years or 19 years.
So then we should see some budget savings, if I'm hearing you right, next year?
Yes, we're going to have savings because you don't want to have higher taxes.
No, right. But I'm saying that if you're saying it's going to go from 15.6 to 14.9, then is that going to show up in next year, not this year's, but in next year's budget as a savings or something that we can offset one of those budget challenges?
In the years to come, because of the way the debt is being paid, you get back to the $15.5 million level with a $4.5 million financing or $6 million, whatever that number may be.
So if we didn't do this, then we could reduce our debt and reduce our debt payment, which would show us a budgetary savings in the general fund, or in the general fund. Like if we restructured the debt, lowered our payments, paid off some debt, and then we'd have to figure out what to do with how to pay for this software, or we finance it and there's no effect on the payment or on the tax rate.
That is correct, sir. So when we look at you as a unit, a governmental body, we want to know what your objective is. And you've been consistently, for the last 10 years, you've been very consistent about telling me, we don't care now about more debt, but if we do more debt, don't impact my tax rate. So based on everything that you have in front of you, general fund, debt service fund, other debt issues that have been issued in the past, the only way to get you that $4.5 or $6 million is through this mechanism. Okay, now that I know I can get you this mechanism, you're coming back to me and say, but don't forget about my tax rate. So then I'm getting you the tax rate. And the only way to get you there is by doing what we're proposing. Certainly, interest rates our driving force here. Today is October the 12th, and we're not looking at borrowing money until November 16th. So interest rates may rise. And that plays a role on how we structure this thing too. But it'd be a pretty, I mean, I'd be happy to keep you posted through the process of pricing so that you are fully aware. We don't need surprises. And,
Well, we know the Fed's going to raise interest rates, Noe, so we need to hurry.
yeah.
I mean, that's,
Well,
we think.
Yeah, I guess what I need from you all at some point after this meeting, if you so choose to go forward, is to let me know how much you will be needing to finance. And I'll wait for you guys on that.
Okay. Well, you've put together a very good package and a very thorough one. So we have a motion and a second, and are there any last questions? Because I'd like to move on. Okay, all those in favor of making certain that we have this adopting a plan of finance as presented by Estrada Hinojosa, our financial advisors, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. Noe, just to use our time wisely, you have item number 12. You've done some good work for us. Do we want to queue that up now? I'll come right back to item 10 here shortly. By the way, for the clerk, I do see that we've done 1 through 9 successfully, so I know we sometimes jump, but we are back on track, okay? And I am also mindful that Dr. Fagan's on the line, and I'm going to take up his item next. So if we could have.
He's on the TERS, Judge?
No, he's on the TERS.
Oh, you said
I'm just
12.
saying, I'm mindful after the TERS, I'm going to let Noe finish, and then go to Dr. Fagan, because I just saw him on my screen, and when I see him, it reminds me that.
What does he have?
Okay. All right, so, Noe, will you still with us? I
Yes,
lost your face. Okay, there we go. So if we could go to item number 12, you've prepared some documentation regarding some financial terms that we may want to look at. We may not want to decide today, but you've got some terms for us.
Yes, Madam Judge and members of the court. Again, Noe Hinojosa with the Estrada Hinojosa Company, serving the county's financial advisor. And the question of us was, what would it cost the county to provide or extend the benefit to TERS number 2, which I believe has to do with Factory Channel, if you were to give another 18 or 20 years to the original agreement that I think was signed back in 2000. Thankfully, as it is customary with this type of TERSs, the original value back in 2000 was a lot less than what it is today. We borrowed from our good friend Heather Hulbert at the City of Corpus Christi's presentation back in February to the City Council. And in that presentation, she included an assumption on what it would cost the county if we did a 75 or 50% again of an added abatement. And basically her numbers were kind of a little bit more conservative than ours, but kind of in the ballpark. But basically, the question of us was, if you were to give a 75% benefit to the TERS for the next 5 years, the value of that TERS will be $1,130,000 in 23 through $1,130,000 in 27. And if you did 50%, it will be at $752,000 in 23 through $871,000 in 27. So,
And Noe, hang on just 1 second.
please.
Do we
yes.
happen to have that in written form is one of we're asking?
Yeah, I emailed you that. I thought I emailed I did too.
Yes, what I sent.
Okay, so it's in your inbox,
That's what I
guys.
sent yesterday. But
Okay,
so.
so guys,
I
just.
apologize.
No, that's okay. It's just that it's always helpful to have it on the screen.
Yeah.
We're going to get it for you, Leah. Just give us 1 second. But basically, what you're saying is at 75%. So guys, currently we're at about 1.6, right, Noe? About 1.6.
Yes, right now, I think you give 100% abatement.
We do. And
So they're collecting about $1 million, let's say $1.5 million. I think it's $1.6 million, but City of Corpus Christi said it was $1.5 million for you. and I didn't want to get
Yeah,
away
that's-
from, because that's a public record and ours is not.
Right.
As of now, it will be a public record.
Okay, we'll
But I'm
just
trying to keep
take it,
consistent.
take it face value. We'll take their numbers at 1.5.
Yeah,
But the bottom line is your calculations, which we'll show on the screen here shortly, show that 75% is 1.1 and 50% would be about 750 in the year, fiscal year 2023. As we escalate, right, to 2027, those numbers grow. Why? Well, because we
Yeah.
predict growth, even if it's slow growth, you expect that those numbers will increase. So I guess
Yeah.
we'll wait for those numbers. But again, guys, remember that last time we said we're trying to give guidance here from the court so that when we make these determinations, when we go to our TERS board meeting, that we know what we're looking for. And I just thought that 75% looks good. We could even do it for, a certain amount of time at 75% and then a certain amount of time at 50%. And that's acceptable.
I will tell you, Judge, that Del Mar College does 60%. I
Okay.
believe.
And Del Mar does 60, okay.
Judge,
I
kind
think
of
the city's at 75 and Del Mar is
Yeah.
at 60.
I don't know where this is.
So
Can I,
she said last night, maybe.
Comments? I don't know, I can't.
Yeah,
find
she's
it.
going to get it.
Okay, can I?
It's coming up to you right now. But anyway, go ahead and ask your questions and we'll refer to it for it in just a second.
And I don't know if Noe can plug this in on real time or not, but Judge, what I was going to suggest today and contingent upon seeing these numbers
Yeah,
was
what do you think?
75% funded for 5 years and
All
then
right.
go down 5% every year until year 10, and that would then level us off from year 11 to 20 at 50%.
I like that.
And that was where I was going to try to go today, and it sounds like that's going to be a pretty good
And I
number.
think that ISAC is close to that.
I
I feel
yeah.
like by listening to their meetings, I mean, I don't know if they've made a formal recommendation, but you had asked Noe to get those numbers. We liked it in theory, but now you can actually see what the numbers are.
Right,
So,
and so that's through, so we're in 22, that's the first 5 years, and then,
So,
yeah, I did not see
Noe, just hold it right, or not Noe, sorry, Leah, hold it right there. Do you want to do me a favor? See what the PDF is on the, yeah, there you go. Just take a look at it.
and maybe, Judge, what we could do is
Okay, I'm sorry, go to the other
get him to plug that in real quick, because that was going to be what I was going to make in the form of a motion on this, so that we could get that done, and then when we go to our TERS board meeting on the 25th.
Right, we'd be
then
ready.
we can say, we've already passed this, we hope you'll like it. I mean, and obviously, we can bring back tweaks if we have to, but the thought would be was we don't have to keep bringing this back, and we could do it on the 25th in advance, that we would already have voted on it. So I guess I'll make that as a motion.
I'll second that.
Motion on the floor already.
I'm sorry?
I motion, but we can amend it.
Or did you make-
Yeah, just do it the way you said it.
There's a motion on the floor.
It's fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you, yeah, that would be just for the clerk's edification. The years 1 through 5 would be 75% funded at the current values. And then years 6 through 10, each year it would go down 5% each year. So it would go 70, 65, 60, 55,
50.
50. And then
Hold
at years
steady.
11 through 20, it would level and stay at 50%. And I think that's a real win for everybody. It keeps the TERS active. It provides a definite revenue source for the county that we don't currently have. And hopefully, this can maybe be kind of the model as we do TERS is going forward that we could use. And it doesn't have to, I'm not making that as a motion, I'm just making the motion for this one. But it just kind of to be consistent.
I like that. There's other decisions to be made, but let's go ahead and vote on that one or ask if there's any questions. So it would be a sliding scale downwards. And any questions? Okay. So all those in favor of that model is how I'm going to phrase it.
You second.
Yeah, I'll second. It's the
This is gonna
model.
Go to 27, right?
It'd go for 20 years,
20
sir.
years, right?
So
But it
for
would
the-
go down.
I may add, Commissioner and members of the court, that you may be wise to call your council to find out if you can go another 20 years. I think there's a statute of limitations,
Oh,
maybe.
for 10.
I think it's 40 from the beginning of time in 2000. So I think it can only go to 2040. That's what I think, or that's what we think. But it may be worth talking to.
Well, we'll just amend it
Yeah,
to,
whatever's- we can-
subject to the,
If it's
subject to the
18, it's
provision.
18. Yeah, if it's
Perfect.
8, yeah, we can,
Perfect.
right.
Okay,
But
subject
that's
to
fair
that provision.
up to 20, we'll use the up to words,
Mhm.
which means if all we can go is 18, then we still have the model in place.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
And so,
thank you.
very, very good clarification. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Noe, there's still another matter, and because of the fact that we're going to have court next week, if you need time, don't hesitate to say it. But one of them is boundaries. That doesn't have anything to do with you. But the next thing is, at what base do you start? In other words, typically the law provides that, is it an extension? In other words, do you allow everybody to keep the same base? Or do you go ahead and recapture some of the base and therefore start at a new number? And
Okay.
I don't know if I'm even really ready to absorb those financials at this moment, but I wanted to
Are you
bring
talking
that
about
forward.
If you were to expand the meets and bounds of the TERS?
No,
Well, yeah.
in other words, are we going to start this new extension at 2022 values? Or
That's your policy.
I
I don't know
know.
what they're asking you. Normally the TERS wants you to go back to the beginning of time in 2000.
Right, but
So
it's grown
they're gonna get the same
2,000%.
Right, but his numbers were based on weren't your numbers based on the going backwards?
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, so
Okay.
his
I went back to
projections,
2000.
that's why
Yeah.
that's why we're reducing the
Right,
percentage,
from
Judge.
1 million, otherwise
Right.
we'd start at
That-
zero.
that's
So-
Well,
exactly
not
right.
at
That's
zero,
why you're
but it's some
reducing
very
the
small
benefit.
number.
Right, so we have to go back and
Well,
start.
it's just, it's a hard
It's
pill to
six-
swallow, but it's one half dozen or another.
Right, I mean, you're either going to start at one or you're going to start at the other, and I think, like you said, I think the ISAC's kind of heading that direction. I don't know what their proposal was, but they seem to be
Yeah.
wanting to do it from there with a
Well, if-
percentage.
And if there's
that's-
another recommendation that we
Right, we
know,
can
we
come
can
back.
always bring it back. But I feel
We've got
like,
another meeting after our TERS, so.
right, like anything, it's grown by 2,000%. And look, if it works correctly, it's supposed to do exactly what what we're trying to achieve with the boundaries. It's supposed to bring back public infrastructure money. Remember, we don't lose any dollars. We just earmark them in a
Right.
certain
I
way.
mean, you think of the purpose of the TERS. I suspect the TERS has been created for the benefit of doing drainage improvements, street improvements, lighting, and so on and so forth.
It's
And
mainly-
this is a way
mainly
to
Packard.
capture
That was
those
in
funds.
theory.
Well, it's mainly
Yeah,
been
well-
Packard Channel.
So hopefully, whatever cash they accumulate, they can use that only for that purpose, without having to come after you. But you and I know, you get hit by a hurricane out there, and there's not gonna be enough money to repair all that.
That's the concern, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, look, this gives us a direction. We've created it, and I think the theory of the case is that we don't want to start over again. But again, I don't know any different. I don't have any information. This gives us enough to go to the meeting with. Okay, so the next piece then is the boundary piece, which is we had Scott Cross bring us the right, call it meets and bounds legal description with regards to including Packery Channel Nature Park and Padre Bayi Park, and that is what's represented in your packet. And so my motion is to include those new boundaries to be considered by the TERS, but recommended by here. And by doing that, first of all, we comply with the law, which requires it to be what they call contiguous acreage. And so we looked at the maps, it is contiguous. So take your little, geographic boundaries, and then next to it, on both sides, you have two different coastal parks. And this way, by us promoting these boundaries, we can rest assured that our dollars can come back in to help us inside these coastal parks. So it'd be a funding source for these coastal parks. And what I really like about that is the roads are so bad at Packery Channel Nature Park. That is a great way we can come right out of the box and say, Commissioner Chesney, help us fix these roads, right? And
I thought we already pretty much did that at the last meeting when we said.
we did, but these are the
anything.
meets and bounds. These are actually the legal, like I had to go look for the
Right, I just.
legal.
Okay. So it's just administrative.
I mean, it's administrative.
'Cause
I
we
had
made it
to,
in the prior motion, which was just to include every project possible.
I know, but I thought.
If you want to make it tighter.
I
that's-
do, I want to make it tighter because Bracewell suggested that you use the legal language. And let me go back to the,
So moved, Judge.
all right. I represent that it's been
Judge, I
looked
think
at the legally.
On 12 still?
Yes, ma'am. All right, so The meets and bounds and legal descriptions are included in your packet, and they've been accepted as proper. I'll second the motion, Commissioner Chesney. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, Kara helped me remember that we do want to hear from, maybe not, we'll see what the court's will is, but we do want to hear from you. Mr. Higginbotham, you signed up, and you're going to give us a little bit of information. It'll be the court's decision whether we move on any action.
I just want to hear his
He just-
side.
they just
I don't
want to
wanna
hear from
argue,
you.
Talk to anybody. My motion was to go ahead
And
on,
hear from you.
I don't mind hearing him, only him.
Great.
See what he does.
Mr. Higginbotham, you're welcome to take the podium. We use that for online purposes. And tell us what we have before us here today, from your perspective.
Yes, my name is Al Higginbotham, 534 North FM 2619, Kingsville, Texas. This is a request to close a portion of West Riverview Drive. I have a prepared statement. If it's okay, I'll just read this statement.
That's fine.
Okay. Number one, Riverside Acres plat was filed on July 14th, 1956. West Riverview Drive, a 30-foot road as per Riverside Acres, as per the plat, was never and has never been opened as a drivable road. It has never been more than grass, trees, and picnic tables. Also, neither has it ever been needed for or used for any type of drainage purposes. Basically, it's been in a state of suspended animation for 66 years. There are no drainage issues as suggested. For 66 years, that has never been necessary. We are not requesting the closing of an actual drivable road. No public utilities will be affected by this closing. Those rights, wherever applicable, will be totally protected. Upon closing, the 5 adjacent or contiguous property owners will become the fee simple title owners of the portion of the road being closed by an order of this court. Nueces County will reserve any current mineral rights which they currently control. The property will then be appraised by the appraisal district and placed on the ad valorem tax rolls. Nueces County has already lost 66 years of taxes on this property, which again has never and will never be used for the purposes for which it was originally designed. This road has always been closed. It has been absorbed into this community for 66 years. If closed, the only significant difference between before and after will be the tax income it will produce for Nueces County and the fact that the county will no longer have any responsibility for it. To further defend this request, under Section 251.057 of the Texas Transportation Codes, abandonment of county roads. A county road is abandoned when its use has become so infrequent that one or more adjoining property owners have enclosed the road with a fence continuously for at least 20 years. The abandoned road may be reestablished as a public road only in the manner provided for establishing a new road. In the legal definition of a fence refers to a structure which encloses wholly or partially some piece of real property so as to impede ingress and egress. It may be composed of anything so long as it creates a line of obstacles serving this purpose. One thing I would like to do is I would like to remind the court that this request to close, discontinue, and abandon a portion of West Riverview Drive will require a unanimous vote to be successful. We have fully complied with all Texas Transportation Code requirements.
Thank you.
Oh,
is there more?
I said
Okay,
one,
go ahead.
One last little thing.
Yes.
This is a request. All these people want to do is unite their properties and move on. It's a simple issue. Nueces County would not be surrendering anything in closing, discontinuing, and abandoning this road.
And your background is represented at the beginning, and you didn't mention it. Will you just go ahead and include that for the court's record?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, your experience or your background is at the very top. Did you
Oh,
want to
yes.
read that for the
Sure.
record so
Yes.
we know who you are?
Yes, absolutely, I will. For over 45 years, I owned a title company in Kingsville, Texas. I was the third generation. For the past 15 years, I have presented Texas Transportation Code issues, road closings, and openings before the Clayburgh County Commissioners Court. Any of the commissioners or the county judge would serve as a recommendation if anybody wanted to contact them.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think what I do is my motion is come back on the 26th and decide what do we want to do with that, because I don't know, we need to really get something from the county attorney also.
This, there was something sent out, I can forward it to you again, but you have the possibility, you all need to decide unanimously, but you do have the authority to do what is asked.
Call for the question and. see if we
Okay,
come
well
back on the
then,
26th.
What date?
I-
On the 16th.
The 6th, no, okay.
Well, the next court is November, we have two courts before the 16th.
16th, November 16th.
That's fine. It's not urgent.
Okay, so you want to table to the 16th?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's fine.
I have a dermatologist appointment next Wednesday.
Okay.
I can return any other time.
Okay, the court is suggesting in a few weeks, November 16th. That
Okay.
gives them a chance to,
November 16th?
yeah,
Okay,
okay.
okay.
Would
So
that
we'll
be all right?
Return and we'll discuss this further at
Well,
that
we'll
point?
vote on it. We'll vote on it on the
Okay.
16th.
Okay,
That
on
way,
No-
that,
on
the,
November 16th.
right, the information that you've presented is excellent, and we'll get a chance to review it, and we'll proceed on the 16th. I wish we would do it today, because I don't see any reason to delay, but I think it's, there's a motion and a second. We'll see if there can be consensus. We always look for that.
Okay. Your assistant, Tara Corlin, she has my email address. If there's any additional information that you need prior to that time, please let me know.
Okay, all right. And Jenny, just for clarification, what you're saying is that the advisory, that we can do exactly as suggested, we just have to do it in a unanimous fashion.
And all the notices that need to be.
And all the notices need to be done, so you can help prep us for the 16th.
Yes.
In other words, on the agenda item, so that
Yes.
it's properly noticed to take exactly that action.
Yes, we can do that for the court, but not for the public at large. I believe they have some obligations of their own.
Exactly. But ours, for us, you would help us write that.
Yeah.
And how many property owners, I don't know if you mentioned it.
There are five
Five.
contiguous property owners
That's-
to the portion of the road that we're requesting to be closed.
And they all agree.
They are Dan Murphy, Matthew Cravey and his wife, Devin Nevels and his wife, John Jack Fernan and his wife, Greg Lestraps and his wife. Those five people own all of the property on both sides of the road, on the Heather Ridge Estate side and on the Riverside Acres side.
And they are all in concurrence. They all agree.
Yes, they are. You have a petition
Right.
signed by all
Right.
of those parties.
Okay.
Like I said, the notice was filed and posted. The petition is signed. You have all 10 of those people have signed the petition. And, like I say, we're in complete compliance with the Texas Transportation Code.
I'd like to find out, Jenny, who would have to plat it, whose job is that? As far as platting it and mark,
Oh, one thing, if it's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to thank Commissioner Hernandez for the time that he contributed to us in preparation for this request.
And Commissioner Hernandez,
sir.
are you in favor of this?
Judge, we'll talk about it when we meet, I guess.
He wants to table this one.
Okay, so you're not ready to?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, all right. I'll wait. You got a motion to table to the 16th. Did somebody second? Did you second?
No, I did not.
Okay, who seconded? You, Commissioner Chesney? Well, who was the motion?
I'll second it.
Y'all had the motion, or this has been the same motion for a while.
I know, but who did it?
Never.
Who did it?
You and
Make the
Hernandez.
motion.
I just asked him, he didn't say, so
3 hours ago.
he forgot. Okay. Motion and a second to table to the
I was reading
16th.
something else.
Okay, at which time a vote will be taken?
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right?
Is there a particular time?
Well, I will make certain that we
Let's put 'em on
put
time.
you
All
at
day.
number 1
All
on the
day.
regular agenda item, okay?
Okay.
And again, we thank you for coming and presenting this information.
Absolutely. Thank y'all very much for
Okay.
entertaining this request.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Thank you, sir.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now that takes us through items 1 through 9, and we do have some other folks that are pressing. Amanda, you probably need to get, I think we have one from the,
Which one?
we've got a couple in HR that are asking to be advanced to get them back to court. So let's talk about the Assistant Veteran Treat Court Coordinator. It's item D2. Judge Pulcher, thanks for being here and waiting for us.
Thank
This, you'll explain, but basically, court, this is to move, this is super sad, we're going to lose an amazing person, Amanda De La Cerda, and this is to help us make that transition. Judge, will you provide more info?
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Judge and County Commissioners. I'm Judge Jack Poulter, the 105th District Court, and also presiding judge of the Nueces County Veterans Treatment Court. The 2 agenda items that we have for you today involve the Veterans Court. The first one is jury donations. So when someone comes in for jury duty, they have an option to donate their money or keep their money. So what we're asking you is to put Nueces County Veterans Treatment Court as an option on that donation. We do receive about $200,000 in grant money, but that is grant specific. And so we have some services or issues that we need to address. This money would go to help pay for those services. I'll give you an example. Let's say we have a veteran that had a Jimmy Buffett night, and he wakes up and he's got a tattoo. Even though Jimmy Buffett liked his tattoo, maybe this veteran doesn't. And so that's going to cost quite a bit of money to have it removed. So instead of, he's going to have to find the money somewhere. So this fund will help pay for that. I'll give you another example. We had a veteran who, big drinking problem, so I was going to send him to rehab. He was worried about losing all his possessions and paying his rent. And so we didn't have any way to protect that, but he's going to rehab because he's drinking a lot. Mm-hmm. And so I have 2 defense attorneys that are on the staff. And so Lisa Harris, I'm sure most of y'all know her, she actually paid for his rent until he got back in town. And so this fund will help pay for that too.
Which Judge?
At this time, I will have Amanda tell you the exact language that we're looking for.
HR.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. So this request is to approve the Commissioners Court to create a special new revenue department for those donations received for Veteran Treatment Court services. This is outlined in Government Code Section 61.003A5 specifically, should be attached to the letter that was provided.
Judge, you said
What
HR.
number,
Yeah,
what number are we at?
Okay, just hang on one second.
What number are we at?
Hang on. There was some confusion. I called for the HR piece of it, and Amanda, it's okay, though,
Okay.
you can talk about it, but
Okay.
I had called, the reason
Right.
there's confusion up here is
Okay.
that we were going to go ahead and talk about the reclass of the position,
Okay.
okay? But we can talk about both, but
My question
just
is the
because
reclass.
I went
Just let
ahead
me
and,
know which
I
one
went
you
ahead
would
and
like to
announced the position. Will you
Okay.
address that one first?
Okay, so
Thank
the
you.
reclassification
Yes.
of Mr. Justin Silva.
That's correct. That's what I called for, Judge. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Let me turn to the second page. As you're aware, since I've taken over Nueces County Veterans Treatment Court, we have increased the grant that we received, the amount from $50,000 to about $200,000 every year. And so we applied for a court coordinator position to help Amanda coordinate the veterans here in our system, the treatment services. And so that is Justin Silva. He's been doing the job for about a year now. He does have a 4-year degree in criminal Justice Administration. And so at this time is when I let Amanda go over.
Yes, so we're asking that he be reclassified from a 16 to a 19. Friday will be my last day with Nueces County in office, and he is going to take over quite a bit of the things that I do on a daily basis. It's all to serve the veterans in the program. And just to kind of outline a couple of things, you know, he's going to be responsible for coordinating all of our staff meetings. And all of these duties are not in his current job description. And just to kind of briefly talk about it, when we originally created the position, this was something new to the court. And as it's developed over the years, he has taken on more job duties. He will start taking on coordinating with our other two counties to make sure Judge Poulter is where he needs to be when it comes to Veterans Court and his regular court dockets. He's going to be the liaison for district and county courts at law. When new veterans are accepted into the court, he will be required to maintain, per the government code, 16 hours of CLE. He will have to step up and take that on as well. He'll be responsible for new staff training. As the team changes, he will take on that duty as well. I can create a list. I don't want to go too deep into details, but if the court would like, I can put that together and give it to you. But I can tell you that with my departure, he is going to be taking on quite a bit of job duties that were not originally put in that job description.
Okay.
So now we're talking about 2 and 5, right?
Okay, we're talking, well, for starters, the one that I called was item number 5. Wait a second.
Item number 2.
Item number 2 is the one I said, discuss and consider reclassifying Assistant Veteran Treat Court Coordinator. And so, again, Amanda's leaving. We do have a replacement, but he's going to have to take on these new duties as Amanda's replacement, and therefore we need to move from 16 to 19.
And just to also add, right now, Mr. Silva is 100% grant funded. What I'm asking for is that when you take him from a 16 to a 19, it's just in the interim until June 30th of 2023. We are currently in the process of putting in our new application for next year's grant, and we do intend to put in the funding in that to offset the going from a 16 to a 19. So this is we're just asking permission from the Commissioners Court to, because of my departure, to pay him in the interim until we can get the next grant cycle going.
Correct. Okay, thank you. And again, we've had the fiscal impact looked at, Dale, and when we asked you, we would just absorb this as part of our budget.
Because there will be savings in both the courts. It's only about a $2,000 to $4,000 increase. It's not a significant fund.
Okay. And of course, you've already pointed out, Judge, how important this, grant is, the significance of the funds, the need, and the good work that it accomplishes. So you would also recommend this salary position changed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will make a motion to do that and ask for a second based on the testimony here.
Second, and thank you for your time with the county. Sorry to see that you're going.
It's been a good 18 years.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Amanda, just unbelievable, but like always, you're making sure that everything is taken care of.
Yes.
And we're going to be in good hands now. And I know that we're wishing you the best. And as I told you in the hallway, get back real soon.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. And then just so you know, on the donations, on the accepting of that, so what that fund is for, I think we've handled that at another court, right? We've already done that. Is that right?
It's not on here.
It's not on this. It's not on this one, but didn't we already accept those donations, are they?
No.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we may have to have you back, but really you've already provided the background inadvertently, but it helps. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We haven't done number 5 then, right?
And so on the, I don't know who's going to be representing the auxiliary court here today, maybe somebody online. Is that a possibility? We'll find
Your Honor,
out.
what this occurred was, this was a grant position that was not recognized when we did our reclassifications from all the county attorney and district attorney's numbers. We just need to make sure they're all paid, all the 5 positions are paid at the same level. So just this one grant's going from a 38 to a 39.
Okay, so it's a
To
grant,
make
it's grant
sure that
funded.
equals all other attorney
Right,
fives.
so just remember, the auxiliary court is funded by the Office of Court Administration, which is funded by the American Rescue Plan Act for the state of Texas. All this is the ministerial change to make sure everybody is equalized, and this is grant funded. So I'll make the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or, all right, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That takes care of human resources, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And again, there's others that are important, and so I'm going to help Dr. Fagan so he can get back to his work. We've got item number 1 for him and item number 6. Let's take item number 1. Dale, you asked for this item as well.
On item number 1 for human resources, as we know, there's a 6% cost of living increase. We need to make sure we revise the pay schedules for pay schedule A, which is the majority of the regular employees, then pay schedule P, which is our professional levels, which is anyone in pay group 29 and higher. E is all the elected officials, and they are at 6%. We created a new pay schedule for the medical examiners because they're at such a high rate of pay now, so we want to make sure they're separated so we can handle them separately. So we provide you the information for all these 4 pay schedules and ask you for your consideration and approval. They'll be effective on October 1st.
Judge, in reviewing this, or Dale, sorry, not Judge, Dale, in reviewing this, to me, this was just putting it in writing what we'd all agreed to.
Correct.
It's no new cost, anything like that. It's ministerial again, correct?
That's correct.
Motion to pass number 1, Judge.
Thank you. I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, post same sign. So let's move to number 6. And again, just so you know, sometimes they fall under human resources, but they're issues that are important to the auditor or they're important to the department head. We categorize them in that manner. So item number 6 is one that does require our approval to consider, and that's the approval of additional hours for 3 new part-time medical examiner investigators. And there is a cost of $32,000. And Dr. Fagan is here, but it would take them from 20 to 29. Just so you know, this also comports with what we intended as a court. When we call part-timers, we say it's 29 hours. So Dale, can you help here as well?
Well, normally, most of our part-time positions are at a 20 hours per pay period. So when we said part-time is assumed that it was going to be 20 hours. We do have some employees that are at anywhere from 20 to 29 hours. 29 hours is the max, so we don't have to go through any process through the adding benefits to it. So 20 hours would be the max. So within that period of time, we're talking with Dr. Fagan, 29 hours is the required amount for his staff. We would just assumed that once we said part-time, it was a 20-hour a week. And we have several that work 20 hours per week.
Okay, but
this
Go
is
ahead.
not what we approved. This is not a clear up. This is an additional request?
Well, when they come in and they said the current investigators that were temporary, they asked to put them as part-time. When they put them as part-time, there was an assumption they were going to be 20 hours per week. But however, working with Dr. Fagan, they actually need them for 29 hours per week. So it's just a clear up to make sure it was talked about in the budget to make sure it's right.
I see your face. It's like, you look like you're melting. Listen.
I'm melting because
But
every time
29
I turn
hours
around,
is what's
I know,
typical. If I said to somebody right now,
Judge, it's
we're going to
really-
do part-time, it would be 29 hours. Again, I don't see it as a mistake. It's just more of a miscommunication.
It's just
Typically,
frustrating because we just continue to get requests for more and more and more
no, but
money
it's
for the
not,
medical
because
examiner
part-time is
costs. Well,
29.
We are. We're getting, I mean.
No, because
this-
I
the
thought
budget we-
part-time is
well, I did-
29.
I mean, the budget
That's
we
what it is for
approved-
every other part-timer, 29 hours.
Well, I mean, part-time can be anything. I mean, I've got part-time workers that work.
No,
10,
it's by
15,
definition.
20, but 20 is definition.
Right now, we have several that work part-time and several departments that are at 20 hours per week.
It's definitely,
But
I mean, this
by
is an additional
definition,
request
we
for cost.
typically do 29 hours.
Well, no, we don't. That's not true.
But we've had several that are at 29 hours. Our magistrate judges are at 29 hours. Some of our courts for the County Court Law 5 are 29 hours, but there are some at 25.
got it all over the place. And so the request at the time was for
They used it
part-time.
part-time, and we
that
assumed 20 hours.
And we put 20 hours in. So this is an additional cost, again, coming from the medical examiner's office. So,
Well,
yeah, I get a little melted down
I
on
just,
that. mean,
I
do.
see it
It's
as
frustrating.
29 hours is what I believe. I hear you that you have some departments that can get away with less than 29, but when I ask what a part-time position is, it's usually 29 hours. And if you don't want to do it, then just don't do it. But you either want to do what we need to do to get this office in the right space or not. And it's just the rate of return is so great here, and the con is so bad. You know, that's to me
You can
what's
argue
at
that
stake.
for everything, Judge, and I get it. We have,
I know.
and
I know
believe me,
you get it.
We have spent money, dime after money. All we do is spend money on the medical examiner's office. We approve new positions that, hey, I got outvoted on, so be it. We approve. I mean, every time I turn around, it seems like here comes another request from the medical examiner's office, of which we've already spent. Good gosh almighty, I don't even know how much we've spent. So please, don't say that this court hasn't gone overboard in its attempts to clean up this medical examiner's office, and
It's to staff it
'cause
accordingly.
that would be untrue. I mean, it would be completely untrue.
We've
to even
done a lot.
imply that. We've done a ton.
lot,
Not
but
to
you know
mention that
what?
We've committed $7 million to a facility that's going to make that facility unbelievable. So
I would disagree, but
millions
at
of
any
dollars.
rate,
Well,
I
get
think
you
I think the
disagree,
issue at
but
hand
it's
is
true.
20 to 29. I'd like to make the motion to give us the 29. Let me call for discussion, and then we'll get to hear from Dr. Fagan. I'd like to make the motion to get us to 29 because that's what he needs. And is there a second for that?
29.
Second.
All right. And then, Dr. Fagan, would you mind unmuting and tell us how the 9 hours is going to assist you in the office or for the services? I thought I saw him. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, I did. I see it. We have him. I'd say it's just that you're old, but I'm the same age.
No, you're younger than me.
Dr. Fagan, he may have had to leave, guys. Dr. Fagan, are you still with us? He may have had to leave. Would you mind texting him, Ide? And I'll hold on it if it's okay with all of you guys.
Sure.
I'll hold on it. There's some gentlemen that have been waiting all day long, and I'm going to move to that. JJ de la Cerda is here to do item number 13, and that is to discuss the nonprofit organizations for infrastructure repairs. These are our VFWs and our American Legions, and it's through the American Rescue Plan Act. The allocation is through the CJ's allocation. JJ, will you present to the court?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. On June 26, 2020, during the COVID pandemic, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed Executive Order GA-28, which mandated the closure of bars and similar establishments that hold a permit from the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. This order affected all of our VFW and American Legions as they had to close their halls, canteens, and even cancel their fundraising events. The governor slowly relaxed this order in phases. However, the pandemic affected those posts tremendously as they were not able to generate revenue. In fact, several of these posts were on the verge of closing their doors forever. Within the past year, several nonprofit veteran organizations have reached out to Nueces County for help as they find their buildings in dire need of infrastructure repair. However, these posts do not have the funding to do the repairs. To date, 4 posts have reached out with funding requests. 3 of those posts have provided estimates. The first, the VFW 8932 out of Flower Bluff, has an approximate request of $160,072, and this would be for the repair of their floor, their restrooms, and their parking lot. VFW 3837 out of Cal Allen has an approximate request of $60,550, which would replace all the existing rotting siding on their building. All of their building is rotting away. American Legion Post 364, which we have members here, has an approximate request of $68,000, which includes the replacement of their roof and their fence. VFW 2397 on Air Street has requested several repairs to include their roof, restrooms, flooring, electrical panels, etc., but they have not provided an estimate. I am also pending a call back from VFW 8967 out of Port A to see if they have any needs as well. The current combined amount is $288,622 without the cost estimate of VFW 2397 or VFW 8967. Again, the more ARPA funding the court is able to allocate, the better we can reinforce these veteran posts for future generations. And so we're asking for ARPA funding, court, to get these repairs done.
Thank you, JJ. Just as a matter of clarity, because maybe Commissioner Chesney can look at it, I did go to Port A. They haven't said they need anything, but why don't you just do a double check with them? It's a very lovely, it's a nice building, okay? And the reason they may not need anything is because it may be
Recently
it's
redone.
just recently done.
Right.
Okay, these other ones have been really in disrepair. And so my suggestion, court, is I'm going to allocate $200,000 from my allocation, and Commissioner Modis has, and I didn't know that it was an uneven number, so maybe I could I'll let Commissioner Modis chime in here for his allocation, and then I could maybe add the extra. We also have Mr. Forcell. Yes, and we'd love to, you signed up, and we'd love to hear from you, but my motion is to do $200,000 from CJ, and then Commissioner Modis, I don't know if you want to hear from Richard first, and then you had a thought as well.
Yeah, definitely. And again, Judge, the $288,000, that's excluding the VFW on Air Street.
Yes.
And the VFW in Port A, so there may be more funding
Right.
needed, but again.
I understand. You'll just have to keep me informed, okay?
He's with who, Judge?
American Legion on Custorus, sir.
On American Legion on Custorus.
They're asking for 200,000?
No, sir.
No,
They're
sir, that's
asking
the-
for $68,000 for fence and roof.
It's the total.
Fence and roof? You know, let me just, I talked to Mr. Pena. Yes, sir. I talked to him, and I had somebody go out there to really do a review of the roof, an estimate, and we're talking about $280,000. So I don't know how you're gonna do $68,000 for fence and roof. So we gotta be real careful that whoever they're dealing with, is not taking them to the cleaners, right? I mean, they're gonna patch it, they're gonna do, I'd rather work with him and try to
Fix it right, sir.
fix it right and try to work with him and do it the way it's supposed to be done. Because I had somebody else on my own that said, I had somebody go do an estimate.
We would love to do that, sir. If we can get it done right the first time, that would be best, but these are the estimates that they provided to us.
You want to give them 68,000 or 30,000, and then they're not going to have the money to do it. It's going to, where's the money going to sit?
I understand,
With us or with them? I'm just saying, we got to be real careful on this.
Yes, sir.
Well, and it's just the allocation to compensate for the cost estimates that were provided to us. And go ahead. By the way, there's no way that, go ahead. I'll let you visit with us.
Well, basically, what I want to say is before COVID, we were having events 2 to 3 times a month, and it brought in a lot of money. And we were using that to make the repairs we needed. But once COVID hit and we had to shut down, we lost income for over a year and a half, of all the events we had scheduled, and we even had some that we had to pay back. And by having to do that, put us in a hole. So basically right now, we've got 3 estimates right now. I've got another one that I don't think JJ's got for $78,000. But anyway, we had somebody come in and do a roof repair for us, and it did not work. And if you've been to our Legion for hamburger night on Tuesdays, you've noticed that we do have leaks. So that's what we want to get rid of, so we can have a building that's, something to be proud of, and have our fellow members of the military come by and, have a place to go.
So you have received estimates?
Yes, we have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other, Commissioner Modis? I'm sorry, Mr. Pena, of course, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Just want to give you a brief history of the American Legion Post 364. I'm the past commander, and our problems really started with Hurricane Harvey. Came through and really damaged our roof. We didn't have the money to repair it, and then afterwards was the pandemic, which we were ordered to be closed, and then after the pandemic was the freeze, and that really knocked us out because it ruined some of their water lines. They got busted, and we had to replace those. So we've been struggling since Hurricane Harvey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your offer of testimony. Commissioners or Commissioner Modest?
Yeah, Judge. No, definitely, and want to help the veteran community and what they serve, and in my opinion, the way they're serving county residents that the county can't directly through our service office. I mean, we're limited, right, in what we're able to do, yes. And so I'd like to put funding in there. Of 50,000, I don't think there's any that are in particular within my precinct, although I've been to several, invited several times to some of these different locations and Costores and Aires especially, but however it needs to be divided, but I would like to be able to allocate 50,000 from my ARPA funding to that, assuming that everything does qualify and gets worked out as far as that they're appropriate, they meet the needs and the requirements of the federal funding. So
thank you, Commissioner.
And to do the 288, let me just make mine instead of 200, 238, and that way the 288 is met. And of course, I just wanted to put in the record that we did make certain that we had these organizations vetted by our grant management team, so that we do know that they are beneficiaries and they are eligible. And of course, as was just pointed out, it's almost impossible to give you the funding from any other way. That's what makes this funding so important and so particular. And I am glad that you got cost estimates on the roof. And again, I mean, that's what we can allocate today. And if something drastically changes, of course, you're always welcome to come back and create that awareness for us. But with 3 roof estimates, I feel confident that the 238 and the 250 meets JJ's total cost allocation for all 4, with the understanding that Port A doesn't, hasn't asked yet, and probably because it's new. And I'm sorry, what was the other one besides Port A?
The VFW on Aires, airborne post.
And that's because we're waiting on some
on estimates.
On estimates. We'll have to deal with that one at another time.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge.
All right, and then Commissioner Chesney.
So we want to make sure y'all understand that the procurement process that they have to go through, since these are ARPA funds and subject to legal paperwork, and this is not just write a check, because I want to make sure your expectations are good, because this is going to take a while.
I did brief them in advance.
Okay, because that's a really important deal, and that means you got to, however the procurement has to work, and however, I mean, it's a pain. Well, it's good, but it's really good. It's great that they're doing it, but I just want to make sure they understand that, and that legal's going to.
You said it had been vetted, but by the grants?
By Haggerty.
By Haggerty.
It's our grant management, our program management.
Okay,
and just so you guys know.
Still got to go through legal and still got to go through all that.
Of course, but just so you know, when the final rules came out, they changed from the interim final rules. It's different. There's something called interim final, and then there was final. And under final, the government recognized that this pain existed, and they tried to ease that pain by streamlining beneficiaries. And so the truth is that it's not that hard. You do have to create a template, which is something that we've already discussed and talked about. We meet every Monday about all the ARPA items that do need. And in fact, we have Jeff Schmidt, who is a ARPA designated lawyer. So we're all fully aware of all the things that need to be done. But the idea is to streamline. It's not to wait and wait. It's not to take forever. And that's why we have a legal team that's just on ARPA. So I feel confident that once we get the process rolling, which starts with the saying of the yes, then you can look for efficiencies. And I'll be driving those efficiencies, because you don't need to wait till tomorrow, because tomorrow, mañana, is more expensive.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, that's the one thing for the county auditor. Is there a way that, say, for instance, if I want to help, American Legion I'm a member of the American Legion, that's why I want to help American Legion. But if I'm going to give you money to fix the roof or the fence, because that building needs to be painted, the whole building needs to be scraped and painted, and cause it's really deteriorated a lot.
Yes, sir.
But, so, Ginny, can we actually do with the ARPA fund, in a local agreement that we can monitor it with program managers or project managers?
We need to know exactly what services that are provided by, there's a whole analysis. Yes, Haggerty would look at the federal, but we have not yet determined the state requirements. So, I mean, we're not even close to that inquiry yet until we can determine whether, you know, is this a function that the county does normally that the county is entitled to do? Like, these are just things that haven't been asked of us.
Are you talking about ARPA, or are you talking about like your own money, though?
We'll talk about both.
Okay, well, I understood his question to be both.
Yeah, on both.
Not ARPA, because ARPA has its own rules. Are you talking about other?
I'm talking ARPA too, because if I'm going to give them ARPA funds, can we actually be involved in the oversight?
What we can look at that.
Yeah, because I'd rather help them. We'd do the oversight because I know they need help. I mean, they're not going to be able to do it by themselves. They need help. So I'd rather work with you, JJ, or work with it
Yes,
to
sir.
provide some oversight, right? So somebody actually can make sure somebody's doing it right.
Okay.
You know, that's what I would like to do. You know, if I'm going to get involved with it, right? So maybe you and I can get together later, or maybe I can meet with them later.
So do you want to have us change the motion so that you put dollars in then? Because right now, the total asking is 288, and 68 of the 288 represents the one that you're a member of. Did you want to change the motion to put some dollars towards that?
Yeah, but I wanted, right now, I'm really concerned to go to the American Legion on Castores.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can restrict that. I'm saying, what portion of dollars do you want to add that just restricts to American Legion on Castores?
Say 200,000, 250,000.
And out of your ARPA?
Yeah.
Okay, well then do you mind, I'm into Kara, I'm going to have to rework the number. All right, so,
JJ.
No, it'd just be more, right? He just wants, he's thinking it's gonna come in more because there's got more coming, so he's just adding to what y'all done.
Right.
That's what I'm hearing.
It could be more. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit more, but
okay, well,
Maybe I heard it wrong.
I just don't want to commit something that is not.
well, I guess what I'm saying is that if,
I just want to get
what I can do then, JJ, is just take 288 minus 68, okay, that's 228, all right?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to go ahead and have 228, Commissioner Modis wants 50,000 of that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the 178 would be mine, and the 50,000 would be Commissioner Modis's. Both of those would come from ARPA allocations. And then you wanted 68, but you're getting up to 250 because he believes that your estimates aren't potentially accurate. Okay, I don't know who his roofer is, but your three roofers say something and his roofer says something else.
No, they're not the roof judge. They just got to telling you that they passed the roof. That's the problem. You fix it or you patch it, and you can't patch the roof.
Was your estimate for re-roofing or patching, Mr. Purcell?
It's re-roofing.
It was, his estimates, sir, were for re-roofing, and he got 3 of them. So I don't, but again, don't turn down the money. You can always take back the money. So I guess my motion is that for all the ones you've identified, my motion is to approve to the tune of 178 from County Judge ARPA, 50 from Commissioner John Modis's ARPA, and then up to, is that all right if I say it that way? Up to 250 for Castores location from Commissioner Jag, okay? And I would just remind you that, and we can do this cleanup later, Jag, but you allocated all your ARPA dollars in another court. You can clean that up next time.
Yeah, I can remove.
You can just clean it up. No problem.
I got a couple of projects.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, then,
And so with that, that's the motion. And then, is there a second?
Excuse me, Judge, I just want to ask JJ.
Second.
The
Yes, sir.
Estimates that you got from the Leopard Street. VFW,
Cal Allen? Yes, sir.
What did you say it was?
The estimate from Cal Allen, sir, is $60,550.
And does it say what are they going to do?
Yes, sir. They're going to replace all the siding on their building. All of it's rotted down. So all of the siding within the building and then repaint it.
Okay, I can help with that too also.
Okay, so Kara, I hope you got your calculator out, all right? I'm going to redo it one more time, and then we'll move on, okay?
Yes, sir.
So mine will be 117, just make it 120,000 from CJ, 50 from Modis, 61 from Hernandez, and up to, please know that it's up to, because I know that if it's only a lower amount, we don't want to overpay, up to $250K from Commissioner Gonzalez for these projects. JJ, that's going to give you room for airbornes to come in,
Yes, ma'am.
and that'll help us.
It could be a little bit more from me if it comes up.
Yeah, and we'll come back and clean it up.
Thank you,
And-
Commissioner.
Thank you, and all those, the second is from Modis, if you'll go ahead and take my amendment one more time. Okay, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay,
Thank you, Court. We really appreciate it.
yeah, thank you. Well, then, as we say, run, because that was worth the wait all day.
I'm a lifetime member of American Legion, guys, so I'm there for you.
And just so you know, the procurement and all that, we will have you meet with our specialty teams. They'll explain it. You do have to, we do have to procure that, in a way that's competitive. I'm sure that doesn't sound strange to you. And we'll make sure that we do all the compliance here with Nueces County internally. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Oh, thank you so much, Maggie. Dr. Fagan, we held on a item. What? 4 day. Yeah, I think it looks great. Okay. They do.
Hey, JJ?
JJ, I think Commissioner Chesney wants to say one more thing. Do you mind taking the mic? We're going to come right to you, Dr. Fagan. Give us just one more moment.
Check on Flower Bluff too, because I know they've got a.
They're included, sir. VFW 8932 is $160,072.
Oh, then I should.
They're
put
in
some
there.
Too, then. I'll
And,
put.
Just,
I'll put
how about
some
if you
in, too.
clean it up next time, if you don't mind?
Check on 4 day, come back. We'll clean it up. I didn't catch Flower Bluff. I'm
Okay.
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
I'll participate too. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
That's my bad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Commission, Dr. Fagan is on the phone. He's unmuted. Dr. Fagan, we were discussing the 29-hour per week. There is a motion and a second, and there was some concern about 20 hours to 29 and being part-time. Can you provide the justification for the court so we can have that for our consideration on how we vote?
Okay, so we reclassified, we previously had our temporary investigators, but we weren't not in compliance with the Nueces County rules for that because employers are not supposed to be in that capacity greater than 270 days. All of the individuals that were in that category had been on the job greater than a year. So we reclassified them to part-time to be in compliance with our rules. When they were temporary employees, they were allowed to work 29 hours per week, which is what we still need the ability to have them working. We were approved to have 2 additional part-time investigators. However, those positions have not been posted yet. So we need our part-time investigators able to still do the job that they have been doing for the office and not capped at 20 hours per week.
Okay, Commissioner Chesney, does that help, at least with the background?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fagan.
You were just talking about 2 people, right?
Dr. Fagan, the question is
We're
it
talking
just
only about 2 people, Dr. Fagan?
It's 3, sir.
3 investigators?
3 part-time investigators.
And again, and for the record, that's the total, right? 32,000 is the total for all 3. Dale, do you mind helping me out? Okay.
Additional amount.
That's the additional amount, but that is the total for all 3, not individually.
And you don't have any monies on your vacancies, Doctor? that you can use for now?
Pardon me?
Do you have any monies from some of the vacancies that you've had that you can use for now?
This is a new budget, we just started in October, so there wouldn't be any vacancies.
Yeah, it's just 2 weeks old.
I forgot.
Yeah. He was asking if you had, just by chance, anything saved up, but given that the budget's only 2 weeks old, we're guessing that the answer is no.
Correct.
Okay.
But the vacancies
So
are not
again,
yet-
the investigators need to be at 29 hours to be pursuant to the best practices standards for these investigators. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the answer, is that, again, maybe it's a miss on our part, not being clear, or maybe it's not a miss, maybe we always thought it was 20, but the bottom line is the best practice for these investigators part-time is 29. So my motion stands, given that we've heard from the expert, and Commissioner Mata seconded. And so, any other questions of Dr. Fagan? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Okay.
Nay.
3 ayes, 2 nays, and, okay, we'll get those investigators working then, the correct hours, 29 hours. We'll work with the auditor's office to make those changes, Dr. Fagan. Thanks for your patience in getting back online. We'll work back to where we were, guys, which was regular agenda item. The next one's number 10. It's Tim Richardson, and we tabled some things last time in the interest of time. This was one of them. I know he's online, and I know he's also provided backup. This is related to our federal funding sources, the work that he does, particularly, it says here, Restore Act. So before we hear from Tim, I'd like to make a motion to approve, and then we'll get into our discussion. Is there a second?
Did it for approve for an extension?
Well, it's a new year, and we were supposed to do it last time before the new year started, but we didn't have enough time on the calendar. And so it was asked of this court to move to this time.
I got this one paper thing he sent today, I guess, or yesterday, but
No, there's a whole report.
we're going through this, asking Mr. Richardson for this and that, and so I'm ready to terminate him. In my opinion, I don't think we need him anymore.
Okay, so I'm going to have to ask Ide to speak up here. Ide, you receive literally incredibly lengthy reports. I don't know why he's saying he's got one piece of paper.
I got it today.
The one that I
Yeah,
sent,
Tim Richardson is probably one of the most thorough reporting
Very good.
people that I've seen. And the Go Mesa and the RISE Act and the, that's how we fund our coastal parks projects.
Gomez would be, I give more credit to Scott on the Gomez than anybody else, but this is my opinion, Judge.
I understand it's your opinion. That's fine. Well, anyway, the third supplemental agreement has been reviewed. She had to leave, but it has been reviewed by the county attorney's office. Cisco is here. And again, it was ready last time. So, again, I've got a motion. Is there a second so we can get, wait, there was a second already. Did I hear a second?
I said I make a
Okay,
motion.
okay, he'll second. And then, Tim, will you talk to us about your work and the importance of it to the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf Coast? And then we'll have any other questions that might come up.
You bet, Judge. Hello, Judge and Commissioners. My report to you last week was a fourth quarter outlook. And basically, I'll hit some bullet points off that. One is that there's more money than when you started at seeking all your restoration goals and your infrastructure goals. And that has to do with the RISE Act coming on, which is a bipartisan bill. To give you an example of what that means, it's offshore wind. And the state of New York had a lease sale this year without the RISE Act, and there was $2 billion that they could have gotten. Representative Weber, a Republican from Galveston, and Representative Lizzie Fletcher, a Democrat from Houston, are both on it. So it's not really going to matter if the Congress changes hands, at least in the House, on this funding source. So you've also got a buildup of Go Mesa dollars with a new Go Mesa with a new GLO commissioner coming in. I've estimated, based on their reporting, that there's $200 million sitting there. So one of your goals for the new year with the new GLO commissioner is to spend those dollars. We're going to see on November 2nd the new Tier 1 projects come out from the Texas Coastal Resiliency Master Plan. And you've got several candidates, projects within that, including living shorelines, including sewer and wastewater in the rural side of the county. We had, as you probably know, a very rapidly put together Gulf States, Counties, and Parishes Caucus of NACO. And within that caucus, basically, we're pushing for continuation of GOMESA and also to repair the Restore Act so that those dollars can move a lot faster. You wouldn't think that county officials and parish officials would need to correct a bill in Congress, but we do. And Judge Canales and Judge Brannick are the co-chairs. So you've gained the megaphone for the entire Gulf to influence things. And I met with Toby Baker last evening here in Beaumont, where we celebrated their $200 million over 9 years of pursuing these funds. And he said, hey, can a state liaison be added to your counties and parishes caucus? And I said, yes. In fact, you can even write the language that we want to repair things on. So another item that came out in that caucus meeting was from Dr. Kirsten Stanzel of the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program. And she said that of the Baffin Bay nutrient loading, 50% of it or more is coming from septic and sewer failures in the backside of the county, and Paquete Creek, Petronilla Creek, Agua Dulce, Chapman Ranch program. So that's a good thing for you, because the dollars can be used to fix those flooded septic tanks, and it is identified now as the primary cause of nutrient loading in Baffin Bay, which I know you're committed to cleaning up. So the science is coming online at the same time as the funding is coming online, and I think you're in great shape. Of the $42 million set aside for water that we've discussed before, you've gotten $4.7 million of it so far. The map I sent to you this morning, Commissioner Gonzalez has sent to everyone, is simply the state's map, which shows their priority water projects, and it's you. There's a tiny project up in Chambers County with a water control structure to keep salt water out of the marsh, but that is a small project compared to your priority areas. So it's where you want to be. You've gotten some money. We're all frustrated at the speed of the Restore Act, but that's where we put our shoulder to the wheel.
And just a matter of clarification, Ida can answer or Dale can answer, but when we approved the budget, we approved it with Tim Richardson's contract inside 1275. In other words, not the contract per se, but with the dollar amount. So our budget does cover him through the fiscal year, and it was the budget that we adopted. I know you voted against it budget, so I'm not trying to say for all of us, but it's the budget that 4 of us adopted. And not Commissioner Chesney, but having said that, the value of having somebody, and while Scott does understand GOMESA, Scott does not work in Washington, D.C. We do not have advocacy at the national level. GOMESA's language has to be reauthorized all the time, and that is why also the RISE Act would put 37%, millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in Texas's pocket. And Tim is working with our delegation on the nuances of that act each and every day. If we get that, think of it as GOMESA times 3. And and we're also we're arguing that the ARPA model to bring it straight to counties is the way that it should be. And 20 coastal counties and 5 coastal states. 20 coastal counties in Texas, 5 coastal states, all want to see the ARPA model used. So you absolutely have a huge return on investment just for one piece of legislation, let alone the 3 that we're working on, GOMESA, Restore, and RISE. And without that, and by the way, that's for inland flood mitigation as well. It's not just for coastal areas, but it's the coastal areas that get hit the hardest from storms and extreme weather events. So again, we contemplated this in the budget. It's sitting there, and we also have a real need right now because the RISE Act is actually a bipartisan piece of legislation. Congressman Lizzie Fletcher out of Houston, Congressman Randy Weber out of Houston are our congressional hosts and sponsors, and then on the big level, it's Sheldon Whitehouse and I think Senator Cassidy from Louisiana. Again, you're talking 37% of what is billions and billions of dollars of offshore wind lease blocks. 37% would come to our home state. This just happened in New York. Texas needs to do this. We need to be thinking big picture so that we can help our counties. There are too many unfunded mandates. Here's a way to get it done. Tim has already proven his worth by getting those NERDA funds down here, earmarking them. Somebody needs to be doing that groundwork every day with TCEQ. And otherwise, Scott doesn't have any pot of monies to apply for. I mean, the pot of money has to exist before you apply for them. So I would urge you to see that we've already reaped great rewards, not just from the $7.5 million that Scott Cross just finally got a contract on, but from the 4.6 for Petronila Creek, for the money that's coming afterwards, and for the complete bipartisan effort that Tim's been pushing to get the RISE Act to a vote. They come back on November 14th, and we're going to see this be pushed to the forefront. So, I mean, again, this is for your own constituents' best interest. And again, it's in the budget.
Judge,
So, yes, sir.
I'd like to consider just doing it on a shorter term for now and reevaluate at the end of the year. So I would move that we discuss and consider the third supplemental agreement through December of 2022 for now, and then revisit it in January.
All right, we'll do that. Motion, and I'll compromise and say yes to the dress, as they say. Motion and a second. And any other action or discussion? This is the proverbial a bird in the hand, ... a Tim. We've got too much important work to do in November.
Give the amount.
I would have to get Dale to give us that amount. It would just be through December 31st.
5,000 per month?
5,000 a month.
Okay.
Until December.
And of course, Kara, it started October 1 because that's when the old one ended. All right?
October
Okay.
1.
October 1 through December 31st. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, thanks, Tim. And also, Ida, please find all those reports that talk about all of the information that, plus all the NACO update. I mean, you should have had a whole Coastal Resiliency Committee update, which nobody attended but me. But all of that stuff was sent by Tim to all of us. Okay. All right. Item number 11 is a mathematical error that was discovered by Teresa, and I think she's online. Okay, there's a delay. Be sure and mute when that happens, if you don't mind. What happens is a delay if you're watching on a certain platform. Yes. Okay, great. We're talking about item number 11. It's reallocating the Hurricane Harvey insurance settlement funds to comport with the actual mathematical computation and reallocate the COs to provide for any needed offset. Teresa, will you run us through this? I don't think it's controversial. It's just getting the math right.
Yes. Hi, Judge, Commissioners.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I'm just pulling the item.
Okay.
Okay, we are needing to reallocate $1,095,772 for funds that were over allocated in the proceeds that we received from the settlement. And so on the attachment, I'm not sure if y'all have it on your screen. I have the breakout showing what the original allocation was, if we can put that up. Y'all have that?
It's coming, Teresa.
Okay. It's the first item on that agenda item, the first attachment. The first attachment. Right.
Okay.
So the spreadsheet is showing the original allocation of the 11,917,556 is what the court authorized to reallocate in March. And it was broken out to the projects that are listed there: Hall Pier, IB McGee, Padre Valle, Hilltop, and Calderon. But the actual amount of funds that we received was 10,821,784. So that was an over allocation of 1,095,772. And what we are recommending is to leave the Hall Pier allocation as is, the IB McGee and the Padre Valle Park as is, and we are going to revise the allocation for the Hilltop Community Facility. The amount will stay the same. We're just going to use different funds to make up the shortage versus reducing all the allocations back down to the $10 million.
Yes, I think that's the important part. Just make sure, Commissioner Hernandez, your allocation overall stays the same. It's just that it's going to come out of a different bucket of dollars.
What bucket?
That is correct.
And then go ahead and describe that. It's right. It's on the next paragraph.
So the over allocation, we want to redistribute 870,466 will come from the 2021 COs. 75,000, and we're also going to delete the Calderon project from the insurance funds. Okay, so the Calderon building, we're going to have 75,186 from the 2021 COs, and then there was an error, so to speak, in the budget. We had a budget transfer from the 1901 general capital projects of 150,120. We do not need that. It was for the Texas Water Park, the drainage project. So that 150 will be the shortage, going to help make up the shortage on this redistribution. And so
when I read this, you basically found a way to cover it to where everybody got what they needed, what they had, and we just moved it from other funds.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And
And
as
so the
usual,
funds-
you've done a great job, Teresa.
Thank you. So the redistribution are coming from at the bottom. You see, I have 150,120 that's coming from the transfer from the general capital. $305,000 is coming from the balance that's available in the countywide heavy equipment replacement project that's in the 2021 COs. And then there is a project that we haven't actually funded or that's allocated, but that we're going to reallocate $640,652 to make up the $1,095,772. So what I've done, I've redistributed the $1 million shortage, and then I'm showing you at the bottom what's going to make up where we're going to get those funds from.
Okay.
Teresa, excuse me.
Sir.
Do you know yet where the 870,000 are coming from for Hilltop?
The 870, it's going to come from the 2021 COs.
Yeah, were they allocated to any other project?
We have projects, Commissioner, what y'all did an allocation. You've allocated the projects that you wanted to fund, and then as the projects are approved in court, we actually go in and move those dollars. So we have projects that have available balances in that we have not used yet. So we're reducing those allocated projects over here.
Okay. It is possible for you to send me something and let me know what projects you're pulling them from?
Yes, sir.
It's on your sheet right here.
305 from the countywide heavy equipment replacement, and then 640,000 from software as a service. So we're reducing those allocations to cover that additional.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Teresa?
Yeah, so we're saying if you allocating from those projects on the bottom.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So are we cutting back on what the needs are there, or is just money that was the balance there that nobody's using?
Their balances, Commissioner, for the countywide heavy equipment replacement funds have already been allocated and paid out from that total budget, so that is an available balance. Okay. And the software as a service is also an available balance. I have spoken to the IT director to make before those funds were reallocated that they are available for use.
Okay.
So the only question I didn't think of this till right now, and I'm sorry, I would have asked, is depending on what we do with that, I get that we're probably going to end up doing the bond, but that is $640,000 that we could also use.
We'll wait till we get to the roof item coming up.
That's what I'm saying. So I mean,
I think the way she's done it
This is
gets
you-
us to the status quo without jumping into what we know we need. If, for example, when we get to the Calderon roofing here, you're going to need money for that. So I would keep to this.
Already being, I think there's going to be an earmark in that Calderon. I mean, I think.
Well, we don't have a
We don't show it here, yeah.
we don't have an amount yet, so you can't earmark that which you don't know. Remember, that's the new policy.
Yeah.
So, but give it a chance here. Teresa's got it straightened out, and it still allows for any unallocated to be used for any other worthy project coming up, including the roof at Calderon, or any other project.
What else?
Well, that one is its own animal. That one has no hope in these COs, in my opinion. It's too expensive. Well, no, I know what I'm saying. There's no money for that here. That's a future issue to discuss. But at any rate, Teresa, let's just keep to this. Any other questions on her spreadsheet here? Okay, so hearing no other questions, I will ask if you would please, there's a motion to reallocate pursuant to the final accounting that Teresa has presented, along with the reallocations that are available from the certificate of obligations to provide for any of the needed offset. And again, it's all pursuant to this actual, I don't know, Kara, if you want to actually attach it, but it might even be nice to attach it, or just because it's so.
It's all attached.
Yeah, it's just so easy to say that's the one we're adopting. All right, I'll look for a second. Second from Modis. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we did number 12 with a NOE, and we did 13, and then 14, JJ left, but I can represent to you that this is him asking, you'll recall in a previous agenda item, we've got some money that's allocated for the Fallen Heroes Memorial to do a monument there, and there was just a little concern that since we're going to touch it, there might be some lighting or electrical or water lines, that it might be a smart idea to bring in the architect who did the Fallen Heroes Memorial. And we believe there's enough funds there, or I can allocate additional funds since I funded the monument. We don't think this will be very costly, but we do have to make the selection first before we talk money. That's just how it works.
Quick question, Judge, and I'm happy to make the motion to
Yeah.
discuss, and then just a question. If anybody wants to second, and so I can.
I'll second.
Okay, and then the question on this was, and I did call JJ and he cleared it up, but I want to clarify it on
Yeah.
kind of camera, because I did get some phone calls asking about what we were going to do there, because there was concern that we were going to do something to alter the First Responders Fallen Heroes Monument, because we're calling it Fallen Heroes, and JJ explained that these are standalone monuments
Correct.
to our veterans from two different wars, and will be placed there and will not really be attached.
That's correct.
to
It's just a
fallen-
general-
No, right, and I think we need to just.
Yeah, clarify.
Yeah, and maybe come up with, I don't know
a
if the
different
whole
name?
area is called Fallen Heroes.
Okay, how about just,
No, it's not a big deal. I just want
Okay.
to make sure people know we're
well, and
not-
that's why Turner Ramirez is so good, because they
Right.
designed the original Fallen Heroes.
Right, so I'm just going to we're not, this is not adding to the
No.
Fallen Heroes, First Responders. That is its own deal, and then this will be standalone monuments to respectfully memorialize those lost in those two wars. So
Right, and
that
just.
was all, just a clarification.
Yeah, and just so you know, those two wars are Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. Those are the two on one monument.
Right, and then we're going to, and I explained also, we'll be doing additional ones at
At the cemetery for
as
World
well,
War II and
right.
Korea.
Okay,
and
that was it.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that clarification. Once once we make the selection, if we do so today, then there'll be a contract that Jenny will review, and then there'll be some dollars and cents, and we'll come back and clean that up, okay? But because we don't like to do selections anymore without knowing funding source, we'll put it on the record now. It's CJ's ARPA. Okay, and that's only if there's not enough money in the original dollars that I gave for the monuments itself. Okay,
This is coming from, just to clarify, this is for your CEOs, right?
that's right. No, not COs, CJ ARPA, kind of Judge ARPA. I already gave the money and allocated money for the monuments. So if there's not enough money to pay this architect, then I would be supplementing the dollars.
Okay.
So
This
that
is
would be
CJ
Because
ARPA.
It's showing here, okay.
It says
Did he
CO.
say-
It says CEOs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's no,
I believe that it's CEOs because it's an architect.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to, you can help clarify.
I
it.
clarify everything, so
All right.
subject to
ARPA
use.
or COs, how about
Right,
that?
that's fine, however okay, and so, again, the selection of Turner Ramirez, and it is Philip Ramirez. I've got a motion to do the selection, is there a second? Actually, you did the selection, and I did the motion already. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion and a second, I did, sorry, Emma, you got it right. Okay, this next one is Anna's coming at you here, let's see, Anna, see if she's with us. Basically, this is ERAP. We finally got a temporary person hired to do our ERAP work. And so this is really just getting it's a time-only situation. It's just allowing them to do the time till December 31st.
Correct.
Because we had it as an October date, and we just hired the person.
That's correct.
You remember, we're doing it now ourselves. So Anna is not with us, but Ide, do you want to add anything else there?
It's just a time extension, that's it, no cost.
All
And it's
right.
to just to.
Is just to clean the
And we already
paperwork
had the
out.
money allocated, it's just to get with the temps, that's it.
All right. I'll make the motion then to amend and for no cost until December 31st, 2022. Is there a second? Second by Modis. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, we did 16 already. Let's do 17. That's a no cost as well. Did I hear somebody? Okay, sorry, just mute, guys.
Judge,
Yes, Teresa?
on the contract for Tim Richardson, it also provides for travel. And so since we're doing a quarter, just October through December, the total would have been $5,000. Do y'all want to divide that by 4 quarters and just do maybe $1,250
Yeah,
for
it needs to
October
be-
through December for travel costs?
We can
Because y'all
amend.
only
Yeah.
provided for
Yeah,
services.
we can amend.
Needs to be prorated, so I would make an amendment to my motion to prorate the travel by the quarter as suggested by Teresa.
All right, and I'll second the amendment to that item. And the item for Kara is number 10, okay? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, and then 17 is also no cost, I believe. This one was a leftover from last time. It's an extension request from International Consulting Engineers, ICE, Commissioner Jag, on Amistad Veterans Memorial and West Haven Parks for a new splash pad. We just need more time. Is that right? Or is this money?
Hopefully, let's take more time.
Just time. Okay, and so you've got a motion for more time. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one is an interlocal agreement with Robstown, the city, to provide emergency rescue to the unincorporated areas not within the jurisdiction of the ESD and, or not within the boundaries of any other city entity. And this is something that got put on to also do a cleanup or clear up. Who would like to take this one? Dale, are they? This is, you guys
We
put
have the
this on?
contract in place, that's it. We have the funds available.
Okay,
Commissioner.
this is just
We work-
paying, right?
Yeah.
And just for the court's information, and thanks to County Attorney's Office, Ida, Dale, my office and my predecessors have always done this. Well, not them, our assistants, right? Sandra Isasi before Priscilla would do this, and came to find out that we never had a contract, I believe, in place. So we were doing this work all these years, and we've never had a legal contract in place with the city of Robstown. So, like I said, this is a cleanup. So I appreciate them finally figuring that out after 20-plus years or more of my office, my assistant handling this. So we appreciate y'all's support. It's just
I got a question. And this is terrific because it was really timely. I was just out at one of my areas, Santa Maria, it's out in the London area, but it's in no man's land or no woman's land, and they don't get fire. And so I had actually started some conversations with Chief Clack and Louis Ray to bring it to their attention. And my question is, would this cover, because this was pretty broad, right? I mean, would this cover that area, or is that too far? Like they say Bishop will go there, and they've been lucky not to have any fires, but would that cover this, or how would that work? I mean, it says to unincorporated areas. Is that too far for Robstown to go?
It might be too far and not in their area, like your ESD that you have out for that part of the county. I know, and you're talking, it's near Petronila, right? Is that the area you're talking about?
It's
the subdivision?
Yeah, it's right up on, I think it's right up on the line. It's all the
it's right
way
there,
out,
yeah. I know the area you're talking
43.
about. But just to
right
point
up
out
on
on
your
this,
line. It's almost you.
we cover only up to 9 calls per month, and some months we're at that, most months we're past it, but we're only at a cap. So, I mean, you can put them on there, but the thing is that there's only still so much that we are going to cover the cost.
But so like, I was kind of waiting on this one because I don't know how, I don't know, like I said, I know Bishop has helped. You had mentioned something about Petronilla. Is that an active ESD to where they're?
They're not active, but Petronila is active. There's an EMS in Petronila.
Because what they were saying was, what Chief Clack was saying was, it's more difficult to, they were saying, well, you may just need to form an ESD out there. And I thought, oh my gosh, I don't want to, holy cow, then you got to go through all that and attack. He said, that's easier than doing an interlocal agreement. So I've got to get this figured out. And, I'm hoping that I was hoping maybe we could just at least put them on there and see, because at this point they haven't fortunately had any calls, but I mean, they're out there kind of sitting without guaranteed coverage in our county. And it's kind of, there's just apparently, I didn't know, there's apparently little areas like this, not a lot, fortunately. So is there a way to do that? Because it does say in unincorporated areas of the Nueces County. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to I'm definitely supporting your thing. I'm just wondering if I can add it on until, to where maybe they, do something. Or maybe we need to put something on with Bishop, so maybe I need to.
I was going to say, I think the idea is you want to be closest in proximity, right? So to achieve your desired result, you may be going the wrong police department.
Fire
right?
department, yeah.
I'm sorry, fire department.
Right.
And so, I mean, why don't you put on the next agenda so you can make those calls and get the right one? And just so you know, in general, the COG has mutual aid, so we are always covered.
No, and we talked about that. But
we're always covered.
But because I mentioned that when I was at the meeting with these people, and I said, well, we've got mutual aid agreements, and they said, yeah, but there's no one that is guaranteed to cover us. And I'm like, okay, so anyway, I'll try to.
Northern Petronila, EMS right there in the curb. 665 will cover, and also Bishop, they're real good about covering them, so.
Okay, well, so I'm gonna get Peyton to get this information and maybe get with you and talk to Bishop or who do you have Bishop, right? Yeah, Bishop, and see if maybe we can kind of take this model and do it, because this is terrific. I appreciate you doing this, and it really gave me some ideas, so thank you, Commissioner.
All right, great. So we've got a motion by Commissioner Mattis, and you'll second?
Second.
Okay, and any other discussion? Okay, if not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Now, on 19, I'm going to pass because the clerk's already dealt with both of those items. Okay? I mean, there's really no need there. We've already done that. And then item number 20 is executive session. John LaRue had to leave, but you wanted to do item 21, Commissioner, and also clean up the consent items as well.
Yeah,
those were items P and Q.
P and Q, I think.
P and Q.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, okay, so we're going to be back in the red, or back in the black, get the right color there, when we get that port payment. And then, but they haven't made a decision on 22, 23?
That's correct. They're going to talk about it, and then they're going to let us know as soon as possible.
So then.
Well, they have a different fiscal
That's
cycle.
correct.
It's
That's
not
what
like they're
they
thinking about it like bad. It's that they have a different
Well, they
fiscal
have to
cycle.
make a different
But it just makes,
decision.
So we've got enough to cover what we've obligated ourselves to, which is through the 22nd. We have a meeting next week.
Correct.
I would then make a motion, if it's okay, to table this till the 19th, till you give me but I need an answer, because I need to know.
But the 30 covers till when, Ide? Till December?
The 30 is going to just cover the negative balance that we have.
Which is through the
It's September. That money belongs to 2022,
Okay.
September 2022.
So in that case, but again,
We're still short
we have
through
to.
October? I'm sorry, Judge.
Why can't we just do the tabling of the new one? But let's take care of the P and Q, because those are
But we don't have
past.
funds. We don't
Well,
have
if
funds.
we
Past
have the
funding.
30,000.
Well, you do, because,
But you
my
said-
And
gosh.
then also we have a transfer that's pending from 21, 22. Remember, 22, 23, we don't have any transfers from the general
That's
fund.
correct.
But we were missing one from the general fund for 21, 22. So that's going to be 50,000. So
Plus
you're going to
30?
have 60,000 available.
Wait. What's the 50?
50,000
No, we
for
didn't do the job.
From the
for
previous
21,
budget.
22.
Previous
last year.
That was
budget.
only if they raised funds or something. I thought that was like.
No,
No.
the court adopted to transfer 50,000 from the general fund.
Dale, is that right?
No, we didn't.
There was a budget, but we have not done the transfer yet, because the court said those funds are to be transferred, so they have not been transferred, and they won't until the court approves it.
Wait
I
a
don't
second,
think-
But
wait a
that was
second.
21, 22.
Wait a second.
But I don't
This
think we-
is from last year.
Yes.
Last
Yeah.
fiscal year, we approved,
Yeah.
when we did our budget, a transfer. And what Ide's telling you is that there's going to be a balance of 80 minus the 20 that we owe, which is how she comes up with 60. So there's $60,000. And the question is, will that cover through December? That was your original, Commissioner?
So
Through
Dale, let me
December?
go back and, okay,
Never
so.
approved the 50,000.
Okay,
Yes, we
so
did
Dale,
in budget.
Hold on. I know we didn't approve it for next year. I'm talking
Correct.
last year. So,
Last year, there was a budget transfer request and approved for $50,000 from the general fund, correct?
That's what we're talking
It hasn't been
about.
done yet.
and that hasn't been done because why?
We're waiting till the end of the year to get all transfers ready.
Okay, and that was not tied to that fundraising
No.
thing? Okay, so that's what I need to get. So there's 50,000 that's already been approved from last budget, last year.
Last year.
For whatever reason, hadn't been done, so that's coming.
Correct.
Which should
Plus
have
the
already been
30.
come Because we're past the fiscal year. Why wouldn't that have been?
Well, we have to do all our accounting and make sure our accounting balances, because we're working on, we have to transfer, if you look at the general fund, we transfer $12 million. So we have to make sure all our transfers are correct.
Oh, okay, fair. Good answer.
So we're getting up to December,
So that will
Yeah,
cover
right,
through
okay,
December.
So we have up to
so
December.
then, if you're telling me that, then I think we can do both of these, because we should have enough to cover through the end of the year, because all I'm proposing is to do this through the end of the year, and then we'll talk about it again
And then we
next
need
year.
to talk about it because we have one position.
Right.
That is, it takes you, I believe, like around 50,000 per year to cover that position that we still have.
Well, that position's there, but they get paid.
But that would be covered,
4 or
Ide, by the next
Correct.
potential allocation.
From the port.
From the port.
Right.
That's
So we
correct.
cross that bridge when we get there.
Correct.
Right, so if what you're telling me is Port owes us 30, and we owe us 50, that's 80, minus 20, that's 60, then all this request for, so I'm trying to get them both done, Judge, is what I'm trying to do. So basically, then the amount requested on this one today is only 15,360 to finish out the year, the calendar year. Then I think
Plus
we're okay.
the payment that we had to do to the two directors, or the interim directors that we had to do as well.
Right, so what I'm saying is this one, right, number 21, let me make sure my math is right, right? So we're minus 20, Port owes us 30 for sure, and we owe us 50, so minus 20, that's 60, right? So that covers our past due. That's enough to then pay for this 15 and to pay the young lady, the person who's
Through December, yeah.
through December, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Judge, then, based on that, I think my motion for 3A21 and for, sorry,
P and Q?
consent P and Q would be to pass those items.
All right.
And
So for the
21 is
clerk,
through-
Emma, you're good with us? You caught up? Okay.
Sorry, so
P and
21
Q.
is through December.
Correct.
P
And then the
Q is-
board is looking into the new
is-
agreement, and their
Right.
budget is adopted until December, just to
Right.
clarify that.
Fine, okay.
Okay, I'll second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Got 2 noes and 3 yeses, and the motion
No.
passes. Sorry?
I'm a no.
Yes, I said that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The no is Hernandez and Gonzalez. Okay, I'm going to move on, and let me see here. That takes care of, I'm just double checking we finished everything on, we did.
Judge 22.
22 is
Yeah, come in, that's yours, Commissioner Chesney.
Yeah.
You want to do some allocations for drainage.
Yeah, and it's really, I'm sorry, I think the backup got handed out late, but it was a 2-line backup. Basically, all I'm doing with this, Judge in court, is I'm just want to send the message that I will be allocating this money for London drainage issues, and then I'm working with the county, or the county engineer to identify where best to spend those. We're getting pretty close, but I want to go ahead and allocate that because I know allocating ARPA funds is also important to do, and so I would move that $1.5 million of Precinct 4 ARPA funds be allocated to London, qualified London area drainage issues and projects, with those projects to be brought back to the court individually as they are developed.
Okay, but did you say how much the money was?
1.5.
1.5.
Out of mine.
All right, motion, I'll second your motion. And any other discussion?
1.5 out of yours.
1.5 million, let me just write that down. Okay, any other discussion? Other than yippee, that's great, great news. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, and I'm looking to see if, so on, I've got executive items as 23. Is 24 an executive item or not, Jenny? That's the Stonegate drainage study?
It would be good to have
Okay.
executive first on
So
it.
this might be a good moment to take a break here, because you've got 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, all executive session items. How about the next meeting date? Can we note for the record, it's item 31, that it's next week? Is it necessary to say it? I mean, we can, but it's part of the agenda. It's part of our regular, right? Is that right?
What's
Or is
that?
it different?
What do you
The next court meeting is next Wednesday. Is it necessary, or is
The
it,
19th.
is it considered a special, or is it on our regular
No, it's
agenda?
regular agenda.
Well, then I don't think
Regular
we need
meeting,
to.
I'm sorry.
We can just note for the record that it's Wednesday, November the 19th.
That's correct.
At 8:30 a.m. Okay, then can we get Juan in here to do 2 items on Public Works? And then we'll go to auditor quickly, and then we'll go to executive session?
Judge, is
Oh, wait a minute, I apologize. There's still some more.
23 an executive session one?
Yes?
One that's executive session? Okay.
It'll probably be both. Okay.
23.
How about, let's do a few more HRs while we're waiting for Public Works. How about the one that's also it's my understanding, a correction? It's item number 7 on HR, and it's the Community Outreach Library Clerk, and it's an additional cost, but Can you help explain there, Dale?
When we first received this at 1201, but then she made a change later on and never did get changed in our request for a budget going to 2601. So Ida and the county library wants it at 2601, but when we submit it to the budget and budget approval is at 1201. So the difference between the two, with including benefits, is 24,700.
Okay, but are you saying that it does comport to our intentions or wishes of the budget?
You submitted this originally when we first submitted this, it was going to be a split between Port Aransas and this because of the Horace Caldwell Pier, but that got changed, it got moved over, and when it got moved over, it got switched down to 1201, and it never got switched back, and then it just, I believe she's always wanted it at 2601, so I believe the 2601 is a correct number. However, it is an increase of $24,000 for the general fund.
And what was because this was one. Well, I don't think I voted for it. Maybe I did because it was only, but this is double what the position was originally, right?
When we really put it in, we put it as the 1201, which is the lowest pay we have, which is around $30,000. And when she saw this, there should have been 2601, and I think their original request, when she was putting in a request, was 26. But when we originally had that in, it was be split between Coastal Parks and her. And when we got switched out between this, we assumed it went to 1201 as a library between the libraries in Bishop and Robstown. For some reason, it got switched to 1201. She believes it should be a 2601. So we can go from anywhere from those period 1201 to 2601. But if you go to a 2601, that's a $24,000 increase of the budget.
I didn't, Dale, when we took them off the coastal parks, and they had the outreach clerk, whatever it was, that's what I voted for, right? Because we weren't going to go out to the island no more.
At first, they were going to go out to, but y'all have got arrangements through other entities to be able to, whether it's City of Port Aransas or the University of Texas Research Center, they're going to take care of that. So it's only going to be in the libraries between Bishop and Robstown.
So and it was still, when I voted, I still was the outreach clerk. So I don't know when she went back and changed it to a 26, and that's almost over $50,000 that she'd be making for an outreach person.
Yes.
And then not even the IT guy there makes that much money. So I think
right now it was set in the budget and approved in the budget as a 1201, which is, I believe, is $35,000.
Yes. I think it was between 30 some.
I believe it's online if you need to talk to her.
But it was between 30 some thousand. I don't agree with this one here.
So the bottom line is that we approved. We spec'd a clerk, but we need a librarian.
That's what they were requesting, yes.
In other words, we wanted the extra person, but it came in as a clerk when it's really a librarian, and that's the additional. Ida, can you unmute and just confirm that? We hired a librarian, not a clerk.
Well, that's not what it was in there.
Little delay.
Just give it a second.
Commissioners?
Yes. Yes, Ida, go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm sorry. When I submitted my request on my budget, Commissioners and Judge, it was originally for a 26. I never asked for this to be a 12, and I assumed when it was approved for the 26 and not for the 1201. Because we are still going to be providing services, and I needed a librarian position, and the clerk is not what I needed.
You needed an outreach person, is what you needed.
I needed an outreach librarian.
Well, it's not what you
So that's what I submitted in my budget. So it wasn't my mistake, it was the mistake of the auditors, because I submitted, and I assumed that it was approved as a librarian, because I didn't have a 12 as my budget for a clerk. It was a librarian position that's going to be doing the work in the outreach for the outlying areas. That's going to be encompassing, and I need a librarian position.
Okay. All right, so we'll just dispense with, it's just a misunderstanding, but we need a librarian, not a clerk. So is there a motion to, I'll make a motion to approve it, and given that we were trying to get her what she needed, And if what she needs is a librarian and that's what she asked for, it sounds like it's
And
a
this is going to be a
disconnect, a disconnect on the dollars and cents, but.
And this librarian, judge and commissioners is going to be for the outlying areas for Bishop, Banquetti, Agua Dulce, Petronila, and it encompasses the southern region that we need to provide. And I know Commissioner Chesney said that we did need a librarian in the Horace Caldwell Pier, but we're still gonna have to do the job. Because UTMSI is not going to be doing the job that we have already committed to do on paper and was already submitted. So somebody still has to do the job for the outreach librarian.
Well, but the most important part is this will take care of the rural areas and particularly the Bishop Library. So again, commissioners, we have to adjust to the world that is, not the world we want it to be. We need the librarian. We offered our assistance for the outreach, and this is what's needed. And the delta is 24/7, $24,700. And I'm sure that your special revenue could accommodate it. But I know that the general fund could also accommodate it as well.
What's the salary talking about for this librarian?
What's the what?
What's the salary?
What's the salary? It's the pay group 26?
Yes, ma'am.
60,000.
Let me get that real quick.
And it is a person that has a master's degree in library science. That's what we all have to have, master's in library
I don't even
science.
remember, I don't, you mentioned in Tabaquete and all the other areas, I mean, so,
Well, that's who it will benefit.
well, I mean, that wasn't part of that.
I think the outreach said all the rural communities.
601 is 52,400.
So the delta is the number that's expressed here. And again, I think the work is valued. I think our children in the rural community do not have the same resources that the urban center has. What?
It's about the children all the
It is
time.
about the children.
It
that's
is.
who gets.
It
That's
is,
who
but doesn't
wins.
mean the more money you make, the better education they're going to get.
It's not about the children?
It's always
about the children.
Oh, well, then that's
Doesn't mean
the
they're
whole
gonna-
thing.
Because they have a better education, the teachers are going to they're going to learn more. Anybody can teach them, anybody can learn. So it's not, you all make an excuse, so make it like we're doing, the bad guys, but something happened here, there was a mistake here.
Right.
You
We
know, so-
wanted to make sure she had what she needed, and it got classified as a clerk rather than a librarian.
Can't agree with that. I'd rather look at it later and see what we can come up with.
Can we not table this?
Well, did you hire this? Are you trying to hire this person?
Yes, ma'am. And that's why we brought it back to court, because when I presented my case to all the commissioners and to you as well, I always expressed the opinion that this was going to be for the Bishop, Agua Dulce, because they have been asking. Driscoll right now has called us several times that they want us to start providing STEM technology, and we're trying to provide Petro as well and the Bishop area. We've already hired a new library staff in Bishop, and she's trying to do promotions for our services, and we want to get our librarian out there to start providing more STEM technology, and that's why we need a librarian to start helping out there, and Banquetti and Agua Dulce the same thing. So we're just trying to extend our services where they're needed, and that's what they're expressing to us, that they want for us to start, but I can't do it with just the librarian that I have right now, trying to, cover all our
But
bases.
the school have librarians. They have all
Well,
the resources,
Not everybody has STEM technology, sir, and right now we have the STEM technology. My librarians provide STEM technology, and
I'm not gonna argue.
that's what we
Teresa,
want.
okay, he says he doesn't want to argue with you. Can I ask Teresa, are you still in line, Teresa? I may have lost her.
Yes, Judge.
Do I have enough dollars in special revenue to transfer a reallocation for the 24,716?
Then we have to pay for
Yes, ma'am, you do.
Okay, I'd like to just, that way we don't have any arguments about budget, and I'll just transfer, we can deal with it next budget cycle, and you get to make a choice. I think that the best course of action here is for me to transfer my allocation, and you can help me do that, I'm certain, with some paperwork. Is that correct, Teresa?
That is correct.
Okay. You guys transfer stuff all day long, all week long on all kinds of projects. Let me help out and not make you argue with whether or not the children of the rural community should get STEM technology or not.
But then
Let me
we have
just
to
do the
pay-
special
But-
revenue
You
allocation.
know, Judge, let me tell you something.
Can I
I've
ask
been
a question?
paying for Bishop Library for 13 years.
Okay, let me
And
help out
and
then.
No, let me finish. So you want to talk about the children of the world?
I do.
Let me tell you about the children of the world.
Okay.
You know, let me tell you about the children of Bishop, because I have always helped Ida since day one. And she can't deny that because, you know, I've been helping her to pay part-time people, helping her to pay for whatever she needs, you know. So it's not about the children being denied. You know, I think something was a mistake. You know, what I understand, I don't remember this being that. And I'm just wanting to go back and look at it. But you know, you want to continue to make people out there believe, you know, nobody wants to take care of the children, only you. You know, but maybe it's time for you to pay some of that money for the libraries. We've been paying it for
I
13
think that's what I
years.
just said. I said, let me have my special revenue help out this time, so you don't have to worry
appreciate you
about
doing
it.
that.
All right, great.
But then
It's
we
just
have
a
to pay
alloc-
for it
reallocate.
next year. So
No, Commissioner,
we do.
you
Hold
get a
on.
chance to make decisions. You don't even vote for the budget every year. I don't
Doesn't
even
matter,
know.
Judge. You didn't vote for the health district, but you sure spent a lot of time talking about it, so I get to talk
Commissioner,
about it too.
you
So
get,
I
the
can,
point is we all get a chance every year.
Great. Can I finish and not be interrupted for once? So I would like a list of all the ARPA and special transfer employees and all these things that we've done at the next meeting. I want this on the agenda, and I want to show this Commissioners Court how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we have committed to down the road by continuing to kick the can every time we say, oh, let's transfer this, or let's use ARPA for this, or let's do this, oh, we'll deal with it later. I want every single one of them, and I want to show the public the hundreds of thousands that we kicked the can down the road. And it sounds like we're going to do another one, which is, we said we were going to stop doing it, but for whatever reason, we can't stop doing it. It's like a drug or addiction that we can't get away from. So I'm not going to support this because I'm tired of voting for things because that we're just kicking the can down the road for. And I told Ida early on I didn't support this position, so this isn't new to me. I don't agree that she has to do the stuff over in Port Aransas. I don't agree with that. So when she says that, I don't have any reason to or any expectation of her spending any time in Port Aransas. I've said that in writing. I've said that publicly. I believe UTMSI can suffice what we need to do. I don't think we committed to 24/7 of library services over there. I think we committed to providing some things. So I want to show everyone and on this court and everything. So please prepare that next week. Put it on the agenda, list it as my agenda item. I don't know, we had to list it so we can not only have it, but discuss it. Because all we're doing is making this more and more difficult for future courts to figure out how to ever balance a budget without raising taxes. We're just kicking the can down the road because we want to do things because it's an election year or we want to make everybody feel good, whatever the case is. But I am tired of us kicking this financial can down the road, and I'm not going to continue to be a part of it just because you, Judge, continue to say, oh, let's don't hurt the children. Every single solitary decision we make affects children and people. That is what we do. But you always play on everyone's emotions and make us look like the bad people if we don't want to help the children, because we have done more for children than anyone I know. We have done it collectively as a body. We've done it individually. And it just gets so old every time you don't think you're winning an argument that you blame it on us and you throw it on us and it's about the children and you hit the emotional chord to make it sound. It's just wrong and it's incorrect most of the time too. So no, I don't support this, but I will always continue to help children in our community as I have for my entire adult life and probably my entire youthful life. So please put that on the agenda next week. Let's vote this thing or table it and come back later. That was the original suggestion, but you didn't want to do that. Fine. I was willing to take a look at it later, but if you don't want to, great. Then let's vote it. Thank you for letting me finish my conversation.
Amen.
I will go back to the agenda item, and the agenda item is to approve the reclassification. I have a motion that I made. I think there was a second, and the difference in this motion is that it would be a transfer of special revenue to cover just this fiscal year. And,
I was just to make the second.
Oh, who made the second? I think it was Commissioner Modis. Did you make the second? This was for the transfer allocation
Oh, shit, yes.
for Robstown? For not Robstown, for the community outreach for Bishop, Banquete, Driscoll, and Petronila. And so again, it's not going to be ARPA. It will be the special revenue, and this will help solve the gap for now. And at any rate, is there a motion and a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez, didn't you just say that you wanted me to help? You just changed your
I appreciate you
mind?
helping, but I say no.
What?
I appreciate you helping, but I say no.
Okay, so you don't want to help? You don't want my help?
I said no, Judge. You asked for my vote, I said no. All right?
I got it, and so did the cameras. Thank you for that. Ida, can you tell me what the rules are on the transfer of our special revenues?
No, but just that position just going to be transferred to your funds, Judge. It's nothing.
Okay, but the clerk, for example.
No, but you'd have to
we have-
reclassify the position.
Right, that's what I'm asking you.
We have
is
to
that
reclassify the position
Is that we have to reclassify, but what about the clerk? That clerk is already funded?
Oh, that's correct. So we
That's
have
correct.
that
And
20,
do we
30
need-
something is from the general
And so
fund.
those are already funded.
Those are
They
already
won't
funded.
need any special
no,
revenue.
That's correct. And then you're
Okay.
just going to transfer the difference.
Okay, and Commissioner Hernandez, those are your areas primarily, with the exception of Bishop. What was your vote?
I understand, Judge.
No, I'm just asking what your vote was.
Well,
know what
wait
his
a
vote
minute,
was,
Judge. You get to explain everything you want to.
Well, I'm just asking for the clerk. What was your vote?
What I'm asking, is this coming out of your
Yes,
budget?
yes, my budget, like
Solely
you
your
have
budget.
special
This-
revenue.
This year, then we have to pay for it next year.
No, this year, and then we have to make a decision as to what we do next year. Right, it's only for this year, right now, when we have the resources that we need.
And we're voting for the librarian or the clerk?
The clerk's already established. This is for the librarian. That's what we needed. She believes an error was made. I'm trying to give you a way to correct that error for this fiscal year only. So,
We've already,
my question is,
right, the clerk's already in place.
yeah, the clerk is in place. It was a mistake, she believes.
Okay.
And so my question is that if I will back it up with special revenue for the year, what is your vote?
Well, Judge, I'll go along with you if it's coming out of your budget.
It is, sir. And it's just for this year.
Just for this year.
Okay,
But
thank you.
next year, we have to pay for it. Don't say just for this year, not be honest
And then-
about it.
Well,
And then the
year we-
next year, we had to reassess and
we're
make
going to
sure.
have another 25,000 that we have to pick up in the budget challenge for next year. So this is a one-time injection.
That's
That
correct.
we have to pick up in for next year.
Yeah, this is when it's going to be in your, a mid-year reclasses.
Well, but
your
by this
budget.
time,
That's how you go.
we should be able to see how the public in those rural areas are going to react to it.
That's your vote. You can do however you
And if
want.
it's not worth it, we can reject it next year.
No, we can't because we already have the position hired. They would have to fire somebody. That's what I'm
That-
saying. That's all these positions. That's the difficulty of what we're doing here. All these positions that we've done with ARPA and special supplements and all these different things, no one's going to want to give those positions up next year. No one. Everybody's going to come in here and say, we need it. It's for the children. It's for the people. It's for the whatever. And so we need to be really clear on what we're doing and be honest with ourselves because we are absolutely kicking the can down the road on all of these positions. And it is hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars when she brings all this back. And it's going to be a horrible budget when ARPA money runs out. Maybe we can go one more year, but at some point this court is going to have $500,000-$600,000 of pickup that we're going to have to do. And we just need to be honest with ourselves and honest with the public about it. And if you want to vote, Commissioner Hernandez, I respect it. I got no problem with it. You do whatever you want. I just want to make sure we understand it's not just a one-time
Commissioner Modis
thing.
wants to say something, and I also want to remind you that we already voted to do a sliding scale so that the purpose of the budget would be that we would do 80, 60, 40. So on the positions that we've already established, just so you know, we already made that opportunity become a reality and we actually looked at growth for our community. We looked at revenue that is coming because, for example, CC Polymers comes off of abatement in '23. So I'm happy to have you get your backup, because what it's going to show is that for the ARPA, we were unbelievably responsible because this court already voted for the sliding scale. Maybe you forgot that, but
No,
the
I didn't
80,
forget it all, but it still
60,
means we have
40.
to pay for it.
Yeah, but it gives you a way to accept growth as a backstop for those positions over the next 5 years. And then if you can't figure out how to do it in 5 years, well, then maybe it's not needed. But I think that Commissioner Modis wants to say something.
No, my concern is what Commissioner Chesney mentioned is, are these people fired if we don't fund it? Is that considered a firing? Is that considered a RIF? That doesn't deal with this item. I mean, it's already been approved, but if we can get a legal opinion on that, or your best recommendation on what that terminology means. Is there a difference? Is it just nuance?
I think to the person who is not hired the next day, it's not a real matter what you call it. It would be similar to with the hospital district transition.
Sure.
People whose jobs disappeared for whatever reason,
It happens with grants too, okay? I mean, we have lots of positions in the county that are grant funded, and when the grant goes out, we come to court and we say the people pay taxes and they should get services. And if that allows for it, you should at least give it due consideration. Our budget actually allows for it, given that we use the incremental value this year and not the 3.5%. But having said that, if you wanted to make certain that it was not, if you didn't have that longevity, then you would fund under ARPA, because that is a grant fund and people have a little bit more awareness that that grant does, end. But in this case, I think that the metric of kind of making Ida show what Commissioner Hernandez said was, show me that it's working, show me that it's valued, and we can see what we can do in a year from now.
So, like I said, I don't want to spend more time on that. I don't know if it is nuance. I'd like to know what the technical explanation of that is based on HR law. There's reduction in force, so are they technically considered firing? I know Julie's wanting. I think that's a very legitimate concern that Commissioner Chesney's bringing up, and he's brought that up several times. And so I would just like to make sure that I understand it better, so the public understands it better. Because if it is, are we in essence locking ourselves in to funding every year? Because if not, we're firing a person. I'd like to know what the technical explanation of that is. I mean, we gave money in ARPA for our law enforcement that we're going to have to, either it disappears within a couple of years, or we're going to have to make a commitment to keep that funding through the general fund. So, I mean, it's happening everywhere. But I do think that that's a legitimate question that I'd like for all of us to have an answer on. So if you can get with HR and work together on what exactly the law says, how is that considered? Is it just kind of a matter of perspective, or is there a legal definition that, say, the federal government follows that indicates, yes, a person is fired if their budget does not continue that position? That's why I'm asking for, because I do feel that it's a very legitimate concern worth addressing, or at least knowing, so that if I'm asked that question, then I can have a better explanation to the public or to, say, an employee if they get a reduction in force or something like that in the future.
Commissioner, I agree with you. Are you asking to table?
Well, I think we voted on this issue, but I'm just saying for the future, just so
Well,
at least so I can understand what it means, so that it's not an interpretation of what is it a firing or not. I want to know what does the legal law say? Is that position no longer funded? Are they terminated, or is it just part of the budget process? So.
And Julie's here, and she can help discuss what happens when a budget disappears.
Especially all of the ARPA positions that we've hired for, we have an end date on those. So we've been posting those jobs that they would either end this past fiscal year, but then we extended those for another year. So those are all set to expire on 9/30 of 23 as of right now. So when the money goes away, the position goes away. So it would be considered a reduction in force. The person wouldn't necessarily be fired, but they know that their job would go away on that date. So when the money goes away, the position goes away. And that's the way we handle our grant positions as well.
And so at the end of '23, when they're all going to come in, and they're all going to want us to keep them, which I understand.
And I usually try to find them positions in other departments or in a vacancy somewhere, something
Some of them
similar.
are specific, like, we've got a constable out Port Aransas, and we got the Go Mesa, the one that Scott Cross was concerned. I mean, we got a bunch, right? I mean, and then the law enforcement, oh my gosh, that's, and we told them that's going to be those 2 years, but at the same time, you get used to it. It's just going to be really tough when this ARPA funds run out. I mean, just really, really tough.
You gotta be up front with them. You gotta be up front.
Yeah, well,
And they're
we have
posted
been.
that way. They are. It has notice on the job posting.
And again, we actually harvested dollars for the decline over time. That was a recommendation that came to us by Haggerty to avoid that situation, to allow you time. By the way, our TIDC grant has the same type of de-escalation. But the answer to Commissioner Modis's question, to keep staying on track, is that it's not a firing. That word means something in labor law. It is a termination of the position.
Correct.
Reduction in force, right.
Right?
Excuse me, Judge. I think I want to rescind my vote. I don't want to go through this again. Every year we're hustling, trying to figure out how we're going to find money to give our employees raises, the employees that are already been here 20, 30 years or 10 years. So I want to play it safe, and if we come into some more money later on and we still need those positions, I mean, we can work with it. But right now, my biggest problem is, how do we end up making all these mistakes in this commissioners coming, that there was a mix-up or there was a mistake that wasn't done right, wasn't printed right? How is that happening?
Excuse me, Commissioner Hernandez, before you rescind, I hope you can listen to what I'm going to say, but I know that for the past 10 to 12 years, I've been going to Commissioners Court to express our statistics for our libraries, and for the past 10, 12 years, and even Commissioner Modis can attest to that your district has been the #1 in the area. And I know this year we did not go to Commissioners Court because they had too many items on the agenda, and we were one of the ones that got canceled, but we will go back, and I can show you our stats that will prove to you and the Commissioners Court that the area is needed, an additional librarian to be able to provide the services that we will continue to do, once we get this position. But, right now we are providing services, but we want to extend them. And your area is the one that needs the librarian the most. So I hope that you can,
How many people do you figure you'll be servicing there in that area?
Hi, Commissioner, I don't have those figures because I didn't know you were going to ask me for it, but I can send them to you, and you are, especially when our summer reading program, you were the top person.
I understand my area, and I know there's some help that they need, but, this has gotten very confusing to me because, first of all, we've started with all these problems because there was a mistake, how somebody didn't read it right, somebody didn't print it wrong, somebody didn't say it right.
Well, look at my budget, sir. It does say 2601. When I proposed my budget, I never put down 12. So that was it was not my mistake. It was somebody in the auditor's department. So that was not my fault. And I'm just having to go back and try to clear this up and to make sure that y'all know. And we had this conversation in the summer when I spoke to each and every one of you, and I expressed my concerns of why I needed another librarian. And it was not my mistake. It was approved as a 26, and somebody noted as a 12. That's all I can.
If we can go back to, do we film our budget workshops? Okay, so why don't we go back to the budget workshop and see if we approved a 26? Because, at the end of the day, I think that that's really where we end up. The answer to your question is that we're human beings and people make errors. And if they thought genuinely they meant clerk, that was just an innocent error. But the purpose of having it on the agenda item is to basically adhere to what it is that we voted on. And so I think if it's a 26 on the workshop, and that's what we were giving her, and that's what she asked for, and we said, yes, we're going to give it to her. The only thing I can ask you, Ida, is that, you come back next week, to get a potential to get what you need rather than settle for what you don't need. If that's the only thing I can do here, because if he's going to rescind his vote, then there's really no, I tried to give a way out, and it's gotten to where it becomes an issue about future funding, when it shouldn't be that way. It should be an issue of what the needs are today and what we have available to us today. That's what the people pay their taxes for. But I'd be happy to have it come back if that would give you the time to ask those questions of Ida, because I do think your community is the lowest to moderate income, not just in our county, of the state,
I understand, Judge.
of the whole state. So they don't have families that have all the resources that we do. And that's why I think we should go above and beyond. But mainly, if we said 26, then we should have 26. And who cares that it was a transposing deal, right?
Are you asking to table this till next week?
Well, I want to give you the opportunity to help your community by using my funding.
Well,
And I can bring you the stats next week if we postpone it till next week.
We can just put it back on next week, or he can put it back on, or whatever.
Is that all right?
That was that was what we were trying to ask for, was they wanted to have some time to go talk about it, but you had a motion on the floor first, and so so I think that's all he wanted, was a week to go back and look at it. That's why they were trying to table it, I guess.
That's all it will take, Judge.
But your motion was on the floor. So
Well, my motion had already been on the floor.
I understand that, but you
And
always
you had
pass.
voted yes, so I guess we'll rescind ours to give Ida the chance to get what she needs. So I'll rescind and ask for a second on that rescission.
What are you rescinding?
The motion that I had that won. We already had a motion to approve.
Well, if it won and he didn't, then he didn't.
Well,
or
he
rescinded his.
Do you
vote.
want to rescind it? He wants to rescind it. What can you say?
Well, so then-
I'll motion to, thank you for that,
Well, the motion's already been made and failed, and then do you want to now make a motion to table? Because you can do that. And you
Yes, I
can
did.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
We're going to table it.
But
But you don't need to-
it already won. The motion
Judge-
already passed.
Judge, you just agreed to table it.
I know, I'm trying to tell him that we
No,
need
Judge,
to
but if
rescind
he
it.
rescinded his motion, then it failed, and then you would make a motion to table. That would be the parliamentary procedure, and
He
that's
said
all he
yes.
needs to do.
He said yes.
So,
Okay, but then
yes,
just-
I'll make the motion to table, if that's what it takes.
All right, well, Kara, just X out the previous one, whatever it takes. I think we should actually withdraw it, but it doesn't matter. There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second. Until when, Commissioner?
Just whatever. Do it however you think. I'm not going to argue anymore.
The 19th?
The 19th.
That's your
Yeah,
turn.
and Ida, you know what you need to do to
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
to get the info to Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we did number 8 with Homer. Number 9 is IDAys. It's to create an ARPA manager position. And actually,
It was approved. It's
It
just
was
to extend the
approved.
funds. Yeah, the
Go
funding.
ahead. Go ahead and tell everybody
So
what
the
it
court
was.
approved for 22, 23, but, this American Rescue Plan, it's through 2026, right? By 2024, we had to have the projects already allocated, and then 2026, all the money should be spent. So what I'm asking right now is just to be able to have.
Go further.
That, yes, allocated an
Okay.
extra.
All right, I'll make a motion to extend till 24. Is there a second?
Okay, say that one more time.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry, now say it one more time.
Correct.
Okay. Did you want to extend what?
The position through 2024.
We already approved.
We already
in
approved it
23.
through 2023, and I wanted to
We
extend
only
it.
did it through
That's
23.
correct, just
I
for
didn't-
1 year.
that's what
Just
I
want to
didn't-
allocate the funds.
That's what I didn't hear, I'm sorry. Because, and did we allocate enough funds to go through 24?
24, and then we look into it again, because remember, ARPA lasts through 2026, basically.
But this
Currently
one,
allocated for 2023, we haven't allocated for 24 yet.
okay, so.
Yeah, that's good.
It'll be around $80,000.
Okay, but this one is, we know it
No, it's-
ends.
yes.
Like, this one goes away 100%.
Oh, yeah, and that's how
going
it's
in.
posted, that the position says like it's
Yeah,
going to
'cause
be
there's
go
no-
away.
Nobody's going to ask for this one to stay because there's going to be no ARPA money.
That's
right?
correct.
So, okay.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say that it's fine through 24.
Well, tell me why, because I'm only supporting it because of that. I don't want to, I don't.
Well, I don't want-
2024 is
then
when
I won't
everything
share.
is.
Yeah, okay.
I won't share.
Yeah, don't talk me out of it.
Oh. Well, you know what? I like for you to,
tell
not
me
be
why.
complaining later. The reason I said it, you should know, is that the ARPA these projects aren't projects, some of them, that will end in 24. And I feel
that's
like
fine.
you should be on warning that through 26. But again, I'm happy through 24 because it gets us to it gets us to another milestone.
No,
You know?
Judge, let's talk through that. Let's don't keep coming back. If you think it needs to go, if
Through
you're the county
2026,
manager, then you need to make
Then
your
it-
recommendation.
And then I want it to
Well,
2026.
What I would say, or at such time before 26, that all ARPA projects have been
Yeah, let's
disposed
don't
of.
keep doing this. I mean, for Pete's sakes, if you think, look,
Mm-hmm.
you're the county manager, okay? You need to come in here and you need to tell us what your recommendation is on a lot of these things, right?
Okay.
So if your recommendation, it doesn't mean we're going to agree with all of them, but when I
Correct.
sat at the city council and we tried to kind of set this up similarly, the city manager and the staff would come in and they would give us staff recommendations and then we could either agree or not agree. So when we hired the county manager, that was what I was hoping we would evolve into, is the county manager would come in with a staff recommendation on these items, and we haven't done that. And we need to maybe define that a little bit more, and maybe we need to make that part of a policy or whatever, because to me, that's kind of how this should run. I mean, we're, as Judge says, top 8 county, we're big, we need to be a big county. That to me is how we need to do it. So if you're recommending that, I'm kind of going on a little bit, I'll stop. But that's where I'm going next, and I'm giving you a little foreshadowing. That may be on the agenda next time, whenever, not next time. But if you're saying you need it through 26, then we need to do it now,
Then by
because
now-
we're going to run out of money.
Hey, Dave,
Yes.
will these people have anything to do with Haggerty?
We're gonna work all together, because I posted the job description, what it is, and then it's just to look into, have an in-house person to get with everybody, with elected officials and department heads to handle it, all the American Rescue Plan.
But the rest of that story should be, the hope is that this person,
lessens
we
the
don't
burden.
need, will lessen the need for Haggerty over time, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes,
hopefully.
it lessens the burden. For example, like today, we did the veterans organizations. Right now, the reason it takes long, which it shouldn't, is because there's no coordinator in-house that ought to be working with all of the resources that we've already put in place. And so it is an important
And it
position.
can help her create a
And-
policy to how these people, like a more
Well, we're-
streamlined process too. how
Well,
they apply
trust
for
me,
stuff.
that got tabled today. We'll work on that in another court, but that's exactly right. But again, you need to have personnel to be able to achieve it. So if you ask me,
Then is your recommendation all the way through 26?
Then allocate the funds to 2026.
unless we,
Vote on the motion already?
No, we hadn't made it yet.
unless we
Oh, we're discussing.
dispose of all our
Okay, so-
projects before.
Okay, and I would second that motion, and the fiscal allocation on that is about $320,000, right, Dale?
Correct. That's
Roughly,
correct.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay, so we
around
need to, so that's gonna come out of that contingency. I'll make sure everybody gets that, right? That's taking away money that we can use. But again, what I don't,
You don't want to come back.
well, I don't want to come back, and I don't want to be paying this and the same amount of money to Haggerty. I mean, I need to see, this should be reducing the need for Haggerty, or we're
That's
just
correct.
double paying.
No, you're really not, but let's have that argument another day.
Okay, fair.
It all has to
Not
do with
exactly.
understanding the process.
Haggerty was already out.
No, it's not. Let's go on. Let's try to stick to this agenda,
How did you come jumping in the picture again?
because you approved their contract about several months back and the work authorizations. I mean, it's like amnesia.
I think I want to know, Judge.
You did.
We did
but
what, Judge?
You did.
I didn't hear what
We
that was.
already had, he said, they're not working for us. And I said, yes, they are. And he reminded me that he did not vote for it. I said, fine. So let's go on. The go on is, what is your recommendation, so we can get a motion? To go through 24?
2026.
All right. So 2026.
And then.
And is there a motion for
Yes,
that?
I think you made it and I seconded, or weren't you going to?
Yeah, but for 24. So now,
Oh.
is there one for 26?
You want to, whatever, you can make it, I can make it. Do you want to do it? Okay.
I'm
I'll
ready
make
to do it. Let's go.
With the language that you so nicely articulated, can you articulate that again, Judge?
I'll just make the motion, for heaven's sakes,
There you
that
go.
we go
That's
through
why I was trying.
ARPA 2026.
I just
ARPA
have a
manager
comment.
for, yes, just give me 1 second. I'll make the motion and call for the discussion. The new motion is to extend the time period for our position, which has not been filled yet,
Correct.
to be an ARPA manager position, and that position be changed on the job description to be end date 2026, or at such time as all ARPA projects within the county have been properly, what we call, disposed of, right?
Okay.
Second.
And second, and then go ahead, Julie, what's your thought?
It just helps with the recruitment to
Yeah.
know that end date.
It does.
So when the person's applying for the position, they know they'll either be working here 1 year or 5 more years, 4 more years.
That's right.
So it just helps for the recruitment. So
I
thank you.
agree with that. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Juan, you have 2 items. One is a final plat of Lot 31A, and I see Simon here. Simon, we've got a few more items, and we are going to go into executive session. Give us a chance. Nobody has even taken a lunch break yet, so.
Yes, just Judge and Commissioners, Public Works is recommending the approval of the plat, Lot 31A, Block 1, subdivision, and it's a 1.923 acre tract. We reviewed it, and we're recommending approval.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, move.
And a second from Hernandez. And you pronounce it J. Lynn?
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, and then the second is, you're going to look for some, what they call cooperative quotes
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
re-roof
Yes,
of the building?
Yes, Public Works is recommending to perform or to receive cooperative bids for the re-roofing of the Calderon building. It's about 25,000 square feet of re-roofing. Right now, the roof is warping, and it's starting to have some bubbles on top of the roof. I know we've been out there patching it up, our staff, and it's to the point where it needs to get re-roofed. I know that Calderon building houses multiple facilities in there. And the new one's going to be the new clinic, and we're recommending that we can go out for cooperative bids.
All right, and we have a new policy that basically says, I support this, but new policy says we do funding, so I'm going to turn to Teresa now. I think she's already looked at this
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's let her identify how we can fund this, and so that way we can, I'll make the motion to go out for these cooperative quotes. And the reason you want to do co-op and not like bid is just to move it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it for efficiency's sake?
Yes, ma'am, because since right now we are doing the new clinic, and also,
Correct.
Again, we're also going to be doing possibly the new constable's office. So right
Correct.
now it's a good time for us to go ahead and get that dried in and.
Correct.
And
Got it.
sealed.
All right, let's ask Teresa, just so she can give us the confidence and we can adhere to our own county policies. Teresa, do you have a thought or source? I know you're going to say, well, how much is it? But do you have a source for us that at least has a certain amount of dollars in it that we could access so that we could go out for these quotes? There's a delay, so that's why it takes a little bit. Certain amount of dollars in it that we could access so that we could go out for these quotes.
Judge, we have some available funds that are remaining from the allocations that we've already put in place for the Calderon building.
There's a delay, so that's why.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Judge, we have some available funds.
Teresa, if you're on 2 different devices, you need to mute your other one. Turn off YouTube.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Teresa, if you're on 2 different devices, you need to mute your other one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There is a delay.
Okay, I am so sorry. We have some funds that are available in the $1 million allocation that we've already put in place for the Calderon building. There are funds available. I don't know what the cost is that they're going to come up with, but we have a little over $300,000 available.
Juan, just based on normal construction practices, what is it per square foot?
Judge, I
Just
think,
the range.
in looking at
Can
the,
you hear me, Judge?
Yes, ma'am. Just hold on, just one moment. Go ahead. Juan?
Judge, just looking at the numbers that are coming in now with the
Okay.
increase in materials and labor, if I'm going to put a number to it, I'm just going to say anywhere from $300,000 to about $500,000 for that roof.
Okay, so,
Maybe less, depending.
okay, so I feel that at least partially, probably 75%, is already available in what Teresa has ID'd, and the remainder would have to be identified by the court. All of us have CO 21s available to us. The last time I looked, not all of us had spent. So I feel comfortable going forward, but I need to ask the court if they do as well, given what Teresa has told us, that at least.
So what are we talking, what's the delta?
Could be
what we-
one, let's call it 200 grand, maybe,
You
at
know
the
what?
highest.
I'll just-
At the highest.
I'll put 50 in from somewhere, just, it's not my precinct, but y'all been good to me and mine, so I'll certainly put in some to help. How about that?
Why don't you do a little more?
Well, I mean, that's why I was asking, let's go. I mean-
Okay, so the point is, we just want to get him the authority to move on the quotes.
Well, yeah,
It
but I mean,
sounds
I think
like
we ought to,
you want to go ahead and talk about
Well,
that?
because we did say we would not go do something without a funding source.
You did, yeah, we passed that.
Right, past that, so,
All right, so let's say that Teresa, forgive me, Teresa, what did you say the number was again?
300,000.
Did she say 398 or
300,000.
320?
2986.
320, let's just call it 320. So that's 370.
Teresa,
All right,
so
is there
50
anybody?
from my COs is what I should have articulated there.
Teresa, he's going to put 50 from his COs. Anybody else?
2021 COs, Commissioner?
Commissioner?
I think that's the only thing I have left, isn't it, Teresa, on the COs?
I'll verify.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't think I have.
And this is going to be for the
the
entire
entire-
roof. I mean, 'cause,
Yes, sir, this
we're
is for-
going to have to, I mean, I don't know what y'all are going to look at with Philip on the constable side, but I mean, they're talking about removing those little bearing walls or those jail
Yes, sir.
cells that they have. So I'm sure that impacts it. So I just want to make sure that it's all included.
Yes, sir,
When
it's
you
all,
talk
yes, sir,
roof, it's the
it's the
entire
whole roof, yes, sir.
It's the whole roof.
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody else that wishes to help?
We have how much allocated?
We
Other
have
than commissioners?
370, and I would think we need another
I'm about to say
130,
about 100K.
about 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm certain that, I need to check, but I bet I have 50 from my 21s, Teresa.
I don't think I have anything on my, I don't think
You
I have
don't.
21.
Yes, you do.
Okay, I'll do 50 from my 21s.
I'll do.
And will you
Put
do
in-
the last 50?
Yes.
Does Commissioner Modis have some before we?
That's what I'm looking at.
We would double check it.
But yes, if I don't, then I'll use another funding source.
You do
I haven't
have
used-
funds available, Commissioner Modis, but you might want to use some of your older COs first.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I'll
well,
take a look at that.
I've got
Okay.
older COs. I thought we cleared them all, but that's,
All right.
I'll use
Well,
that.
not-
So, and again, if you get good quotes, we hope that there's a great
Yes, ma'am.
competitive market. You don't know what the range is. You'll use those dollars for, we'll obviously clear
Come back.
those back
Yes,
as
yes, ma'am.
unallocated.
Yes, ma'am, we'll come
Because we
back.
want the most competitive opportunities,
Yes, ma'am, we'll come back and.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
right? So,
Okay, thank you.
all right, all those in favor of seeking the quotes and having the funding source identified,
She doesn't know who made the motion, Judge.
okay, I think okay, I'll make the motion to seek the cooperative quotes per the recommendation. It's for the re-roof of Calderon, and the funding source has been identified per our policies. Okay?
And that would
And
include.
it's Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Mares, Judge Canales, and what we're calling unallocated, we'll reallocate some COs. Teresa, is that fair enough, to characterize them? Mine are 21, Chesney's are 21, Mars's may not be.
Yeah, I'll pull from older.
Okay?
It's always good at following up on that.
Just don't, it was.
The unallocated is already available in the Calderon project.
Okay, it's already there, so you don't even have to do that there. Perfect. And again, maybe we don't even need these extra dollars.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm certain you're giving us a lot of wiggle room
Yes, ma'am.
in there.
Yes, ma'am.
It ain't cheap, right?
All right, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Okay, what?
Did you make the second?
Modest did.
Yeah, no one made a second.
Oh, I thought. Oh,
Did you
I
think
want to be
you
stealing
had?
one's thunder, but if there wasn't one, then I did.
I just heard money being thrown out. Okay.
Approve the monthly financial, Dale, and you've got a P card report and a capital project change order. And I'm going to let you proceed with those.
This is the item for the monthly financial report for July 31st, 2022. Page 4 and page 5 just shows you your balances for all your funds. Your major fund is your general fund. We're about where we expect to be for this coming year at 39. At the minute, July, we have 2 months left for the end of the year. The good item is as you go to page 10. Page 10 is where we have our group health insurance, which is our health insurance fund. As you see, our fund balance right now is $2.5 million, which we know because we received the $1.7 million reimbursement from the ARPA funds that we had for old COVID claims. So that's a very promising number. And as you remember, during September, we withheld one payment of a premium pay. So the numbers are about where we expected them to be. As we go through our revenue on page 16. We see for this particular period of time, we have collected 92.7% of the income. Of that, 97.9% is property tax. It's about where we expect most of them to be. At the end of the year, we'll probably be close to 98 to 99% of revenue collection, which is very, very, very promising. The rest problem is when we go through our budget process. Believe it or not, for this particular function, there was only one department that was over budget, and that's on page 39. And that's the magistrate court. And the only reason why they're over budget was during the middle of the fiscal year, we transferred salaries from the court administration back up to magistrate court for some of their staff, and we just haven't transferred the budget. That's the only reason why they're below budget.
So once you do that, they'll be fine.
Yes. And
That's good.
there actually no other department is over budget at this time, which is very promising. Page 61 is a very important page we always like to go to. As we know, for July 31st, we're 16.7% of the year remaining. And we're at 26.7% of the budget remaining. So we're 10% over budget, which we hope that will be continuation through the year, showing the balances where we need to be. And we hope to have our total balances for our expenses around 89 to 90%. So that's about where we budgeted for and where we expect to be. On page 75, basically shows you where all of our capital projects funds are. And we try to break down from each precinct, from the county judge all through precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4. Showing you the balances. Our major funds that we want to make sure that we always go to is the last page of that, which is page 80. These are where we are pending fund balances of the capital projects remaining. Now, these funds have probably already been allocated, but these funds are still pending. And as we see, we still have some older COs that we would like to try to get done. So if we can use some of these older CO funds to cover something what you just appropriated, that would be very helpful trying to get those used up and get funded. That is the monthly financial report for the period of July 31st, 2022. I submit it for your acceptance and approval.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve? And I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now we have the P card report for July of 2022. Dale?
Yes, the P card report for July 28th. For the 10-month period, we've spent $3.6 million, which shows on page 5. We go through the process of each of the departments and each of the requests that we show. Towards the back, we always want to break down the list of how many periods are done for food and nourishment, and we make sure we attach every receipt that shows any food or meal purchases as the court has requested. I believe it was for $2,227 this particular time, and it shows you what the department was for and what the transactions were for, and we actually have the receipts for each of this. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have for the expense report for July 28th, 2022.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this report? All right, is there a motion to approve the P-card report for July 2022?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Now, the last item is our budget change order for our capital project funds. A lot of these are cleaning up some funds that have either been completed and they're moving the transfers to other funds. And we see we have all of our COs on here from 2015 CO, 16, and you'll see that there is an issue of we are moving some money to a capital improvement funds for Coastal Parks Master Plan. That doesn't mean they can spend those funds, because those funds then now has to be allocated to projects they have been done, submitted, but those were transferred from funds that were closed out from the courthouse security stations that was there. And that's on the page 1 of your 1921-2016 COs. You'll see item E that says capital improvements for Coastal Parks Management. Most of those stuff are descriptive on there. The largest one is on the 2019 COs. Most of those are closed out funds, and we're just reallocating the funds to 2019 COs. So we got $778,571 now that's unallocated. So that can be reallocated based on the projects that were allowed in the 2019 COs. As we see the 2021 COs, we're moving some money around for Hall Pier reconstruction, as well as Port Aransas deck, as well as some other stuff, and we're closing out some other funds that have been finalized. I'm submitting budget change order for projects number 113 for your acceptance approval. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So, since we didn't do that today, what do you do with that on the CIP stuff?
What we do, we have it as one item that says it says Coastal Parks Master Plan as unallocated portion. Once the court has approved functions that's gone through, all the members of the court as well as the Parks Board and Scott, y'all can bring in actual items, and we transfer that's basically the unallocated portion of it, and we transfer it to the project that y'all approve.
So it's on this report.
Yes.
As a capital project. So how would we approve a report that we haven't approved the capital project for? Because I do want to know.
We're just setting aside funds for unallocated portions of it. So if we can definitely exclude that from the list and move that back to where it was at and not take that action on that particular item, or we can consider that as Capital Parks Master Plan unallocated funds until the court has a plan to make the decision on what to do.
Okay, so I think the better part of valor is to put it back where it was, but then tell me again where it came from.
Right now, you'll see on there, we have the two that are negative. The largest one negative was the courthouse security stations that we had budgeted funds for that we, I believe, no longer need those functions for. So that 213 can go back to there.
So let me help clarify, Commissioner Chesney. Those are from old COs that I allocated to courthouse security. We've used those dollars, and these are dollars that we are now reallocating through my old COs that need to get spent per IRS code. And I look for ways that we can, move dollars to where they need to go. The coastal management plan is absolutely key. I hope that next week you'll get all the information you need, because the truth is that without an updated coastal management plan, you cannot bring any federal or state grants to your coastal parks.
Well, but my question is.
So those are my dollars that I used.
I understand, but
that I reallocated.
Right. That the court supported in because it was for courthouse security, of which we need. I mean, if anybody doesn't think we need lots of money for courthouse security.
Commissioner, I've already given all the dollars. I did that with all of my dollars, and I've given it to courthouse security, and these are dollars that have not been spent. I have 21s, but if these dollars that are old do not get spent, I don't have anything pending, and I'm not going to have an IRS situation. In fact, all of us need to spend, I've said this multiple times, we need to spend our old COs within 3 years.
Mine are gone. All I have is 21, so I get it.
Okay.
What I'm saying is if that was allocated towards courthouse security.
Yeah, and that was for a situation before constitutional carry came out. Once constitutional carry was passed by the last legislative session, Commissioner, there was no more need to put the types of security devices, according to our sheriff, that I had originally thought we would need, and I had supplied dollars for.
Right,
those would have been Lapon and Leopard. Those were actual security devices that you would go through, and after the law changed, it was the opinion of our sheriff who manages courthouse security that we would no longer need those stations. So those dollars were earmarked for the stations that we no longer need because the law changed, and now anybody can bring a gun into the first floor of the courthouse.
Well,
And so
and I would-
that is why I believe
I'd like to
that
have-
the dollars should be best allocated for other important resources that we need. And I don't ever
again,
tell another commissioner how to reallocate their funds. Ironically, these funds are for your own precinct, for coastal parks.
Judge, I know what they're for, but you're taking them from courthouse security, so I'm going to ask
For
this question.
stations that no longer have applicability under the law.
I heard you 3 times as you've interrupted me 3 times again. I'm saying where I was going with this before, again, I was interrupted. I would be willing to put more towards courthouse security because I think we're still very not where we need to be, and we can't have that discussion because it's not posted. But I would rather add to your courthouse security because I think we are super lacking still. You may have, I don't remember, I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember whether it was for stations or for, I thought it was for courthouse security in general
I
terminology.
did, and we spent all of my dollars for that. That's how you have all the new badges and the kiosks.
I know, what I'm
and the
saying is,
things.
Judge, I don't remember it being completely allocated just towards station. I thought you allocated it towards, if I remember right, and it's been a long time, I thought you allocated it towards courthouse security in general, right? What I'm saying is, we are super far behind, in my opinion, way miles behind in courthouse security in this courthouse. And so before you take money from courthouse security that's already allocated, I was going to look at putting some of mine towards courthouse security to add to the funds that you have and beef up our courthouse security because I don't think we're anywhere near where we ought to be. So that's what I had said earlier, and I was told that's not what they were from. But I thought those were general. It was a general allocation towards courthouse security, and I think that's great. I was trying to say I think that's great that you did that, and I wanted to add to it some of mine because I think there's all kinds of areas, maybe not stations, but like
The only thing that we're subtracting, Commissioner,
No,
as I said, all the dollars that I put in almost totaled, like Teresa can tell you, but it was almost like $800,000.
Yeah, about $800,000.
Right. And so
let's
just
put-
so you know-
let's put some more in and get some more courthouse security.
Well, then we'll put that as an agenda item next time, so you can add to the fact that I've already put 800. The point is that the money, just the money for the stations, is what we're taking out. Just so you know, Commissioner, I could easily change it to 21 COs and not take any out from the old ones. But the problem is that I can do that and spend the money that needs to be sent per our IRS regulations. Those 16s need to be spent. If there's a need for courthouse security, I have the 21s. But the 16s are the ones.
I'll just put the
That's
courthouse
the
security issue on because we tabled the other one, so that's fine. So that's what I was just getting the history on, and that's what I thought it was. And earlier I was told, no, these weren't for, so I was just going back to the history. So I would suggest, Dale, that this report just be amended to accurately reflect where we are. Then we'll bring it back when we bring it back. And if I need to put a courthouse security item on and see where everybody is on that one, then that because I'd like to know, that was the question I was going to have was does ARPA funds cover courthouse security? Because I think we need to look at if it does. So if you could check, Ida, because that's where I was going was I don't want to take money away from courthouse security. I think we need to add money to courthouse security, and I'm great if you want to take more from your 21s, Judge. That's fine too. But before we take money from courthouse security,
You might want to talk to the sheriff and the courthouse security
right,
committee.
right.
And all I'm doing is telling you that we've used the dollars that they've asked for, and these were extras. If there is a greater need, I have others to put in. Given that I was the only one to put in for courthouse security, I can tell you that I am 100% for the advancement of the courthouse security, seeing as how we have none on the third floor. Having said that, I've already told you that the 21s
I got it.
are the ones that we
You have told me 6
that we
times. I
have.
got it. I know,
Right,
I
so
got
let's,
it.
so
all I'm
what you're
saying, this
doing is
just-
blocking the
No, no.
allocation.
No, this is no.
That are old
This
versus
is a
new.
report. No, this is a report. I just asked Dale to put the report where it reflected accurately. That was it. I wasn't trying to get into a discussion. I was trying to find out the deal, and then I was going to put an agenda item, and then you jumped in. So all I was doing was asking for background.
Well, there's choices. So there's two choices that Dale has given you.
And
the choice is make it an
I offered what I
unallocated.
thought as one member of the court.
Well,
the
what
choice
is
would
it?
be-
Because you seem to control the other two. What is it exactly?
Oh, my gosh,
What
Judge.
is it?
I'm not going to even bother to respond to you.
Okay.
I've already told Dale what it. I don't
You're
think-
just blah, blah, blah today.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Where's the lady
Dale.
about disrespect now?
Dale.
Jeez. Gosh.
You
Just
know,
laugh.
the point is there's two choices. You've given us the two choices. And what I'm upset about is that the allocation can hold until we make a decision. But the COs, in fact, Teresa's on too, the allocation that I was trying to transfer is just in a holding pattern. Is there any advantage or disadvantage to doing that? The court hasn't made the transfer yet. All we're asking is that my allocation that belongs to the county judge be placed in the area where I believe we need to have, which is just in that holding pattern. What did you call that? Just so I know, I can reference it.
These are allocations of the funds, setting aside funds to be able to use for this process. There's no expenses done for the process yet. This is what you have given either the department or the area funds to be able to use in that area. And right now, we're transferring funds from courthouse security but to the coastal parks management. That's what was sent to my office as a request from your staff and
Right.
Commissioner
Well,
Cordeman. So that's what we're projecting. It's up to the court if you want to accept this, and it can be changed anyway.
All right, so my wish is, since it's my item and it's your, change order, is since we're holding on it, just hold on it. Don't make the change because we have not made the change in the allocation yet. But my concern is, and we need you to weigh in on this, is that these older monies need to be spent.
Yes.
In other words, either it goes to courthouse security, or in this case, there's been 0 requests, none whatsoever. I need you to be able to tell this court with authority and with confidence that these old COs are in danger because that's a 16 and it's 22 now.
Judge, we've heard that so many times. We know that. So you could allocate that. You just said you have 21s. You could allocate this toward and spend it on some security up on the 3rd floor, and I'd participate with you because I think
It's
our
not
security-
allowed under the law according to our sheriff,
Judge, there's other
FYI.
ways to secure things besides stations. That's what I'm trying to say is we can put it on next week and spend on these and talk about the CIP, and when I can get to that, that's just not urgent, as courthouse security is super urgent.
Carve out
urgent.
the, you're hysterical.
It's for the
Can
children,
Can I
Judge.
carve?
It's for the children. We have to keep everybody safe.
Well, I want to honor the Second Amendment here in the courthouse.
Judge,
for-
we
for
can
the
have better
courthouse.
security up on
So
this 3rd
Dale,
floor and
let's
the
do
2nd
this.
floor.
Carve that out. You have other pieces of the change order, correct?
Yes, what we can do
Okay, so
for
we
this
need to-
particular item is we can leave this as this. We can make that unallocated funds, and then if we need to at some point in time transfer it back to security, we can, or initiate it as coastal parks management. We
All
can
right, fine.
allocate
So
it.
we'll have the motion to approve everything but those dollars, all right? And that's my motion. And then,
Seconded.
and then there's a second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. All right, we've got, double checking here. Can we go into executive session at this time? We've got lots of items to take up. And I'm going to suggest that there's a couple of people that are here. We'll try to handle them accordingly. At this time, I'm giving notice that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session. Oh, wait a second. We're going to table the one consent item.
Correct. We're going to table
Which one?
The one that.
I, under I.
Letter I. And Ida has pledged to bring it back with the information.
So moved.
And there's a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. And now I'll give the magic language that we're electing to go into executive session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Government Code, and under Vernon's codes. All of the exceptions that we have, these items are listed under the Vernon's codes. We never really say all that, but that's how it gets into executive session, and people should know that. And those sections that are appropriate are between 071, 072, 073, 074, 075, 86, and 87. And they include, but they're not limited to, matters relating to litigation, real property, personnel, county advisory bodies, security devices, ED negotiations, and any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. And so upon completion, we'll come back into open session and take action. We'll ask everyone that's not needed here at this time to both clear the waiting room online and clear the courtroom. And we will take up the matters shortly. We'll have to do a little bit of a change in personnel, and we'll be right back with you. And if you could take us all off the audio. Record, let me gavel us in. And this is a time of 6:05. And we do have several matters that need to be taken up, so let me call upon Commissioner Mattis first. It's item number C, and it's case number 221CV0126, Eduardo Gonzalez versus Nueces County. Would there be a motion regarding this issuance of settlement?
Yes, Judge. I make a motion to authorize the county judge to sign the settlement agreement and to direct the auditor to issue a settlement check.
All right.
The amount of, in the amount of $30,000.
And is that supposed to come back to the court for another vote before it's issued?
And
No?
No.
Okay.
As long as you.
So it'll be a directive,
sign off
your
on it.
motion is a directive for the auditor to
Just directing
pay.
the auditor to pay, and the judge is authorized to sign the settlement agreement.
Okay, thank you. And I'll second that motion and ask if there's any discussion or action. Hopefully that was good and clear. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. We have another case. It's 220CB00157, Thomas Camacho versus Nueces County. And for that, I will look to Commissioner Gonzalez.
I make a motion that we authorize the county auditor to issue a settlement check and with related, signed by the county judge.
How much?
All right.
The amount would be $50,000. I'm sorry. Yeah, 50,000.
All right, and you also direct the auditor to issue that check? Okay. And I'll second that, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, and then on item E regarding case number 22CV01100112, Guy Williams versus Nueces County, Commissioner Chesney, is there a motion regarding ratification?
Judge, I would move to ratify the hiring of Brian Miller to defend this case for Nueces County.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, and then item F is regarding final payment to ABM Building Services for Hazel Baysmore Park and the issuance of a settlement check within 7 days. Is there I believe Commissioner Chesney, you might have a motion here?
Judge, I would make the motion to authorize the issuance of a settlement check for all full and final resolve to this matter in the amount of $172,405.98, and for the auditor to write the check and the county judge to sign it, and the attorney to review the release regarding this.
And would you add within 7 days, because that's a requirement?
Okay, can that be done in 7 days? Do we have a settlement agreement on it? Okay, 7 days? But
It's
that
a
means you got-
requirement of Ms. Dorsey's.
That was yours too?
That is a part of the negotiation, is that
Okay, so
it.
you've got you can do a settlement agreement and do everything, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Then
Okay.
in 7 days.
And was there a second?
Second.
Second, and all those in favor, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
No, no.
Aye. Okay, and then, okay, I'm looking, item G was information only, correct, Jenny?
Item G
Yes,
is.
yes, just information only. And then item H, I believe that's Commissioner Mattis?
Yes. Make a motion to direct the county attorney to deny the claim made by Robert Novotny.
Novotny? Okay, and I'll second that. And any discussion on this case? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Post same sign. Okay, and then on items relating to issues regarding employees assigned to outside agencies, I think it's just a directive for the county attorney to bring back more additional information at this time. Not really sure we need a motion, but if that suffices for the county attorney, we can move on.
Yeah, I think
All
that's
right?
it,
And then also on item A, we're going to direct the court manager to bring us back information and a potential agenda item, if necessary, next time, which would be October the 19th. Okay? And then also on the regular agenda, There were some other items that we took up in executive, but they were all information only at this time. No action at this time. I'm just triple checking. All good? Kara, how do we look as far as the whole?
23, Judge, I'd like to make a motion 23, that we terminate the services of Attorney Warrenton.
As he's concluded his services. All right, there's a motion and a second.
Second.
Second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, great. Anything else, Kara? I think we look pretty good now. How about adjournments in memory? Commissioners, do you have any adjournments in memory at this time? Okay, hearing no adjournments in memory, at this time, we do stand adjourned at, and the record will reflect,
Excuse me,
6:11
Judge,
PM.
I do have one.
Well,
I just want to give my condolences to the family of Ramsey Muñiz. He passed away last weekend,
okay,
and, you know, my condolences to the family. His funeral will be this weekend.
okay, well,
Saturday.
we'll echo the condolences as a court to the Muñiz family at this time. Okay, and again, for the record, 6:11 PM is still the time, and so we will stand adjourned. And I'll sign these.